Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Galaxy Battle Phase 2. As we set our sights to a new season, so do the 24 teams aim to compete for the $50,000 prize pool. My name is Luba, I'm joined by Twisties, and today is going to be a long one. I hope that I pronounced the name right. So, Alexander, how are you
Yep.
doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm alright. Just in the rush. I was eating like a cake 3 minutes ago. I was eating a cake on downstairs, but now we're coming to the Monte against ECLOT, the first game of Galaxy Battle Phase 2, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be exciting tournament for us.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be very fun to watch. Of course, ECLOT having a difference in their roster, or rather having another player sort of standing in for their IGL. They decided to come out on social media and say that they want to experiment with some stuff, and we'll see how this experiment goes. But it's not going to be completely easy for them as the side of Monte. I mean, we can agree they have some pretty important and some pretty high level names in their roster now.
Yeah, and talking about Monte, like, because I'm kind of a fan of them,
Yeah.
at least in the past, like of their previous roster. And looking at this roster, to be honest, it's like just if I had one word to say about their performance so far, it's like roller coaster. They win against normal teams, but at the same time they're losing against not the best teams. But now we will see the map beta for the first game of today, Galaxy Battle Phase 2. It's going to be Ancient for the first map today. Second, it's going to be Dust 2, picked by Monte. And then the last decider, if we're going to need it, that's if it's going to be Train for us.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a fun map, or rather a fun map pool to watch. A best of three there to start off everything on Galaxy Battle Phase 2. This is our first best of three of this tournament, and don't forget, there's a lot of Counter-Strike to be played until things are wrapped up. If my calculations are correct, it's 44 best of threes for the entire event. So we got a lot of work to do, especially today when we are gonna have 4 best of threes on our broadcast. Map number 1 is gonna be Ancient. It is the map pick of Dynamo ECLOT, as the Czech boys, of course, are playing, rather starting on the T side, the CT side reserved for Monte. Haji, first duel, first contact. Those duelies are far and away, not finding anything just yet, but there's going to be so much presence towards Cave, so much work to do for the CTs. Dinks are there. Kills are not for the Ts. 3 for 2, and only now Didor is the one that remains. He's going to get 2 frags for himself. Maybe still a chance, Twisties.
Yeah, maybe, but it's 1v2. But did you see the round by Monte there? They stacked 4B. There was four players on B, but still kind of not the best end for them, but they might kill him in a few seconds. It's going to be either Rui or Gizmi, or the other might get a kill here, at least one. He knows about both of them, but the bomb is not... The bomb is also with him. And he can just go A side or either B. There's not going to be a problem for him to plan there, because both of the Monte players, they're playing right because they're playing together, and if one of them gonna die, another is gonna get traded. It's gonna be all right for Monte. But with the 40 seconds left, they're just walking towards B side back.
At the very least, he might get a chance to get the bomb plant. And don't forget that $600 per player if you get the bomb down. So it is quite important for the side of Dynamo to at least get that. And once he plants the bomb, he might have isolated 1v1 duels, though now he has been seen. He's going to try and plant that bomb as soon as possible, and Ryu is not going to contest it. Flash in hand. This is going to be an ace clutch, and a good one at that if Didor manages to get both heads. But on 61 HP, it is under question as he's lurking around the site trying to isolate the duels, and there's a chance. Look at that. Gizmi's on 11 HP, and that could be a clutch, but not going to happen. It was a very good attempt by Didor, but it is the round for Monte.
That's a huge try by him, because it was Quadro by him, and if he could get... Was it 11 on HP left for Gizmi in this round?
Yeah.
I believe so. It was like, yeah, 11 HP. I can see on his monitor there. 11 HP, only one hit left to get the ace and clutch ace, but unlucky for Didor. We gotta give him a good credit and respect for that try, but it's gonna be the first for Monte in this game on this Ancient, and that's kind of interesting round that they showed us on B side. We'll see. ECLOT has a lot of money for this like second round to buy. They even have an AK for Didor here. With the Galil, they're gonna force because they had the bomb planted, but we'll see how they're gonna fight against Monte in round number 2.
Yeah, it's a very explosive start to this one. Oh, look at that. There's going to be a duel in A main as Afro starts far and away. First blood found, but Ryu gets taken out. He shouldn't have died like that. Now they're on the wrong foot. The off leg for the side of Monte. Afro still fighting, but he's going to die, and so is Gizmy, and that's the bomb site for Dynamo ECLOT. And this is what I was saying. Getting the bomb plant in the pistol round is so important because now they got guns, they got rifles, and they got a man advantage, maybe short-lived if Haji can muster up the courage, lean. He's going to see it.
Did you see that?
Definitely knows about Didor. That's an easy frag, and that's an 8-gate to get rewarded for his troubles, and it's only Mikey to remain 1v2. Bomb is planted, and it's ticked to half. They don't really know where Mikey is, but they can have the idea of where he could be residing. Now that he's firing through the smoke, they know exactly where he is. No diffuse kit. That might still give him a chance as he's bursting through that smoke, finding one, but not the other. And Haji is going to get the defuse. It's going to be 2-0 for Monte. Gets the frag as well, but that's a lot of damage dealt by Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, second for Monte, but to be honest, second round in a row, Dynamo ECLOT, just in so close duration. Now it was only 21 HP left for the last Monte alive player, and just so close to get the first one, but still it's 2-0, 2 times Monte defused the C4, and now it's going to be another force for Dynamo ECLOT, because they once again planted the C4. It's going to be 3 Galils and 2 AK-47 for them in the round number 3, and to be honest, they have more firepower than Monte right now.
Oh, yeah. Of course, when you get so much money from the bomb plants, from the kills, and the CTs, of course, they can't maintain their economy on one player surviving the round. It is the side of Dynamo ECLOT with all the momentum right now, even though they lost the opening 2 rounds. Again, bouncing toward that ace site, and Afro caught with his pants down. Ryu trying to get this back into a 3-on-3, and he's going to do just that. But so much work left to do. They're going to double peek him, and that's going to result in a trade. 2-on-2. Of course, that made the CTs have enough time to rotate, and they did just that, both coming from Temple. This is going to be an interesting end to the round.
But look at that move by Dynamo ECLOT. They just leave in A side. They're gonna just go towards B. And Monte doesn't know about it right now at the moment. Yeah, with the Haji right now walking and getting some information. And now we might see a call in Monte TeamSpeak that they need to go towards B side. But still no, we can see that on the left upper corner that they're still not moving. They're still trying to find the enemies. But now FORZE is going to plant on the B side already with the 35 seconds left in this round. And BQ with the FORZE against duo of Monte.
All right, lean. He's going to get isolated, and they can double peek him. This is going to be not going to be an easy situation for him as the peek comes in. Nubik falls, FORZE on the trade. Full utility for Haji, though. And that's the important piece of information. Though no diffuse kit, he's going to have to hurry up and find the frag. He knows where FORZE is, but an 8 in hand causes him to die, and FORZE gets the clutch. It's the first round on the board for Dynamo.
Yeah, and that's the final round for boys from Czechia, because 2 previous rounds, they lost 1v1 duration. Now it's finally a win for FORZE in this round. And now, Monte gonna have a huge problems with the economy. Because 2 rounds in a row, they have only 1 player who survived.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, look at that. Only 1 silencer and then 4 pistols. That should be an easy round number 2 for Dynamo ECLOT here.
Yeah, that's tough. That's very tough for Monte. They fought bravely, but now no money. They have that M4 boosted up. Ryu's not going to see the player going to red room. He's going to hear everything, though. That's a lot of information for his team. He does not have the luxury of dying now, and that's why he fell back to Donut so he can fight another day. Didor, easy frag as Gizmy falls, and there's the double up. There's the M4 on the floor, and this round is done.
Yeah, should be done for Monte. Maybe they're gonna get like a few exit kills, but it's not gonna make a difference in this round because it's gonna be the second one and a tie after 4 rounds in this game. And after a tough start, Dynamo ECLOT getting back and probably gonna take a lead because the next one should be an eco for Monte. They gotta save money for next one. So it's from the hard start, good situation. Now Haji probably gonna die. Yep. Without a kill for him, Mikey gets an easy headshot with a good flash. It's 2v5 for Afro and Lean. That should be over for them.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think that Dynamo really want to chase this. They got rifles and they know that it's only pistols on the side of Monte. Maybe just a few peeks so you can maybe take out these guns, but not overextending at the moment as Afro is going to take him down. And so is Lean, actually.
Okay.
So no players surviving, no guns left for Monte, and they're only going to have starting pistols in this round.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I totally agree with you about that they were not supposed to. I mean, that they don't need it to get
Yeah.
those kills against Monty guys because they hadn't no. If they had like Mach 10s or something like that,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you can go. But I don't think it's worth like the risk to get the maybe get the kill with the AK against the Deagle. That's not the best idea. What a molly there on middle, half HP for Gizmi, half HP for Haji here. That's going to be another easy round for Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, only one player dying, nothing more than that. These USPs don't stand a chance, and the Czech boys get themselves in front on map number 1. Of course, breaking the economy of the opposing side. Now back on a buy is Monte. We'll see how that buy is going to look. Of course, an easy cleanup, as you can see on the replays, but a few crucial rounds went into the hand of Dynamo. The fact that Monte won those 2 opening rounds, it was kind of a Pyrrhic victory for them, right? It was kind of a moment where they did win the rounds, but ultimately it resulted in them losing 3 in a row, and that's not something you want.
Yeah, that's for sure not the best start that you want to get on the enemy, especially peak with the Gizmi, with the good flash by Afro here, an entry, but look at the Dieter already. It's 1 minute 35 seconds, and A side is wide open by Monty, and Dynamo ECLOT just gonna plant the C4 there. Dieter. Is he gonna get the kill into the smoke here?
Oh,
Maybe.
Oh, I thought for a moment that he's going to go through that smoke. Dying is FORZE, and that's a problematic situation as they're losing players left and right, finding the trades, but still a man advantage for Monte. They can contemplate taking this retake because they still have a few pieces of utility left. They're going to have to hurry up. There you go. Died or dead. They know where Reelson is, and he really can't do anything in this position. He's going to get taken down. It's going to be a tie game after 6 rounds played. Or is it? Do they have the time? The answer might be on the edge of a knife. They're going to have just enough time.
That was close. That one was close. And, like, to be honest, if you're talking about all of this, analyzing all of those previous rounds, we only had, like, 1 or 2 rounds when we did not have such a close iteration, like in this one. Because always, like, 1v1, or it's either a few seconds to defuse, it's either 10 seconds of defuse for Monty. Finally, they have a defuse kits. It's going to be the defuse kits for French duo. Haji and Afro are going to finally buy the defuse kits. And now, we still did not see the Opera on the server. But Dynamo ECLOT had enough money to buy an op. So it's going to be 5 AKs for them in round number 7. And we'll see who's going to take the fight and win in this one.
Yeah, Gizmi, he's going to have to pull back with so much presence from the T's. They can take control of mid without any resistance. And you spoke about the op. Of course, we know that FORZE can be quite good on the op on the T side, and we'll see how it looks for the side of Monte if Afro really wants to pick it up when he gets the chance. A lot of damage dealt Dynamo, even though they did not lose a player yet. That might happen sooner rather than later. As they group up towards B, so do the CTs rotate. Look at that. 3 guys with presence on that B bomb site. And that could be an issue when this attack starts.
Yeah, we'll see. Is it going to be a real issue, especially with the HP that ECLOT has? With the Haji, with the entry, with the Afro, French duo, it's just closing B side. 0 kills for Dynamo ECLOT, and it's all about Mikey, who's 1d5 with a 45 HP left, with a 45 seconds also left, but it's just over for him. It's going to be another for Monte. It's going to be 4-3, and they once again taking an advantage by score in this game. But ECLOT still have they have money. Should be like one of them had like 4K or something like that at the beginning of the round, so they're gonna have enough money for buy in next one. But after that, if they're gonna have a problem round number 8 with the win, that's gonna be a huge problem for Dynamo ECLOT on their own pick.
Yeah. So far, not too bad. Of course, you're pretty happy taking 3 rounds after 7 played, but this one was a dumpster fire, as they could not even get close to that B bomb site. And of course, the CTs are going to get AKs for their trouble. They're going to get 5 AKs on the CT side, not something you see every day. This is going to be a difficult one for Dynamo, as this round won from the CT side without losing a single player. That's going to build up some bank. That's going to give them enough money for a buy, even if they lose this round. And that's important for Monte. So their economy is not going to get broken. They can consider buying into the next round. Who knows? Maybe we might even see an op get taken out. And Dynamo really need to think things through and how they can break this CT side open.
Yeah, with that tactical pause especially, because those 30 seconds need to work out for them. If they're gonna lose this one, it's probably gonna be at least a secured draw for Monte in the first half. Maybe they're gonna even think about the win, because 4-3, and if this round goes into the Monte hands, it's gonna be 5-3, and then Eco, it's 6-3, so such an important round for Dynamo ECLOT on Ancient here, with the NBQ, with the flashbangs, and duo exit on middle.
Taking control of mid once more. The control of ramp goes towards the CT side, and that is important. Now, no presence towards B for the side of Dynamo, and that's a lot of information gathered from Monte, as they know they need to fight back towards Red Room. Gizme double peaked, and Dido takes his head away. That's a +1 and a big one at that. Dynamo need to consider their options, and this is what we've seen from them before. They like to allocate so many players on that T side towards Red Room, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but usually when we see that, it doesn't work out well for them from the matches I have seen them play on Ancient in the past few weeks. Ryu might be in trouble. He's going to burn half HP. That's a lot of info for Dynamo, and they're just slowing things down, waiting for the CT side to make a mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably gonna cause a problem for them, as you said, like, because they're sitting already like 30 seconds in the red room. There's no movement by them. Rilzen almost died with an 8 here, but gonna get back. And only one player of Monte is close to the A side. It's Rui, and they know about him. Haji sees the first, probably saw a few guys crossing the city side, and it's all about Rui right now. With the 25 seconds left, that could be also a problem for Dynamo ECLOT. With the 20 seconds left now, they still did not plant the bomb. They did not check the Rui. But Mikey gets the kill. Haji with a huge rush, but Ryuzen from behind, just from everywhere fights here.
Yeah, Haji needs to die.
8 seconds. 4. Enough time to plant the C4, but Afro with a pick. Ryuzen gonna get him down. What an amazing round we saw here.
Oh, yeah.
Fights from everywhere, to be honest. Like,
this is not something that is a usual textbook round. So much chaos on the map, so much chaos on the server in just a second that was between Dynamo and losing this round. An important one that went into their hands. And look at that, Reelson with the MAC-10. We're already focusing on what comes next, as we can expect them to play something a bit more quick, given the fact that they know the money on the Monte side is not great. They probably have an op taken out, and that is the case, and now they want to rush toward the B-bomb side. There you go. The SMG is doing its work. It's not going to find the frag, but it's going to find so much space. Bomb planted. Damage dealt towards Haji. And now they can just control this site, get good post-plant positions, and close this round out with not a lot of resistance from the opposing side.
did you see that headshot by Dyer in the smoke?
That was brilliant.
He was like, I don't know, was it one tap or just he was shooting like one bullet, then second, then third? Yeah, but no chance for Monte, to be honest here. Just Haji was shooting through that wood. But at the same time, in the guy with the Mach-10, that was Ryuzen. He basically won this round with that Mach-10, like, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Just looking at that, he just pushed by himself. He was ready to give his life for this round. But it's 5v4. Monte saving 4 guns into the next one. And look at the money of Monte right now. After we were speaking about how good their economy are, and just basically all of the situation for them was good. Now, Lean is gonna play with the FAMAS, and Dynamo ECLOT only one round away to securing a draw in the first half.
Yeah, this could prove to be a very difficult situation for Monte. I expected them to not invest anything behind these 4 rifles. Just try and do something with that so you can have a buy in the next round. But if they lose this one, the buy is out of the question, and they could find themselves in a real pickle in case Dynamo ECLOT break open another site. And again, presence towards B. Not a lot of pressure dealt from the CTs, and there you go. The attack starts. Nubik, first point of contact, just checking his angles, but there are still 2 players with rifles, and the SMG is gonna find its first frag. Haji, there you go. That's 1 kill, but Didor good on the trade. He wants more, and he's not gonna find it. Good trade again from Didor, though. Bringing it back to a +1, and there's a flank. Mikey on the back stab at CT spawn. They don't even need to plant the bomb just yet. They have to wait for Mikey to clean things up, and he's going to do just that. That's 1, and they know exactly where Afro is. That op is not going to do damage now, where they can just double peek him on time. Smoke.
Oh, they're just going to go A.
That's brilliant. Reelson, he can just control this op and not let him rotate, though. He's going to find that kill. Bomb planted on A, but Afro, he still has no idea. And even if he finds the kill on Mikey, does he have the courage to go to the other side? The answer, I think, is no.
Is he gonna go? No, he just... Wait. He's just circling around close to the ramp now. It's gonna be a save for Afro. Or... Nah, that's not enough time for him because he has not defused kids. It's gonna be a save for a Monte sniper here. It's gonna be 6-4 in favor of Dynamo ECLOT after this round. When, to be honest, like... I don't have enough eyes to just watch all of the situation that's happening on this map, especially in the previous in the last few rounds, because like it's fights on B, it's fights on A, there's someone flanking, there's someone just fighting somewhere else, and 2 eyes is not enough to see and watch everything that's happening on this map. We need more eyes. At least I need.
Probably a second observer on the other monitor, because there's so much going on throughout the entire map. Both teams playing quite aggressively, taking positions, taking control of the map as much as they can. But Dynamo is in the driver's seat, and no question about it. Enough money for the rest of the half, and there's a good chance that they win this round as well. Afro, he does have that saved at AWP, but the other players on a very small buy. The op boosted up, might see a player, and Mikey... Oh! I was going to say Mikey's going to die, but Nubik catches Afro in time.
Excuse me. Will it be 250 here against Nubik? Should be a kill for him, yep. Plus AK for one of Monte player, but still, FORZE with the kills, it's 2v3, and they know about Gizmi, exactly where he is. But Bean, look at the lean position.
How did he get there?
That could be huge.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, but no way. No way. They're just so unlucky for Lean here. And Dynamo ECLOT gonna take the 7 for themselves. What a position he had, but he was playing so slow, he was playing so cautious to get at least 1 kill. In exchange, he got 0 kills and he got killed by Mikey.
Now look at this. This is interesting. Another tack timeout for Dynamo, as they are in a 3-round lead. They want to get that 8-4 half by all means necessary, and they want to talk things through and see how they're going to actually secure this round, knowing that on the other side, of course, there are going to be rifles. There's probably going to be an op. There's going to be enough utility to control the map. So maybe they have something in their strat book that could secure them a good lead, a resounding lead at the half, because let's not forget, this is sort of a CT-sided map, right? So you expect the CT side to have maybe a small advantage, or at the very least a 6-6 scoreline on the half. We already forgotten that. That's not going to be the case. And Dynamo wants to take control of the entire map as soon as possible, and maybe even starting from the second half, think about how they're going to finish map number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with the Monte, that they have started with the 2-0. They started with the 2-0 score for City side. But after that, they won only 2 rounds. And that's not the best way for Monte to finish and just go into that first start of the game. With the lean, Mikey gonna get the kill against Afro. It's 3-0 for him. And they're gonna play double off here right now. Hachi with the kill into the smoke against Reelson. That could be a chance, but Mikey with the AWP. Yep, an easy kill against Gizmi. It's 3v4 in favor of Dynamo ECLOT. And what's the decision for them? Is it going to be A side? Because we see 2 guys on A, 2 on middle. It should be an A. But with the Rui getting kills against FORZE, it's still some chances for Monte. Especially look at the Rui. Look what he's doing here.
Second. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's a play and a half.
The round for Monte.
That's something that Monte needed. Somebody getting a heroic play, and Ryu stepped up on time, getting what was necessary. And we are gonna, of course, end the half with a 7-5 scoreline to the favor of the Czech side. While we're waiting for the second half to load, somebody is gonna get a nice looking skin, because I've seen a red one, I've seen a knife in the mix, but not going to be the case right now, as a Violent Demu is going to be handed out to one of our viewers. Congrats on getting a nice skin. Of course, stay with Galaxy Battle Phase 2 if you want to win something more. During Phase 1, there have been giveaways of knives, gloves, and a few more interesting things, so there's always a good reason to follow the stream.
Yeah, as I saw, we have like a new feature with the giveaway, because before you were supposed to write the exclamation mark Galaxy in chat, and now you gotta use your channel points, and then you can like buy it for like Switch rewards with it's only like 500 your points of, I mean, you probably get them like for 1 hour of watching or something like that. So
yeah, it's not bad. Like, you can actually get a giveaway every map played on average, so it's something to follow when you're following the stream. And the sides have switched. We're heading into the second half as Mikey's going to take the head off of Gizmi. That's a good start, and he can just pull back and regroup with his teammates, try and guard a side. There's 3 guys towards B with the dualies at the ready. Didor gets gooshed, which means he's going to have to be quite careful. And with that goosh, I think that Monte now are considering just pouncing toward that site. So these USPs are going to have to do some damage.
Yeah, with the 1 minute and 15 seconds left, Afro throwing the smoke and Molly after that. But look at the Rui. Look at the first kill by him. Only 1, but now he's going to get the fight against Mikey and going to win it too with the headshot. So easy for Rui, like bots here. With the Haji getting another kill. And how? After Dynamo ECLOT had an advantage here. It's all about Rilzen and FORZE, who's against 4 enemies. And Rui, look at the Rui position Haji here. Oh, FORZE, only 1 kill for him, and it's all about Rilzen, who is 1v3 with 40 seconds left. It should be a pistol for Monte. Yep, they're gonna just get right there. 7-6. And now, that's a huge situation for Monte to recover here. And even take an advantage here.
Yeah, that could be a good start of the second half. Like, Rio going between the lines, finding 2 frags. That should not have been allowed by Dynamo. Not enough presence towards mid. As Mikey did find a frag, he decided to reposition, and at the end, we could say that it cost them the round. Now they decided to go for a force buy with 3 MP9s, a Deagle, and a 5.7. Of course, Kevlar galore, but not a lot of utility. Gizmi gets 2 kills towards mid. FORZE finally with the trade, but damage already done enough. They need to find an info play. They need to play aggressively if they want to win this round.
That's a kind of interesting situation by Rilzen here. If they're setting together, they're not gonna check the Didor here, but with the Deagle, only 1, and that was so hard to kill at least 1 by him. FORZE gonna catch up the cave. Maybe gonna kill Lean? Yep, gonna get the kill, but only 18 HP left for him. It's gonna be... At least he was trying to save, but Rui is gonna cancel this save. It's 7-7. That's already a tie for Monte. And what's the idea and plan for ECLOT after they had FORZE here? But they got some kills. They got 3 kills in this round, and FORZE had almost 4k, was it? Yeah, that was almost 4k because he bought the Deagle for himself. Yeah, just gonna be not the default pistols.
Yeah, they're gonna upgrade a few guns. P250, 5.7, Deagle. Why not try and find a headshot? Of course, FORZE already with enough money to get an off in the next round. And that's something that's quite important for Dynamo. Get that big green as soon as possible, and they can consider, of course, finding an early frag, an early advantage, break the game plan of Monte. That B stack could still prove to be crucial, even in this round. Let's not forget, pistols, even without Kevlar, can be quite dangerous if you're not careful, and it seemed that Monte is not careful enough. As far as he might get a chance to take somebody's head off with that dig. Now, presence on ramp. That could be a cleanup. Gizmi finds one, gets traded back, but a good trade for Afro. Gets them back into an advantageous position. Mikey with the P250. That's overzealous to try and find the frag. And FORZE's the death man as the last guy alive. He's going to get taken out, and it is going to be the lead for Monte. 8-7.
Okay, that's a great start for all of them. Because they have enough money. Afro can even get the op in this round. And the question is for Dynamo ECLOT. Are they going to be able to wake up here on the first full buy round for them? With the FORZE also getting an op, so we may see a Opera against Opera on the server. In some sort of positions. And only one. I think that's an important consideration to mention. That Ryuzen is the only one man on the server for CD side with the defuse kits.
Yeah, it could be an issue. We saw that in the first half for Monte. They took their sweet time to buy a kit, and it almost cost them a round or two. Only one defuse kit might be troublesome, and already all the utility spent from the side of Dynamo. That is something that also needs to be considered. One grenade left, and Mikey needs to fight. He likes to fight towards mid. He's going to get a frag. Going to get traded right away. But with so much presence, Monte can just think about how they can control this map. And with FORZE dying, that op-v-op duel going to the hands of Afro, Nubik is the last line of defense towards A. He's going to get an all-important frag, but he needs to reposition. He needs to give his teammates time to rotate, but they're going to take a long time to get to the side. Nubik can't convert the kill. Didor there gets this back into a 2v2, and look at the HP on the side of Monte. This is still doable for ECLOT, as they can consider this round, but the op fires away and takes down Didor. Only Realzen remains. He can still try and clutch out this round.
And did you see that molly? Because they know about Realzen right now, after he stepped into that molly. Yeah, more HP for him, but Afro might get a... Oh, Afro... I don't know, did he see him or not, but Realzen... It seems like, yeah, they know about him. Lean... Who's gonna take the kill? That should be an easy for Lean, yep. Lean's gonna take this kill from the back of Realzen. It's gonna be 9-7 for Monte, and the question before the round that I asked, is it gonna be a chance for Dynamo ECLOT to walk up? Yeah, that was a chance, but they did not use it. It's 7-9 in favor of Monte on enemy pick, and not a lot of money for Dynamo ECLOT, so it's probably gonna be a time maybe for tactical. No. And just to mention, they only have one tactical pulse left.
Yep. In case things go dire, things go sideways, that could be an issue, but that's a good start. Mikey takes down Gizmi with that SMG. Also Rio on half HP, so this is still doable for the Czech side. Haji needs to find the entry, but the SMGs are just destroying them, entering the blender and not walking out. And Nubik wants to fight as well. Afro was really good with the op in the previous round, but so little space to set it up, to post up. And when you see the mini-map, you can see Mikey on the backstab. The T's have to go through the meat grinder. They need to get the kills toward B. That is the only way to get this round. And a lot of time remains, and you'd think that's a good thing for Monte, but that's also pretty good for Dynamo, because now they can set up and take these rifles away at the proper time, even in case the T's decide to save.
To be honest, like for me, the only one way in which Monte can go right now is towards A side, because you see the Mikey sitting close to the elbow, watching T-spawn here. Oh, that's gonna be a problem for at least one of the Monte players. No way. No way Mikey just was checking this position for 30 seconds, and now he's gonna die, but because he was just running with a knife.
He knows what's up.
Why was he switching Heaven when he had the teammate on Cave?
That's actually a pretty good question, honestly. There was no reason. Maybe he was thinking about a timing and off timing to put a T-side player on Heaven. At the end of the day, it's inconsequential as Monte is going to try and save these two guns, and Dynamo, with the guns that they have, they're not really going to commit to trying to take any rifles away. It's going to be a one-round game, and this Ancient really got interesting coming into the second half.
Yeah, that's finally a first round for Dynamo ECLOT in defense on their own map. But the question is, are they going to be able to take the second one, maybe the third one, or is just going to be only one round for them? And after that, Monte going to take more rounds for T-side. We'll see in this round because Afro is about to pick middle with a flashbang. Yep, Afro is just running straight middle. Wow, good reveal, good kill against FORZE. That's an entry for French Sniper.
Oh yeah, and FORZE is struggling so much in this map, not able to find any room. Look at this. Mikey is at elbow. That could be crucial for either side as well. He could have missed the timing, a very important timing, because look at this. He's going towards B. That's going to be completely unimportant for his team because the side of Monte is concentrating towards A. Only one player is there, and he's quite far away as Nubik is not even considering the possibility of an attack. He can't really use the utility necessary. He can't fight and try and get this into a 4v4. He's going to try and do just that, actually. But he's going to have to hurry. Not going to happen, and that's round over. Dynamo ECLOT can't consider this. They can't think about it. And Mikey's backstab did not work. He chose the wrong side. Had he gone for A main, that was round, done, and dusted. In this case, just guns trying to be saved for the side of Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, just for Mikey. At the beginning, that was a great decision by him going into that smoke. But after that, in 5 seconds, he decided to make some huge decision. And after that, he did some worst decision that he could get in this round. It's going to be round number 10 for Monte with the 2 rounds of the lead on enemy pick. That's probably an important reason. No, Lin's not going to go for it with the AK especially. Yeah, that's going to be a save of 3 guns for defense, 4 guns for Monte. And we'll see what's going to be. Probably Dynamo could, or Dider has enough money to buy an op. Yep, we're going to see an op for FORZE in this round. So still some normal guns for Dynamo ECLOT in this game. But
they need FORZE.
For how long?
They need FORZE as soon as possible to find a frag, as Afro has his number. Afro has been molesting FORZE so far, especially from the beginning of the second half. Those op duels, I think 3 went into the favor of the French Sniper, and that is very important. Now changing pace, taking control of A. Bomb can get planted, and Mikey, he's going to stop the bomb plant. That was well done from Mikey, getting the advantage for his side, and now they need to take their time to plant the bomb. They're going to have to reconsider this. Reconsider their options and the room they have, and that's going to give the CTs enough time for the rotate. Backstab available for Gizmi if he chooses to accept it. Mikey again, he strikes like a ship from the night, and look at that, trades galore. No chance for Afro. Finally, FORZE shuts him down, and Gizmi's backstab did not even happen. He's just going back toward the site, 1v3, but 3 players, of course, facing his position. Not facing him, actually. But a quick flick from FORZE wins the round for Dynamo.
If I was Gizmi in that situation, like, just imagine you walking from main and you see just 3 bags. 3 such a nice... Look at that.
Oh my god.
What was it? And especially after they smoked main. They had some like suggestion maybe that he's there, but no. It's still 9-10, and only 1 round of difference right now, especially with the economy for both of the teams. Yeah, maybe Dynamo ECLOT has some kind of more economy, but still, it's duration like, which is gonna end bad for one of the teams after they're gonna lose in this round. Gizmi gonna get the entry, but after that, Rubik, and look at the push by Dynamo ECLOT here.
Oh yeah, they wanted to play aggressive. They took control of mid, and well done for that. Even though Mikey died, he was kind of the player, and he always is on the side of Dynamo. That one player that dies towards mid, he can maybe find a frag, but it's only 1 and done. The question is, can they get the trade? And they did just that. 2 for 1. That's profit for Dynamo, and it's FORZE posted up towards A, and it seems that Monte is considering taking this side as well, as Nubik is also rotating, and FORZE, good timing. Afro falls. Ryu and Haji only remain. They're on opposite sides of the map, though, and they're hoping that one of them at least can find the next frag and maybe still make this an active round.
And also, FORZE for sure gave information that that was boost by Monte, so they know that one of the players is still somewhere close to the A side. That is Rui, who's already rotating towards B, but 35 seconds only with the 2-player of advantage for Dynamo ECLOT. Maybe that's a time for save here. Yep, it seems like Rui and Haji just gonna save those guns, because it's either they saving those AK and Galil, or it's either gonna be a save. Oh, I mean the Eco in next one.
Honestly, I hate this situation on the T side because their teammates are going to get the loss bonus. And of course, in the next round, should they choose to, of course, save the money, they're going to have enough money for a buy. In the, of course, the round that comes after the potential eco. And you have Ryu and Haji that are going to have guns in this one. And it's a very tricky situation where there could be a case where in the next 2 or 3 rounds, Monte are not going to have a complete buy on all of their players. So Dynamo put themselves in a really, really good position. Also with FORZE getting a few frags with that op, that gives them a lot of space, a lot of work to maneuver. And I can see Dynamo getting back into the lead. Not only that, possibly even taking map number 1.
Yeah, for sure now, even we have a 10-10 score, which is a draw, but Dynamo has an advantage with the economy, with the situation, probably with the confidence too, because they had some rounds in a row taken. Monte need maybe to take the tactical pause, because we did not see the tactical pause by them yet.
Yeah, not one.
And so far there was 0. And Dynamo Eco, just to mention, as when they were playing for T side, they used 2 tactical pause.
Yeah, even if it's in a situation where they were leading, they try to use attack pause. This AK needs to come in handy, and Gizmi needs to open something up. They're getting a bit of room. They're getting a bit of a space. That could be of consequence. The Galil actually finds the opening frag. First blood drawn. And now that means that the CT side is going to get spread thin. They need to rotate quickly, and they're doing just that. But so much control available for Monte. They can go back to the B-bomb side, and where only one player remains. Of course, the rotate is coming back in, but Reelson, not only does he need to find one frag, he needs to find the multi-kill. Bomb spotted. He needs to get the frag. He saw Haji's shoulder. He's going to take him out, or rather Lean's shoulder, I'm sorry. Still a lot of work to do if the CTs want to convert this round. Haji falls, gives me good on the trade, 3-on-3. And what are the CTs going to do now? They still have utility, they have defuse kits, but they're going to have to hurry up.
Yeah, and only one gun was for Monte so far after the Rui picked up that Galil. It's Rui, you see, look at the Gizmi, good position, gonna get the trade, not gonna get another one. It's all about Rui, who is 1v2 against both of the guys that had defuse kits, against the op, against the silencer that's gonna take him down, and finally for themselves. And now taking an advantage, but in what an important situation for them, with the score 11-10, and we have only 3 rounds of regulation time left. So for Monte, that's a good thing that they planted the C4.
Oh yeah.
Because their economy is so bad, to be honest. And they might have a Deagle still. Yep, there's gonna be a Deagle for Rui. Haji gonna play with the Galil, but Afro's gonna also take an off. So that's kind of, to be honest, like just roller coaster by Monte.
Oh yeah.
And risky.
It's a very
risky
shoddy buy. Incredibly risky. That's well said, as they're basically putting all of their eggs in one basket, and that is the basket of this round, round 22, to keep the hopes alive for Monte. If they lose this one, God forbid, if they don't plant the bomb, they're in big trouble.
I think that they, even if they're gonna plant the bomb but lose the round, they're probably gonna have huge problems. Just look at the money, like 8k for Diter here, 7k for FORZE. There's no chance for Monte to somehow destroy the economy of Dynamo ECLOT at the end of this game. And that's an important situation here. at the end of the game. With the Haji, okay. That was killed through the wall here. Okay, Haji. An entry. But with the 55 seconds left, look at the map. No one in defense is taking an advantage, some control of A side.
Yeah. Dynamo, it seems like they know. It seems like they have the idea of what's going to happen. FORZE posted up, ready. Haji dead. 4-on-4. And Mikey still left to pounce. They can't flush him out of this position. They do have a molly, but they're not going to use it just yet. They need to peek him. Mikey ready. Finds one. There's the other. Afro good on the trade, but I think this round is over. They can't really get on time to this site unless Ryu does something heroic with the dig, but head sticking out of the smoke. He's going to get taken down, and only Afro with that off, and that off is not going to get saved for the next round. That's not going to happen. It's going to be 12 for Dynamo, 2 map points for the Czech team.
Yeah, look at the just money, $3K for Monte only. That's not the situation in which you want to play. Maybe the last round of the game, but if Monte gonna lose another next round, it's gonna be over for them on the first map. With the Dynamo ECLOT taking 12 rounds for them, that's 4 rounds in a row. After Monte showed a huge start in the second half, and they also had a huge start in the first half, but after that, the middle of the first half and now in the second half and the end of it was horrible for Monte.
It's like they get deflated, right? Like they lose the idea of what they're going to do. As you said, attack pause would be necessary. Dido, he wants to finish this here and now, and Mikey chips in as well. Ooh, Mikey loses bullets, but the USP is going to be enough, and Afro, he's going to get taken down as well. It's 13-10. Map number 1 goes to the favor of Dynamo ECLOT as they lead after their own map pick. Monte on Dust 2 are going to have to try harder than this, because this was not enough to start Swiss stage off with a win.
Yeah, not enough, as you said, especially at the end of both of the halves. Good start, but after that, Monte just, I don't know, forgot how to play or something like that. Not the best result for them. With the 22 kills by Dyro in the first map, good result by him. 1.25 AD for that boy, and we'll see what's going to be an performance by Monte on their own pick, because Dynamo ECLOT taking their own pick, and we'll see what Monte gonna show us in the second map of Galaxy Battle Phase 2, which is gonna be Dust 2. And to be honest, like, I don't see Monte a lot of playing this map. And now just looking at the actual TV, only 33% of one round of maps for them, and they played 18 maps there, so
it is risky.
It does not look well.
It does. It really doesn't look good. It begs the question of why they chose Dust 2. Was it a misplay? Was it? Do they have some sort of tactical advantage against Dynamo ECLOT, and they believe that even with the numbers speaking against them, they can do? Because on the other side, they can really consider the fact that Dynamo only played 7 Dust 2s in the past 3 months. It is their least played map by far, and it's maybe the thought process of Monte. They're maybe thinking of, all right, they don't play Dust 2 as much. We can delete them on there, but it is very risky. I have to say that it's not a good situation. I mean, how are you seeing this best of 3? Do you see it like going 2-0 for Dynamo, or is there a chance still for Monte?
And to be honest, like, by looking at this iteration on the maps and all the iteration, especially with the ECLOT perma ban of Nuke, which is, as I probably understand, for Monte right now is the first pick, it does not look well for Monte, to be honest.
We'll see what's going to happen. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 of Galaxy Battle Phase 2 is done. We're going to go for a short break, and we'll be back soon for Dust 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're heading into Dust 2 after a close-fought affair on Ancient. Alexander, how are you doing after that first map? I mean, it was chaotic, it was eventful, but in the end, Dynamo ECLOT took their own map pick.
Yeah, the right word for the first map to describe that was just chaos there. Monte getting first rounds at the both of the halves. The first half at the second, but after that, they didn't manage to finish either the second or second half in their favor, and they got what they deserved. It's 13-10 in the first map, and we'll see what's going to be a Dust 2 for Monte. As I said, after we get into the break, I mean, 32 win rate for Monte on Dust 2, with a 57 for ECLOT on that map. Yeah, to be fair, Monte played like, how many? 11 maps more than ECLOT did. But at the same moment, like, still 32%. Only 2 times slower comparing to the Dynamo ECLOT. We'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen on this Dust 2, especially on the pistol round with the Monte starting on defense and Dynamo ECLOT playing first 12 rounds as terrorist side.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. Not something we see every day, that teams actually choose to play on the T side. I hope that the Czech team does have something in store for us. We saw that blocked smoke from Afro. That's going to give him a lifeline towards short. Ryu starts off quite well. That's a double up on long and lean. Next line of defense of that A bomb site. He's going to have a lot of work to do, but good flash might get him find the frag, and there you go. He finds one. FORZE forced out of the long position, bomb dropped, and now a very difficult situation for the side of Dynamo ECLOT as Monte can play around this, tighten the noose, and get ready to get and claim round number 1. Mikey's going to make it a bit harder, but they still have a lot of work to do if they want to claim the pistol for themselves.
Yeah, and they have Afro from behind already. Was watching Bank, so basically there is no other options for Mikey and FORZE than just fight. They have no chance for leave somewhere. Lean with the first, and FORZE is only 18 HP left. Should be maybe a triple for Lean in this round, or maybe it's gonna be Afro who's gonna take the last kill in this round. Yep, that's gonna be an Afro with the headshot. Good play by Monte on long, double by Rui, double by Lean, and that's a well-deserved round to win for them. Taking the first, but we always need to remember and consider the situation that happened in the first map. Because Monte won the first pistol, they won the second pistol, but after that they won only around 2 or 3 rounds after that pistol, and that was it. After that, Dynamo ECLOT got their hands on, their kills on, and Monte couldn't show some performance that was better than Dynamo ECLOT.
This is also an interesting buy from the Czech side. They decided to invest only in a scout, hoping that these long-range duels of Dust 2 can bring them something. Haji got tagged down to 58 HP, and Lean missed his shot. So this scout still has enough room to work with. He still has a chance to actually find the first frag of the round, and does he find it, could actually snowball the round to the favor of the Dynamo side. Of course, it is expected for this to be a cleanup, as Afro has posted himself on short with that silenced M4, just waiting for the T's to come into his crosshair and claim a few easy frags for him. Also important for Afro to get kills so he can build up money and get the op as soon as possible for himself. Lean, of course, with the SMG, he wants to fight. He's going to get dinked, but he can still actually be battle ready. There's the scout. FORZE, first frag, trying to find more. He's going to find number 1 in the scout. Well, almost got himself in a good position to find 3 in the round, and had that scout managed to find 3, that could have been a very big fight for Monte. In this case, inconsequential, they're still going to have money for the buy, but so is the side of Dynamo.
Yeah, and good headshot. Look at that headshot on such a long range for Lean with MP9. But to be fair, 2 kills by Dynamo ECLOT on Eco with only 1 scout, and we're gonna see, and once again, scout by FORZE. No damage to the wallbang here. No good, not a great start as FORZE wanted for him, but there is 4 AKs already for Dynamo ECLOT with a lot of util. and only one defuse kits for Monte. But I mean, look at the Rui. He has almost $3K, and he did not buy a defuse kit. Same situation with the Gizmo, $2K. Did not buy a defuse kits. Only Afro is the man with the kits. And if Monte will not have enough time in this round, we know who to blame. It's going to be Rui and Gizmo.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where maybe you don't think of buying a kit and your teammate tells you, bro, you got $2,000. Maybe you should have considered buying a diffuse kit. But of course, we'll see if it turns out to be actually important for the side of Monte, as they're playing quite passively and a setup that seems quite good for a moment, or for the moment, as it takes away a lot of the information that Dynamo want to take. Of course, Afro posted up on the boxes, spamming away through that smoke. For now, I'm not going to find anything, but still, we're just waiting for the T's to begin their strike towards A. They still have a lot of utility to work with. Enough mollies to take control of this site, and they're going to use just that and try and get the site. Afro with the peek. He doesn't have anywhere to go. He needs to fight, but he's not going to find anything. The whiff. And FORZE is going to take down Lean. Lean only good for one. This round might be over already, as the CTs are trying to get something, and they do. Dyer is dead with a 3-on-3. There's still a chance for the CT side. Bomb not planted yet, and so little time as they try and get this bomb down. Not going to happen in another round for Monte.
Okay, I was waiting almost the whole round to say don't be loser by diffuser, but okay, Monte got this round. Is 3-0 in their favor. Good start by them on this list too. And Dynamo ECLOT did not plant the bomb. That was huge for them, as they saving right now. Maybe with the, how many Tech 9s they're gonna have? Only 2 Tech 9s, 2 Diggles, and NBQ without even this. So it's gonna be only Glock for him. He's just gonna push long, really? Okay.
Why not?
Okay. He just said hello and then said bye.
Oh, yeah. Oh. So the grenade. That was a meaty HE grenade as it chunked down Reels and Dieter. Almost 100 HP taken, though the Deagle taking heads. And Mikey with the Tech 9. Afro still holding his nerve, but missing his shot. This is horrible for the side of Monte, as Ryu needs to find the frag. He's going to do just that, but he needs to do a lot more, and so does Gizmo. They still have a chance, as they have the presence on both sides of the map, but they need to find multi-frags. Gizmo good for one. He needs to peek them. He needs to fight, but only going to find that one kill. And Ryu, what are you going to do, my friend, when the bomb is planted now and Nubik waiting, just ready to take his head away? Ryu's just going to tuck tail and run. They want to take this gun away from him, and look at Reels already rotating towards short.
And that's an AK. That's the gun that you cannot buy an afford, technically, for city side. He doesn't have this option to buy, so... Or... No way. If he is gonna go for the defuse kits, no. No big, just gonna check him and get the first for Dynamo ECLOT on the A side. And look at the money of Monte. You win 3 rounds in a row, and after that you have $2K average for all of your players. And it's pretty much from 3-0 to 3-3 should be for Dynamo. Look at, okay, such a risky decision by Monte with the FORZE, with the Scout and the MP9 and 3 pistols in round number 5. So basically now, if Dynamo ECLOT wins this round, they're gonna take another one. FORZE? You just forgot how to shoot, or what was it?
Maybe he didn't click, the mouse didn't work. The Reels and the left click is gonna work as Gizmo hits the deck. And they had to invest into this round. First round loss bonus, let's not forget that. Afro with the Scout. He's gonna have to be amazing in this situation, as the T's have all rotated themselves towards long. One to take the A site. Afro doesn't hit the first shot. He needs to make these count. This Scout needs to do damage before he posted up is gonna annihilate him. And they can get to the site. Haji just spamming through the smoke. That 5-7 not finding anything just yet. Still a chance to maybe do some damage, but they're going to need to find the next 2 frags quite quickly if they actually want to do something, and the T's are ready. There you go. Nubik and Mikey taking heads, and they know exactly where Haji is. Mikey might be his executioner, not him. Is going to be Nubik, but the second round in a row for Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, and with that freeze that Monte got in this round number 5, they put a lot of money on that previous round, and now that's should be a tie for Dynamo ECLOT, because if Monte gonna force once again, then I don't even understand why I'm watching this game. Yeah, that's gonna be a save by Monte. That's gonna be a deagle for lean, and that's it. And it seems like they're just either gonna stack mid or just push it at the same timing. Yeah, just gonna stack mid and wait for luck, and for some maybe present or a gift by Dynamo ECLOT. But look at the Mikey already coming to the B side with the Mach 10. Yeah, that's gonna be hard for Monte.
He's gonna get some cash. He's ready with that Mag 10 to get some money. Only $600 though, as Afro is gonna get the kill with the USP, but that presence towards B is just gonna make the T's go to the other site.
Oh, with the flashburn there, Haji gets the kill. Only one for him. It's 2v3 still situation, and Lean in interstate pursuit. Oh, they hit upper head with a molly, so they know about him somewhere in this smoke. Oh, and now he gets burned by molly, but still wins a lot of time with that nade that he's throwing. Bye bye Afro. Oh my goodness. I don't know, in this situation just Lean was shooting so bad, but the same situation Ryuzen wasn't even shooting normally. But still, Dynamo ECLOT gets this round, and from comfortable situation for Monte, it all goes away. It all disappeared. That advantage that they had is 3-3 now, and it's even worse for Monte by looking at the economy of Dynamo ECLOT, because look at the oh my goodness, full pockets for NBQ and FORZE with the money, $8 and more $8 with the entry on. Oh my goodness, Ryuzen with the double on long. Round only started, but it seems like it's over for Monte.
Yeah, they're running rampant. They don't care anymore. They're just collecting kills, not losing a single player in the process, and Haji can only save the 7-4, try and hide in a corner and maybe hope that the T's are going to go his way, but we can already see that Ryuzen is on the A-bomb side and has information for his team. Bomb is going to get picked up and get planted towards A, as they know that Haji is residing on B, and they can even try and hunt him down. Make this M4 fall to the floor, and nothing is going to be allowed for Monte, as Haji's going to get swarmed. And Nubik is playing quite well. 9-3 the scoreline. He has been lacking on Ancient for the side of Dynamo ECLOT. Their victory could have been a lot more confident had they had Nubik fragging out, and he's doing really well on Dust too.
Yeah, and Monte, I mean, it's just all the same. Like, I have like a fact of the same that we're watching, not the Dust 2. It's like Ancient.
Yeah.
It's just the same situation. Monte winning the pistol round, winning the second, winning the eco, and then winning some maybe buy round and half buy round, and that's it. After that, we did not see a lot of Monte on Ancient, and with the 4 rounds in a row by Dynamo ECLOT, we don't see Monte on Dust 2 either.
The thing is, Monte, they have a system. Even though they don't have their standard IGL, we spoke about Ryuzen stepping in as the organization wants to try different things without eLive, who was their in-game leader so far, up until a few days ago. So they are a team that knows what they're doing. They are a team that plays quite good CS when it comes to tactics, so this has been expected. Lean takes down 2 heads with that 5-7. That's a bit of damage dealt toward the economy of Dynamo, but you already mentioned they're really splashing the cash. They have a lot of money available, so losing 2 rifles is not really too important to them. And this round is all but over unless Afro makes a heroic play with that dig. Missed shot from FORZE could cause Afro to actually have a chance in this round. The backstab from Diter, though, is going to take him down, and only Gizmeat to remain. Bomb planted on B. Gizmeat knows that this round is over, but he can consider taking a rifle. He knows that 2 guns are available on mid. Should he find the frags, he is going to find one, and it's a 2-round lead for the Czech side.
Yeah, but two-round lead, but look at the money. As you also said here, I mean, it was round number 8 that just finished right now. We're gonna have round number 9, 10, 11, and 12 on this half. And Dynamicot has enough money, even if they're gonna lose from now 3 in a row, they're still gonna have a buy in the round number 4. I mean, the only one possible way in which they're not gonna have a buy in this round, in that last round of the half, if they're gonna buy 5 ops next round and they're just gonna keep buying all. But
yeah,
that's, to be honest, and to be fair, that's not possible. So Monte in this situation, after they won and got great start.
Oh yeah.
Nothing else.
Monte looking for an answer, and they need to find it in this round. Otherwise, we might see Dynamo escaping with Dust 2 and running away with this first half. Haji trying to be the guy, trying to be the hero, gonna get smoked off, and so is Afro. The Frenchman need to reposition, both of them rather, need to find different positions to play from. 1:05 on the clock as Dynamo are setting their sight toward the A-bomb site. Lean sees 2 players, he can pull back, and he's gonna have enough time to actually position himself to defend this side. But look at this, the bomb is toward B. I'm very curious to see where Dynamo want to end this round.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a huge decision for them to take right now in these few seconds. It seems like they're going to go towards A, but 3 of the Monte players were on long. Now, they kind of rotating, and those rotations probably going to play better for Dynamicot. Oh, they missed that molly. Mikey missed the molly, and they're just gonna go towards mid with a... Yep, there's gonna be B for them. Oh my goodness. NBQ. Haji. Good morning, Haji. Really? It's only 1 on B to survive. Only 1 kill for him. And Dynamicot somehow probably gonna win this round because 3v3 and the bomb is planted on B side. And as I said, as I saw a lot of statistics about this B side, it's the hardest position to retake and plan to retake on all of the 7 maps that we have. So Monte also know these statistics, and they're just gonna go for safe.
They don't really have another choice, right? They don't have a kit, not enough utility to even muster up the retake. Otherwise, they probably could have tried it, but the fact that they don't have the time to position themselves simply means that this is a no contest round. I'm very curious to hear the comms from the side of Monte and how Haji had no idea that the T's are coming from mid, because that was an easy frag for Dynamo ECLOT. That's sent Monte on a downward spiral. Look at that. And only 1 defending the side. Easy trade, round done.
The question is like, because we were supposed to hear him. Rui was almost in default of the B side. And I don't know, you gotta have headphones somewhere in the other room to don't hear those steps on middle, because they were just running. They did not sit, they were fully running without even stopping on that mid. But Haji was still waiting for someone to come from upper tunnel, got killed from middle. It's 3-6, with the Monte taking finally first tactical pause, not on Dust 2. That's a first tactical pause overall for them in this game, because we did not see any of the ideas and timeouts by them on Ancient.
Yeah, that was weird, right? Not taking a tactical timeout in so many situations where you probably could have benefited from it. That was very odd, and ultimately it probably had something to do with them losing the map. FORZE just posted with that up. He just wants to wait and lean. Curious. Double up setup is gonna pay dividends as Afro finds first blood. Located towards B, all the T's, and Haji in lower. This is a good play from Monte. They decided to change things up, and that could be profitable. Oh, look at this. Nobody's looking at it, and that's 1, and the other is at the weight. He's gonna take out Reels, and it's just a cleanup. Mikey, the only one to remain for the tease, as the bomb is in no man's land, and to be honest, so is Mikey. He needs to isolate duels, gets dinked, and Haji wants to end this. It's lean to finish the round, and finally a round for Monte, as Dynamo were on a 6-round streak. Monte getting something, getting an answer, and that's a start.
That's why I'm always telling them that the tactical pause or timeouts such an important thing, because now they changed the plan. They had 2 sniper rifles. I don't know why they have only 1 in this round, but it worked well for them playing with the double op on round number 10. It's gonna be kind of oh, Afro with the push.
Oh, yeah.
Now you see Monte playing aggressively, and that worked well for them. Now they got the entry kill, and previous they got also an entry and they won a round. Maybe they're gonna get another one for themselves, and at least round number 5 for them is gonna be a good finish of this half, even if it's gonna be 5-7.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still Counter-Strike to be played up until the end of the first half of Dust 2. That first frag could be very crucial. Dido finds one, gets traded back right away, but the attack goes towards A, and the bomb is going to get planted. It's going to be a 3v4 post-plant situation, but the T's have wasted all of their utility so far. They need to plant the bomb as soon as possible and put themselves in positions where they can guard the site. The CT side, on the other hand, can take its sweet time getting ready for this retake. With 5 flashes available and a man advantage, this is a good situation still for Monte.
Yeah, and 3 defuse kits for Monte players. That's a chance for them. And double plus double setup from long and short. Oh no, from City, my bad. Haji. And DQ with the first. No, Ryu and Hachi with the double, and Haji is gonna finish this round with Monte taking round number 5. With the diffusion C4, it's gonna be enough time for them. They're gonna pick up some guns, some extra nades. And 5-6, good recovery by Monte, even if it's gonna be a win for ECLOT in this half. After they lost 6 rounds in a row, for me to be honest, it already seemed like Monte are not in the best shape, and you don't have to, let's be honest, after you lost the first map, and after you won 3 rounds at the start of the second map, and then you're losing 6 in a row, your confidence not going to be on high level.
But they are playing with confidence from what we've seen in the past 2 rounds. I mean, the aggression at the start of the round kind of steamrolled them to success. And also on the side of Dynamo, I mean, with so much money you had 2 rounds ago, if this ends as a tied result at the half, Dynamo are not going to be happy. Like, they know that this half could have gone better.
It could even be 3-9 maybe in favor of Czech boys.
Yeah.
But it's close to the draw. With the 4C, oh, got a damage, minus 56 HP against Haji, who was trying to survive. I mean, was trying to not suffer any damage with the jump, but that jump did not help for the French boy. With the 1 minute and 35 seconds, Dynamo ECLOT are going with the 3 guys into the lower, and look at the Afro against FORZE. Who's gonna win that op fight?
Afro, he should not face this. He just needs to hold his angle, hold his nerve, and that's going to be the case. He knows that it would be dangerous to take a few steps to the right, taking that C4 and going toward B, with 3 players defending that B bomb side. This is going to be an interesting turn of events, as this round number 12 could prove to have a few twists and turns. I'm very curious to see what Mike is going to do in this position. There's always the chance of him jumping towards CT and making a Hail Mary push to clean out mid, but this could be a meat grinder for Dynamo ECLOT, as they're going towards that B-bomb site, defended by 3 players on the side of Monte. Molotov comes in as Ryu is in trouble, but he's gonna find the first frag and looking for more. Gets traded away, but still so many defenders on this site, they can just take the attackers down, and they do just that. As Mikey and FORZE the only ones to remain. 20-ish seconds on the clock. They managed to find two frags in quick succession. Still a chance. Afro with the hit. And it's only FORZE with the op, trying to find something, but not going to find anything. It's 6-6 on the half as Monte saved themselves in the first half of Dust 2. A lot of work left to do if they want to win this best of 3, but this is a good start. Tying together 3 rounds, not bad.
Yeah, that's for sure a lot of work and passion to put in this game for Monte to win. I mean, they gotta have a lot of hard work to win this Dust 2. Not even talking about the best of 3 here. But now we're gonna have a case and some lucky guy who's gonna win this skin by Galaxy, and that's gonna be Azot with the famous rapid eye movement. Congrats.
Congrats, Iza. I would assume he was hoping for a bit more, but rapid eye movement, I mean, as FAMAS skins go, not a bad one indeed. I assume he has been hoping to get a knife or something like that. Maybe try your luck another time, as throughout the broadcast, you're going to have a few more chances to get a nice skin for yourself. Of course, if you want to participate in the giveaway, you know the new rules. You need to spend your Twitch points and buy the Galaxy Case key. It is free for you. You just need to watch the stream.
I already got, like, for this 1 hour that we were watching the game, I already got around 800 points or something like that. So it's basically you're watching one map, you're getting those points, you're spending them, then watching once again map, and you're getting those points once again. But now,
what?
not about the points with the root. What?
That's insane. What the hell was that? I want to see that in slow-mo production. Can you please do that after the round ends? Because that was not something you see every day. A few clicks of the mouse, and he gets 4 kills to his name in the pistol round. As of course, Monte need to get the pistols, and Ryu's looking for that ace. And he's not gonna find it as Afro takes it away. But Ryu, the hero, that was brilliant.
Wow. I still don't have any. What was it? We need this slow-mo. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Ryu is the man. Ryu is the hero.
Yeah, he's
maybe
the main character.
After that, maybe he needs to play only with the Glock. He doesn't need that AK. Ryu, throw this AK away. You need only Glock with those headshots, especially with the ECLOT that don't have a second. I mean, Kevlar. They only have a first armor. Oh, okay. Dyer has a second armor, but 3 of the players of Dynamo ECLOT with the first armor, and that's a force actually by Czech boys here. With the Scout, with the MP9s, but still good situation for Monte.
Stacking B is the side of Dynamo ECLOT. 4 guys are going to be defending that part of the map with, of course, Reelzen, the only one sort of sacrificing himself. And we've seen Reelzen on the previous map as well. He takes those positions that are really not the best in terms of course, getting good numbers for yourself. But somebody needs to do that dirty work, and he is the man for that job at the current state of affairs. It seems that Monte are hitting the right side as they are grouping themselves on short. And if they do that, they can just easily plant the bomb. And I would assume that Dynamo ECLOT are not even going to think about getting some exit frags, just save these guns for the next round where they're not going to invest at all. So it is going to be the 8th round for Monte as they bounce themselves back. Don't forget, it is the 5th consecutive round they won.
Yeah, that's... Because comparing what was happening in action, there was kind of roller coaster. And now, this map is all about the win streak. Monte got 3 rounds in a row. After that, we saw, how many? 5 rounds by Dynamo ECLOT. Now it's already, as you said, 5... Yeah. Or was it... Okay, it doesn't matter. Monte taking this round. It's gonna be a save for Dynamo ECLOT. With the FORZE, with this... Oh. Okay, FORZE was so close to get the headshot, but did not manage to find the hat. Haji... Ooh. Nice pick by Dyer.
All right.
But they still not gonna get that Galil, unfortunately, for defense.
Well, still, they're going to have a few guns available in this round, be a threat, be a danger. And Reelson, if he wants to, he can invest in a 5-7, still be able to do some damage. For now, only a smoke bot on him. As Monte are in the driver's seat of Dust 2, and we've spoken about Dust 2. It is the least played map for the side of Dynamo ECLOT. Only 7 in the past 3 months. I mean, comparable to other maps, they've played 42 Mirage games in the past 3 months, and that's saying something about Dust 2. As we can, even though their numbers are good and the Monte numbers are bad, that is probably the reason why Monte chose Dust 2 as their pick, because they know that Dynamo ECLOT don't really play a lot of Dust 2.
Yeah, and like just coming back in the time, and remember the situation in which we did not have a VRS. It was like, I don't know, for the especially with, yeah, I think the Blast Paris Major was a good show, and the way in which a lot of teams that was greening on tier 2 or 3 level, they were playing a lot of maps, and they could just play every map and they would not have a problems. Same situation with Dynamo ECLOT, grinding 5 maps, and Dust 2 is like their 6th map, in which they didn't have a lot of time to play. If we're talking about HLG, for sure we know that they have procs and all that stuff, but procs in the official game, it's way different feelings.
Yeah.
Experience for them. Should be another one for Monte, because Dynamo ECLOT just stacked a site, but at the same time Monte just went for B, and Afra is gonna plant the bomb with the 5-5 situation. No kills, no damage, and no fights in this round by both of the teams.
Yeah, but in this case, unlike the previous round, Dynamo ECLOT can throw themselves toward the attackers, try and get the kills, try and get the money, and they're doing just that. Nubik, $600 extra to his name. Reelson with the USP can't really hope to do much, but his teammates are still looking for those exits. And taking away these rifles could be pretty important for the side of ECLOT. Oof, Mikey just gonna get slapped down. Didor gets one, so it's 2 rifles taken away. Not bad by the side of Dynamo, but a 3-round lead for Monte, and they're going to be pretty happy with that.
It seems like Dynamo ECLOT gonna have such an important round on this map. With the AWP, with the 3... Oh, wait. Wait, what? Didor bought an M4, and then he regret his choice, and he refounded an M4 to take the MP9. That's, to be honest, like seems like kind of weird by Dynamo ECLOT. Yeah, they're saving their money, but I don't think that's the right time on the score 6-9 to go for such a decision with the playing. They have 3 normal rifles and then 2 SMGs. That could play a huge situation, not in their favor, but also might work well for Didor and Reelson. We'll see. Afro on middle.
Yep. Posted up with that up. One step too far, and he could get shot down. It's a very slow round so far, as the side of Monte are just poking and prodding on every part of the map, hoping to catch somebody. Peek, good flash from Didor. Mikey, easy frag to take down Afro. And that tosses a wrench to the gears of the side of Monte, as Dynamo take control of this round. Just for now, though. FORZE posted towards Car with that op. He's going to have a lot of work to do, and that op is going to get tested soon enough, with the T's planning on striking toward the A-bomb site. Utility ready. Reelson in the meantime takes down Ryu, and things are starting to complicate. That op can completely destroy them if they continue. There's Mikey. That's one frag. FORZE gets taken down, and so does Mikey. So there's still a chance now for the T side.
Yes, still a chance, but with the lean pushing that short, that was so unnecessary by him. He just left his teammate, which is Haji, 1v3 with the bomb planted against 3 enemies that's pushing from short, and NBQ with an MP9 headshot, finishing this round, gets such an important win for Dynamo ECLOT that keeps them in play and gives them a chance to still fight for this dust too. And now they're gonna save also an op because we see Ryuzen waiting for the defuse and for Dieter and NBQ to find both sniper rifles. That's an interesting choice because we gotta I need to mention that when Monte played the round with the two ops, that was so confident by them. That was such an, to be honest, easy round, and no pressure was at all on Monte hands. We'll see how FORZE and NBQ was gonna work with that AWPs. Maybe they're gonna get another one.
Opper's Paradise is dust too. Let's see if the ops can do some work. Opera posted with his op towards long. I love this smoke. Completely destroys a molly thrown toward double doors, and what started as a gimmick is now standard practice, even in Face-It pugs, not only in professional play. As they're going to slow the tempo of this round. They took control of long, and that's an important piece of information. As Dynamo want to take long back. With that smoke thrown from the T's, the CT side don't really have a Strata grasp, so they decided to go back. And Monte are just waiting. At the end of the day, it seems like we have an A split in store, which kind of only resides on the defenders of how they can take control of short, because it is standard practice. If you lose control of long, you need short control. Otherwise, you're just going to get pinched on that A side, and you can't really defend it. And that's why they're focusing on short so much, because they know long is taken, and they can only defend the site from short. Though, Mikey, a bit overzealous, manages to find that frag. The T's rotated so far. Didor, oh, look at that. Spraying and praying, running and gunning. Guns down Ryu, gets traded back. But that's a lot of info, and now what are Monte going to do?
Not a lot of things to do, because Mikey with an 8 here, that's going to be a normal amount of damage. With the Ryuzen especially sitting here, they're not expecting to see another one on short. Yeah, and Ryuzen going to get the first and second. It's all about Afro. There's no chances, and who's even going to get killed by FORZE. And as I said, Monte had such an easy round when they had two sniper rifles. The same happened now with the Dynamo ECLOT in defense. Only one kill dealt from Monte, and that kill was not important at all. It's 8-9, and it seems, at least it should be, and I predict that Dynamo ECLOT is gonna win this round. We're gonna see a tie once again, and it's kind of giving me flashbacks from Ancient with the Mikey. Ooh, what a headshot!
Oh yeah, Mikey starts off quite well. Also, the Deagle hit the floor, so now the best piece of equipment that Monte even had in this round is not available to them. Only Glocks there, and Nubik ready to receive. Deagle taken by Ryu. We'll see what that pistol can do, as Nubik. Not the best position to be in when you're an Opera, when you need to kind of watch for two angles at the same time, but no problem for Nubik as he uses that op to his advantage. Bit of trouble for Mikey, but that Glock is really not going to do a lot of damage, and it, as you said, it is going to be a tied game after so many rounds played. 18 rounds played, 9 each for these two sides, and Dynamo ECLOT fighting back. They don't want this best of 3 to go the train.
I don't know, like, as I said in the previous round, that just completely gives me a flashbacks, and it reminds me full situation that happened on Ancient. Monte won a few first rounds in the second half. They were leading, they had better economy, but after that Dynamo ECLOT took a few rounds and made the score 10-10, and the economy situation for those teams were just same as it is right now. And as we know, Dynamo ECLOT in the previous iteration on Ancient won that map. Right. Maybe it's gonna be a win for them on that too, but we'll see. NBQ pushed lower tunnel, kind of interesting aggression, especially solo with the op.
Oh, love this play. As Nubik gets away with murder, Real Zen wants too much, though finds a frag. And now it's a two-man advantage, maybe an unnecessary push from Didor, as they had a two-man lead, no reason to regress, and now puts his team in a slightly uncomfortable situation.
Mikey probably heard Hajim running here. There's probably gonna be an extra information for defense. And look at that, yep. Now just Mikey gonna give an information about Rui. Should at least should give it if he's gonna hurt him. Yep, he's gonna even kill him. It's 2v4 with the 30 seconds left. Haji and Afro, French duo left alive with the 20 seconds left in this round with low amount of chances, but Haji and Afro get some kills. But look at Rilzen, he's still a huge problem for that duo.
Do they know? Now they know. They have the idea of where Rilzen is and just enough time to plant the bomb. That was close. That was on edge. And Nubik knows that he can't do anything. How did this round avoid going into the hands of Dynamo ECLOT? That is the question. Nubik still wants to commit, but he's just gonna get shot. Oh, what the hell? Afro, that's a whiff and a half, and Nubik, he still has a chance. Haji on half HP, but he's gonna peek and gets his team back in the lead.
Afro was, after he got that kill, I mean, probably in that situation when he faced the guy with AK, he said already, okay, bye-bye, see you next round. He was already flying to the heaven. But after that, he got the kill and was running so confident and got killed easily by the last Monte player. It's another tactical pause by Dynamo ECLOT, second for them, used on this map. And they have enough money to buy in this round. And probably gonna have at least half of them gonna have enough money to buy the next one if they're gonna have a problems in that one. But talking about Monte and their money, even though they won the round, it's gonna be a Galil for Rui and Gizmi. Probably gonna be also Galil for Lean. Haji gonna have enough money to buy an AK and armor a few nades. Oh, he's gonna have a full nade. He's already bought an armor. But still 3 Galils for Monte, and talking about the firepower. Firepower is on the Czech side. It's on the side of Dynamo ECLOT.
Absolutely. But they're going to be kicking themselves for losing the previous round. And the coach, or the in-game leader, he's probably slamming Dieter during that tech pause. Knowing that that really could have gone into the hands of Dynamo ECLOT and snowballed this game into their favor. Still a chance, though, as even though Monte do have a one-round lead, they are sort of in the back seat of this game unless they can win this round with Galils.
And what's the plan for Monte? It seems like it's just gonna go, they're gonna just go 5. Catwalk to short. And probably it's gonna be, maybe it seems like it's gonna be an easy round for some of the side here. Oh, that's a huge information. Whoa, my goodness. Minus around 70 HP. Oh, what the nade by Mikey Kobe, by him forcing nice sniper kill. And it seems like Monte gonna have a huge problems in round number 20.
Oh yeah, Mikey, he's just doing damage even though he is low. Dieter takes the head off of Rio, and Afro, a consolation prize. That kill gets legged. Tags FORZE as well, and that's an interesting off battle if I've ever seen one. Looked like an anime fight. But Afro, really defenseless in this situation. It was just a question of who's going to get the kill, and after 20 rounds, it is still tied on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's a memorable situation to see, with the Oppers getting, both of them getting and damage on the leg of your enemy. First it was FORZE, then Afro got the damage, and finally he got the kill after that. But only one, and that's it for him in this round. And for Monte, they just lost previous one. And look at the economy, SSH. Even though they won the round number 19, it's a huge problem in round number 21 with the Mikey, with the first, and it should be just a farm with the reels and with a double nade kill. an easy round for Dynamo ECLOT. And now, in the crucial situation of the map, and in such an important to win this best of 3 maybe for them, they taken an advantage with the 11-10. Yeah, only one round in their favor, but one an important round for their confidence, and especially looking at the economy of Monte, which is not good at all.
Absolutely. As you said, the repeat of Ancient. Similar situation we've seen there as well. As Monte again are trying to find an answer. Maybe a quick play, but a quick play made by Nubik as well as he's posted up on top mid. They're searching for him. They're thinking about it, contemplating the fact that the CTs could have played this aggressively, but the position from the CT side is absolutely insane and completely annulling the position that Ryu has taken. He's waiting for somebody to aggress from tunnels, but yet nothing's going to happen with that. So technically this is a 5v4 at the moment as Ryu's just playing the lurk, but that lurk is going to be completely inconsequential. The T's need to get to the A bomb side, but so many CTs posted up. This is going to be a meat grinder, a blender. They're walking in. And they are walking quite slowly towards it. They're going to have to hit their shots and click heads if they want to get this bomb down. And Ryu is still just waiting. Mikey, first blood drawn. Flash is falling. FORZE waiting. And Didor wants to fight. Not going to find anything, though. Mikey gets the frags needed. Haji only one as an answer, but they're not going to find anything other than that as the T's have fallen. Ryu clicking quite well. He finds two and maybe gives himself a chance in this round, but he's going to have to work fast. With 20 seconds on the clock, he knows that this round is over and it's going to be 2 match points for Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, I mean, Rui was just sitting all around close to the B side. And to be honest, like, what was the plan for him? I would understand if he was saying sitting close to the lower tunnels to go into the middle and get the kills from city side. But when the call is going for long on dash 2, and he's sitting just close to the B side in B corner of upper tunnel, I have a lot of questions to that plan in this round. For Monte coach, or it's either was the call of the Gizmi. I don't know whose the idea was it, but that was a terrible idea to leave Rui there on B side. And we'll see. 2 match points, as you said, for Dynamo ECLOT here. And FORZE not gonna be able to get the entry kill with the op.
Oh, there you go. Good on the repeat as Ryu takes down Realzen, and they also see a player towards CT. Changing the pace might pay dividends. Mikey wants to break that smoke, and then he's going to do just that, but not broken well enough, though. On the readjust, Lean falls back into an advantage for the CT side. And the bomb can't really get to the site just yet, as Haji's getting spammed through the smoke. Afro gets us back to a 3v3 and gets an AK for his troubles. Bomb planted. Mikey aggressing, but that's not going to help him. As Monte are fighting back, and they're still in this.
Where was Mikey jumping there? That was kind of funny to see. Dyer might get a kill, one, and he got the information about the second, though. And Monte just giving some chances for Czech boys here to win this round. Yeah, there is a guy inside, and they probably not gonna spike him. Okay, FORZE get the kill against Afro. It's all about Haji. It's all about the Frenchman who's gonna die, and that's it for Monte on this map. They had advantage, they had everything, they had bomb planted, they had positions, but they are picking and dying 13-10 in favor of Dynamo ECLOT, which are taking 2-0 win and equal score on the first ancient, and then on the second, that's 2 by Dynamo ECLOT. GG's.
Yeah. The team from the Czech Republic moves to the 1-0 bracket, and Monte might be kicking themselves for the chances missed as they had opportunities to take Ancient as well as Dust 2. 13-10 means that it was a close fought affair, but map 3 not needed. The first best of 3 of Galaxy Battle Phase 2, the opener is over as Dynamo ECLOT take their victory. And quite well played, as you said. GG's for what they've done. The crucial rounds, the most important ones, went into their favor, and they played quite well to secure this victory. And hopefully we'll see good things yet to come from this team.
Yeah, and to make a conclusion of this map, it's well-deserved win by Dynamo ECLOT. They used all of the Monte mistakes. So much mistakes by Ukrainian organization and European squad there. And if you want to win the game, it's not only about the pistol rounds and few first rounds of the half. It's all about finishing the game. You can win like 11 rounds or 12 rounds, but still not gonna be able to win this only one round. That would happen in Monte game. Yeah, they were not close to one round to win, but it was a good situation overall on Answer for them on Dust 2. But at the end, it's 13-10 on both maps by Dynamo ECLOT, and that is the G. It's 0-1 stars for Monte and a good start with a 1-0 score on Galaxy Battles Swiss stage for Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, and as you said, it was quite strange the fact that Monte won all the pistols in this best of three and still failed to convert a single map. I mean, it's not something you see every day, but on the other hand, we saw Dynamo ECLOT play really well in the full buys, especially on Dust 2 when they picked up the double op. It worked quite well for them, and sort of the most important moments went into their favor, even though Monte had some really good individual plays that led to a few clutches, that led to some good moments. In the end, it wasn't enough. And that's it for our first best of three of Galaxy Battle Phase 2. Of course, 3 more best of threes are left for today, so a lot of Counter-Strike action here. However, we will be taking a long break before our next best of 3, which will be CYBERSHOKE versus Sashi. An interesting one, and I really can't wait for that to start. Sadly, we're going to go on a long break, and we'll be back with more Counter-Strike. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. CYBERSHOKE and Sashi will be our second best of three of today. I'm Luba, and now I'm joined by Davis, or Twist, better known. How are you doing, man? You got a chance to wake up, grab some coffee, and watch some Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I'm well rested. Let's just say that. I'm here for the second game. As you said, CYBERSHOKE, Sashi, I mean, things are just getting started, so this is always kind of fun to see kind of where the teams stand. There's been a little bit of a break. We've expected maybe different things from both teams, but at the end of the day, it's just the first best of three. Like, it's okay if you don't show up on the first map. That's often what happens sometimes. We can see actually one of the players has left for a brief pause, perhaps, so, still waiting to get in the server. The rest is warming up, and CYBERSHOKE, well, they've been climbing the ranks. They certainly have been climbing the ranks, number 78th in the world, 66th according to the Valve rankings, and I think this would be a great tournament for them to kind of push the ranking a little bit higher, just make sure that they get in that favorable spot. On the other side of things, we have Sashi, which is a Danish powerhouse indeed. They've also actually been doing well, although last 2-3 weeks, maybe the performance has been a little bit off. So it'll be interesting to see what they can bring to the table. I think this is a very much 50-50 match, but I'm interested to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as a 50-50 match. I mean, when we see the results of the teams in the previous weeks, of course, Sashi, as you mentioned, they've been up and down, though they are on a good run with 4 wins in a row, so they're hoping to get 5 in this match. And CYBERSHOKE, I never know what to expect from them, honestly. They are a team that we can see play some really good Counter-Strike, but at times they make mistakes that I don't really think that a team of their caliber should be making. Moving on to the map, Vito, of course, Inferno, and Dust 2 are maps we won't be watching, and that was sort of expected. CYBERSHOKE's map pick is Mirage, which we also can say that we kind of thought that should be the case, and a punish pick of Nuke by Sashi, definitely something that they can thrive on. Moving on, in case we need it, the decider will be Ancient, and I'm seeing this as a 50-50 matchup, though I do need to give a bit of an edge to CYBERSHOKE. Not only is the map pool soothing them at this particular moment, also when we check previous results, they have outplayed Sashi in the past.
Yeah, I mean, stats are stats. Whenever I've tried to kind of look at the stats and go, well, this should happen, I've pretty much always been proven wrong, so I think we're going to just take it slowly, start with the pistol, see where that goes, a lot of times, again, for gamers, perhaps this is a morning game, like it's certainly not an evening game where your aim is that warmed up, so it could take a couple of rounds to get there. And seems like for CYBERSHOKE, it will be a rather slow approach towards A. They do have some players towards mid as well, so we're going to take mid control and then go for the split. Phenomen catches Becky off guard, who pushed to the smoke. Now Lavicus pushes it and it just all falls apart. God damn, CYBERSHOKE. Alright, somebody has woken up and ready to play. 4 down, Cabby spotted. That's a clean shot, but nothing else will be brought to the table. And CYBERSHOKE have found the first, a very dominant one at that.
Oh yeah, guns a-blazing as CYBERSHOKE. They actually picked the wrong side because there was not one defender on B, but they still steamrolled Sashi, and they seem to have warmed up quite well coming into this best of 3. They seem to be ready on Mirage, and I was going to say, I mean, in case the teams aren't warmed up, well, you can't really pick a better map than Mirage to kind of test your aim and see who's going to come out as a victor in that scenario.
Yeah, the aim looked good. There were some favorable gun duels, like the smoke push maybe kind of worked out in CYBERSHOKE's favor, but Sashi now will be pushed back to the USPs. I don't think B site will even be anywhere close to the final destination here for CYBERSHOKE. So as they pretty much waste the util and waste the mollies, they will be finding a completely open site. Lavicus, yeah, deals with the problem. That could have been the only issue in this round, really. Now he's a little bit hungry for more.
He's asking for a beatdown as that AK is quite isolated. The CTs, even if they get the kill, they probably can't get the rifle, but still, Lavicus not really in the best situation you want to be in when you have an AK. Probably good to send the Galil over there, and they're going to lose 1 rifle. Other than that, it should be a clean and easy round. Doubling their score line and getting to 2, converting the pistol 1. Well done from CYBERSHOKE. Let's see what Sashi are bringing to the table now that they can actually muster up a buy. I mean, if it's not going to be the best, as the buy right after an eco, after losing the pistol, isn't. Like, you're going to have rifles, but you're not going to have all the utility. You're not going to have diffuse kits. You're not even thinking about getting that big rain to start things out. But we'll see if they can kind of start this map quite well in the first buy round.
Yeah, especially given that this is CYBERSHOKE's pick. Sashi would love to start off strong, right? If you're like 0 to 5 down, your opponent's pick, like that can really unravel quickly. And it is one of the maps that they'll actually have an easier chance converting. Like if this goes to Ancient, like, yeah, if you look at the win rates, not looking too good. I think for Sashi, if they want to win this, the easiest way would be winning 2 to 0. And that maybe sounds, well, yeah, duh, but, you know,
Yeah.
Ancient will be difficult, at least. So Mirage is where it's at, and seems like the B bomb site is where CYBERSHOKE want to slowly but surely move these resources towards. Still waiting for the mid aggression to take control of short, but Cabby is in a pretty good position to, 1, hear the info, and 2, deny some of them. Nice shot by Phenomen though. Now next up in line, Cabby only gets 1, and that leaves only 1 defender of the B bomb site. A bit of a miscommunication maybe there. Lucky gets 1, well, for free. And actually a player advantage for Sashi now. Bomb is stuck, isolated low. Natineki has to get this frag. And he has just lost the timing. Zyphon gets a frag, and Natineki goes down as well. That's CYBERSHOKE. Unable to do much in the first rifle.
Yeah, they wanted to change the pace, make it a bit quicker, but after getting that 2-for-1 trade, probably would have been the better idea to snuff out some intel and figure out what's going on the map, as Sashi punished them for playing a bit too fast in this particular situation. And not only did they punish them result-wise getting the round, look at the buy now on the CYBERSHOKE. They decided to go straight towards an eco, and don't forget, first round loss bonus, it's not going to give them a lot of money for the next one, so they're going to have to think things through when it comes to actually buying stuff with $1,900 only available, or rather an extra after this round, unless this AK does something, which it seems that it's not going to do as it falls to the ground. Great spray from Zyphon and Cabby. It's going to be a cleanup of mid and a fast tied game. 2 quick rounds from Sashi.
Looking really solid. Good spray from Zyphon. This is, I think, one of the things that maybe takes some time to get on point when you've been playing your first game, but I guess the boys have been on some aim warm-up servers. Looking solid, 2 to 2. They get the chance now to break CYBERSHOKE's economy once again. And CYBERSHOKE look to send all players towards that B/mid area, so I guess they want to make up for what happened in the third round. Try the same strategy. They did great to open up short. The problem really, I don't even know, like they tried to push from apps and it didn't work out, so maybe a repeat of that. They do have a Palace Lurk though. So keeping options open.
Yeah, possibly. Can't really expect a lot from Natineki in this position, just waiting for somebody to make an extra step and maybe punish a player for wanting to be too aggressive, too overzealous, or searching for intel in a situation where it's not advised. Coming into phase 2, of course, we've changed the giveaway rules. You're not writing in chat anymore, you're just applying your points toward the Galaxy Case key. It's completely free. You just get the points by watching the stream, and after about 1 map, you have enough to actually participate in the giveaway, and some nice skins are there on the line. There's the attack, and there's the quick kill. 1 for 1 if we count the entire map, so there's still a chance for Sashi to muster up a retake, especially with Becky coming on the flank. Trigger discipline is there. Natineki is not going to watch, and he's going to get his head blown off. Now an uncomfortable situation for the T's, as they have many angles they need to hold. Bomb ticking, waiting for the smoke. Iceberg could be the next point of contact, though doubling up is the defense of that site, so Iceberg could be in trouble. Becky's still waiting. The pincer is coming in, but they need to hurry up as the bomb is ticking. Iceberg, good timing, and it's going to be a quick cleanup. 3 kills in quick succession to actually make this retake quite easy.
Yeah, that's a really great play by Iceberg there. Not over-aggressing, waiting to smoke out, even tucking in the corner. right? He knows once the smoke fades, they're expecting somebody on the other side, and when they don't spot him, he just strikes at the perfect time. Yeah, look at that timing. That's just a little bit of a tilter for Blixie as well. So I think CYBERSHOKE maybe not in the best headspace right now after losing 3 rounds in such fashion. And as I said, even with the bomb plant, they'll still have their economy in ruins. So Tech 9s, certainly we've seen plenty of rounds like this. Me and Max even called this the Galaxy Special. And what better place to go for than the B side? Just a quick B rush, all out. Iceberg is flashed off the angle. They're on the side already, and Iceberg has to get a frag out of here. The Tech 9 is close, get some more damage in, but the team is there. Blixie's headshot is as well, and that's the side clean opened up. The AK will be able to pick up as well. Never mind. There's Lucky, and they still have not gotten the plant, so good idea to get on the site. What is happening right now? Flash comes in, Cabby with one back, and it's Phenomen in 1v2. Cabby low, so one headshot would do it, but they're going to play together. Has to pick up the bomb. Now they know where he is, and he can't pick up a rifle either. Oh, damn, that's a clean headshot. Waiting for the second. Zyphon tries to get in the damage. 100 HP on him, 16 on Phenomen. He tries to pick up the rifle, he does. One headshot is all he needs. 40 seconds or so left as he peeks out. That's a 1v2 clutch from Phenomen. And that's an insane way to finish off the round. It was a 1v2, my man had a P250.
Yeah, and 16 points of health. 15 at the last moment. And he managed to get the clutch. This is not something that Sashi should have given away, though he decided to take it. And Phenomen is playing quite well. He found a few impact frags as well during this map. 6 and 4, not the scoreline, of course, that is mind-boggling, but still, with the importance of his frags, CYBERSHOKE can be quite happy with his performance so far. After 6 rounds played, the score is tied. Let's see who's gonna get the lead. Big Green in the hands of Lucky. Breaks the smoke, not finding anything behind it, though. And another slower round play for CYBERSHOKE. I expected maybe they want to go into the face of that upper, take the control of mid as soon as possible. Quite late control of mid taken right now. And possibly thinking about a push towards short, though with 2 players towards A. It beckons that the A site seems to be their final destination. They do need to go back for the C4, though. Let's not forget that. With 60 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to wrap back around, and it's currently not a situation you want to be in, especially that you've given so much information already to the CT side. Glowing, a little bit of damage. Lucky gets the frag with that op. Now things are starting to be a bit more complicated as Phenomen goes toward that C4, but they're going to have to hurry up and take control of this site, which is not going to be easy with so many defenders around it.
The bomb has been retrieved. Glowing will hit the headshot. Lucky now gets one back, and Glowing is trapped with 3 HP. He still gets the shot off. And that's a 2v4 that now you maybe have a chance to convert. Phenomen will spot the CD player, but this is a difficult clear given that there's sandwich play coming up. Phenomen still hits the headshot, but Lucky is there to refrag. And Sashi do secure a round that was theirs to begin with. With the things that we're seeing right now, I feel like we're watching like an elimination game. Like you can kind of see the nerves on both sides, right? A lot of chaos. That previous round was just as chaotic as it gets, and in this one, some sprinkles of chaos are in there as well. But ultimately, Sashi do convert. And before we started, you said that CYBERSHOKE maybe is the team that oftentimes perform well, but then when they should win, they don't. Like just very inconsistent. But I feel like Sashi have kind of met the same fate as of recent, so could be one of those matchups where it's just the battle of least mistakes. You don't have to play good, you just have to make less mistakes than the other team. Well, this would be a huge mistake to make, losing against a single hero AK Zyphon, again from the same position. Will not make that a reality. We have the water bottle face cam.
He doesn't want to show a lot. There's the AK now in play. Glowing, though, gonna get traded back and should be quick and easy. Not so easy, though, as Lucky dies to Zyphon. They lost 2 rifles in this one, but with Naughty getting one for himself, might there still be a chance for economic damage? And a lot of that particular damage dealt as 3 guys hit the deck. Luckily for Sashi, they retrieved that up, but CYBERSHOKE biting back, even though they only had that 1 AK and lost it actually after only 1 frag. Still, Sashi are in the driver's seat as for the moment, with the fact that they are leading by 2 rounds. And as you already said, winning Mirage seems like an imperative for the Danish side. If they lose it, then it's an uphill battle throughout this best of 3.
It certainly is. Again, like, those are the stats. I feel like momentum, especially in this level of play, is just such a big part of it.
Yeah, we're restarting the round.
All right.
A bit unfortunate.
Damage has been dealt. Yeah, I feel like this is just going to be a very chaotic best of 3. You know, when we both agree it's just kind of a coin flip of 50-50 of who wins the best of 3. Like, you're about to expect a lot of random moments in a sense. A lot of chaos. Monster Energy. That's the answer, it seems. There's the water bell face cam.
I guess when coffee is not enough. I mean, this is kind of a bit of a slap in the face of the production team, right? So you're mandatory to have a face cap, and then you just get, oh, all right.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It wasn't banter toward the production team.
Bottom left, does he have like a security camera as his face cam? It kind of looks like, you know, something you'd see at the mall.
Well, who knows where it came from at the end of the day. I like the fact that for the most part, we actually see the players' monitors, and that gives us a little bit more insight as to what is going on, not only in their heads, but possibly even when it comes to tactics. Should be back soon toward the server. Of course, I always like to see the VRS points changing with every victory or defeat for said team. And it is important for both of these sides to start off with the victory, not only when it comes to, of course, the progressing through the tournament and going to the 1-0 bracket in a match that we could say is a bit of a 50-50 affair, but also collecting VRS points as we are still at the beginning of the new major cycle for the second major of 2025. Everybody wants to collect those, we can say, easier points, as it is a bit easier to collect the points at the start than toward the end of the qualification process.
Yeah, the points, man, with the with Valve, you know, introducing their rating system, like it just feels a lot more tight, a lot more difficult to get to the top. Some teams actually have kind of found an advantage in it, but I think in general it's just made the competitive landscape, well, a lot more competitive.
Oh yeah.
So I think it's a cool addition. I think it's just kind of a new thing. You know, a lot of people hate on it because it's something you have to adjust to. But this round will be a rather quick approach towards mid. That's a nice adjustment from Glowing as they blew open the smoke. He was more than ready for it. Nice flick. Gives them the early player advantage. We're now not committing to anything just yet as the bomb is still dropped. They're holding mid. They're hoping that, especially with this advanced position towards the window, that maybe somebody peeks into them. A very reactive type of player right now.
This is good play from the T's. As they have the control necessary, they can pinch that A-bomb side in a lot of trouble for the CT side, though. Becky relieves some of the pressure. Pressure back on as Iceberg is dead. And the T's can actually plant the bomb. Sashi know that this is a done and dusted round. It's going to be a one-round affair yet again as CYBERSHOKE play their cards right. And they get 4 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they had that player disadvantage. They felt like they have to stack, and the call was simply off. Even with the Becky's frag, like, you just needed one on site, so it's a save. Cash is kind of there, like, you save 3 rifles. I think you're gonna, you know, force some MP9s in the next. You can hold on to all 3. It's not the end of the world, but we are getting off to a very competitive start of Mirage. Good calling from both sides. I have 13.4k Galaxy points. I don't know if I should just use them all at once. I mean, I've been casting this, you know, since we started, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know they jack up the odds a little bit in the semis when there's like a lot of people watching, like in the playoffs. So I don't know how big of a hole I want to be. If I want to just take it, just use them all at once. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, just invest everything. Buy all the keys right now. Take lunch money from the kids.
The Galaxy Battle Whale.
All right, let's see what this round is gonna give us. Ooh, Cabby, tactical airstrike almost nuked him to death as he's left on 15 HP. Naughty under pressure, not even able to find the first one, and that's actually a Molotov for Iceberg's trouble. Always an interesting addition to the CT side, getting the T-Molly as the incendiary grenade got nerfed. You always like to have it and use it at the correct time. Blixie, next point of contact. Iceberg, maybe unnecessarily so, being so aggressive, and that could cost them. That gives a lot of room for CYBERSHOKE, and they can play right now as Glowing is still waiting toward that B-bomb site. They're undecided as to where they want to go with 60 seconds on the clock. Glowing finds a frag, and now things are starting to complicate as Zyphon finds one back, gets traded right away. What is Sashi gonna do now? The answer is just die, as Becky is the only one that remains. And actually, between two cities of the T players going back towards B, Glowing sees him, and that's all the information that CYBERSHOKE needed.
Yeah, Becky wants to stick around, right? That one single M4 in the next round won't change much, so maybe you can take away some rifles. There's a world. I guess he's just gonna hold down the line, hoping that somebody peeks into him. It's kind of a lose-lose situation. You go for it, you get the M4 taken away, you don't, well, won't change much. We're all equaled out, 5-5. We're promised a very close affair, especially on Mirage, and so far delivered in that department. We actually talk about the win rates on T and CT sides. Well, on the side of CYBERSHOKE, we're actually quite good on the T side, 57% win rate there. So, doing fine. Would probably want to finish off with 7 here just to feel a little bit more comfortable. For Sashi, it's actually their CT side, same win rate, 57%. So both teams playing on their better sides respectively.
That is quite interesting that CYBERSHOKE actually plays better on their T side. Kind of brings us, sheds a bit more light as to what we can expect from these two teams. It seems that the best has been seen so far. USB actually connects as Blixie hits the deck. Maybe we can still expect something from these pistols as they're rotating from the B-bomb site. 4 players going by the way of CT, and CYBERSHOKE still need to be careful. Even though they're faced off against pistols with a man disadvantage, one good headshot can actually tilt the balance of power. Loic is only good for 1, and Glowing not even that, and things are starting to crumble for this hold as Naughty relieves some of the pressure, but not for long. Short-lived. Venom in 1v3, that op needs to far away. There's one, looking for more! And there's another one, but not finding the third as the pistols are gonna punish them. Sashi fighting back and getting their 6th.
Are you entertained, man? That's insane. Full USPs, a couple of like upgraded pistols, but still, that's a round you should never be losing. And honestly, really good setup here from Sashi. They get the initial kill, and then they all group up together. Teamwork makes the dream work. And it kind of makes sense, like the win rates on T and CT sides here. I think Sashi are, Danish team, obviously, so they're going to be very strategical. I think their CT rotations and just team play on that side is much better. On the other side, you just have some raw aimers, give a Russian an AK and he will probably win the game. So, CIS aimer is always difficult to deal with. That's a really tough round to lose for CYBERSHOKE, because now they're looking to get up to 6 if possible. Bomb towards B.
To deserve it. Status quo maintained as the side of CYBERSHOKE yet to fire away. That's the first frag. First blood drawn by Becky And now they need to think about this because they're so spread thin, the T's. Look at this. The bomb is so far toward the B bomb side low because didn't check the angle. Oh, Iceberg's mouse just jumped, but he manages to double up, and that's the bomb. That's round over. That's half done. Blixie on the other side of the world doesn't stand a chance, and Sashi with the minimal lead at the half.
Yeah, there's no telling how this goes. Very unequal in terms of the fragging department for Sashi. Zyphon and Lucky have been delivering a lot. At the same time, we've seen good stuff from Cabby, Iceberg, and Becky, but before that, hopefully we see a good skin from the case. As now, again, the rules have changed. You gotta enter with the Twitch points. And as the spin is off, did you see anything good in the first? Oh, whoa, whoa.
No. All right. It's not a knife, but it's still pretty good. So congratulations to Brutal Bop, guys. He got an M4A4 in living color. Not a bad looking skin. Maybe a skin you can sell if you want to buy something else. Sadly, the knife avoided us, but this is so far the best skin we got, as the first best of 3 gave us some lackluster items. Oh, look at that. Iceberg was quite fortuitous to find those 2 frags, and they were the difference maker in that round, as Sashi and the half with a 2-round advantage. We'll see if they can maintain it, as the pistol is going to tell us about the state of affairs in half number 2 of map number 1.
Glocks towards mid. No information about this, as CYBERSHOKE are just playing side defense. Now they push on A, get the information. They know. Still, B side has to be defended, and there's just 1 too many players heading in. 3 too many, really. Nataneki will still get the headshot, but that's the B bomb set completely blown open. Plant going down, and a really difficult retake that has to be converted just off of raw aim abilities. I don't think Sashi are going to give this one away. The crossfire angles have been set up. You get one maybe, but the second one should peak. They're expecting a duel. He still gets one. Becky with the refrag, though. With half the time already ticked off the clock, no defuse kits. It all seems so difficult. What do you even do here, right? You can try to go for it. You can try to save the Kevlar. Both options are, again, just lose-lose. Well, Glowing will try to extend his welcome, get some frags off. Nice jump from Cabby. And the frag will be there as well. Glowing taken down. And that's going to be 8 for Sashi. A big pistol round victory. Helps them to advance to 8. And we have to remember, like, this was 5-5. And it was USPs and, like, P250 only for Sashi. So the fact that they've turned it around like this, now potentially looking at a 4-round lead. You know, I feel like that was the breaking point for CYBERSHOKE.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And a good pistol round for Sashi. Not only did they actually win it, but also they killed all the players, which, I mean, it's not a lot of money, but $300 per kill, it's not a lot of money at the beginning of a half. And the interesting thing is, these 2 teams face each other tomorrow as well. So this is going to be very interesting. Of course, they're facing each other in a different competition. Now, with the buy is Sashi. Only USPs on the side of CYBERSHOKE, though a stack towards A might mean danger for the Danish side, with Zyphon spray hitting everybody, only losing 1 gun, and they could be able to retrieve it, and Iceberg is only in the end losing a MAC-10 in this round. That's an absolute win, though they probably wish that the MAC-10 actually found a frag, so it could build up some bank. Not a problem, as they have a 4-round lead. Now CYBERSHOKE on their first buy of the second half. Let's see what they can do, if they can do some damage, because this is always a very difficult situation. 9-5, the scoreline, it kind of says that there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, but losing that first gun round for the team that is trailing can often mean that the map is sort of over before it even began.
Yeah, I mean, they lose this, it's 5-11 at that point. Real difficult to lose it, really. As I say that, Sashi will try to push on the side. Lavicus is there for the double, though. Lucky gets the refrag on the side. Oh, the aim just off a tad bit. Glowing still gets 1 through the smoke, so it's Becky against the world. 1v2, Blixie arrives really quickly. should be finishing him off, and he does. Big rifle on victory for CYBERSHOKE here.
Yeah. Very important. And Lovicus trigger discipline. I don't think if we're going to be able to see it on the replay, but he waited long enough and quite for a long time. They didn't check him. Had he fallen with just one frag, it would have been a much easier round for Sashi. In this case, he managed to double up. And afterwards, there was basically little the Sashi players could do. Look at this. Holding his nerve, holding a good angle, and making it really easy, really simple for his teammates. Well done, Lovicus, giving CYBERSHOKE still a chance.
Yeah, we have to remember that both sides are playing respectively on their worst side of this map. So, maybe the confidence is not there that much, and Sashi, well, their backs are certainly against the wall economically. This is do or die. If they lose the round, we'll have pretty much just a 1 round difference between the two. I feel like that's what should happen. With the way how the first half went, you know, I'm all here for triple overtime.
Oh yeah. The first best of 3 ended quite quickly, so this second one needs to... Oh, that's a meaty nade in the face of Becky, right down his esophagus. That's not a way you want to start, and probably a good idea to give Iceberg that AK, given the fact that I'm 44 HP. Of course, you're still battle ready, but a few hits can deal some damage. There's Iceberg dead. There's a +1 for CYBERSHOKE, and a good trade. 2 for 1, and though Xiphon is gonna deal damage back, that's gonna peel away the CTs for now. That's gonna make them be spread thin, and a good chance for Sashi to group up and go toward the site. If they can kind of gamble on which side is better, as that B-bomb side only has 1 defender, the A one, 2 with that fast rotate of Fenomen. The question, of course, has to be asked how much Fenomen can do. This is going to be a lot of chaos. Notineki solving the equation and getting the bomb, and Becky way too far away.
Yeah, I feel like Sashi maybe could have played it better there in the 3v3, right? Because Becky had all the info, he heard the drop, so he could have just kind of peeked out, should have had the upper hand in terms of getting the kill. And even if he doesn't, right? Like, if you just wait out on A for a little bit longer, it means you have to respect that there was a player pretty much apps, right? You have to send probably 1 more player to rotate, at least towards mid or short. So maybe Sashi getting a bit too quick there to push on A.
I mean, the thing I do have to ask is, what is actually the game plan in that scenario? I got 20 seconds left with Becky. I mean, as much as CYBERSHOKE players are concerned, he could be on Inferno right now. So he's going to take a long time to rotate. He's gambling that his teammates are actually going to get to the site, plant the bomb, and then he can play a backstab in such a crucial situation. As you said, could have been played better, had to have been played better in this scenario, because CYBERSHOKE are advancing, and they're making this lead very, very slim. Especially now that this hero AK is basically the only thing that Sashi have in this round.
They kind of go for this default towards mid where they take control, but we saw last round, like, the short player gets a lot of info, like CYBERSHOKE last round as well, early on in the round had just the idea completely read of Sashi's whereabouts, so at this point it just becomes converting off your aim, which obviously is really difficult to do when you have P250s and Glocks. So I feel like Sashi maybe not making CYBERSHOKE think too hard about it. You can definitely see the cracks in the T side. Well, this is your chance. Going towards connector should be easy business. They get the first. The AUG is now in play as well. All right. Back to 2019 we go. And up to 8.
Fenomen surviving on 1 HP. That's something that the AUG shows, of course. Very good in these situations, but in that case, when somebody wide swings, it makes it a bit harder to hold your nerve.
And we've seen comeback of the AUG a little bit in Tier 1 as well. I think Complexity loves to use it, so it's interesting. I think it can work in maps like Train, right? The scope does give you an advantage. Either way, CYBERSHOKE bounce back 3. Now just a single round separating them, but if you're CYBERSHOKE and you win it, well, you wipe Sashi's economy. This could be you taking the lead, getting first to double digits. A really big round for Sashi to win. And they switch up things quite a bit. No more mid control, just 4 players kind of chilling, leaning towards B. If CYBERSHOKE get a little bit aggressive towards mid or A ramp here, I mean, they'll have the read. We're now playing very default, banking on Blixie and Lovicus being able to stop the push or at least delay it a little bit. Well, there's the smokes, there's the execute. Let's see, the clean B-side execute should be coming in. Nice smoke. Blixie, oh, he's overwhelmed and he's taken down as well.
Danish Counter-Strike at its finest. Very quiet. Status quo maintained. The execute comes in and it was perfect. Barely losing some HP. Yeah, you're going to lose a player now, but it's inconsequential. It's just a consolation prize for the side of CYBERSHOKE as they can't even hope to get to that bomb side. It's going to be a 2-round lead for Sashi and an important round to be played like this.
Well, at least CYBERSHOKE get to hold on to the rifles. They might actually eliminate one of the AKs, or at least try to. But yeah, Sashi, crucial rifle round victory, saves them from economical disaster. On the side of CYBERSHOKE, I mean, they won 3 in a row. They get to save 3 rifles. Like, this is still going to be a very tough climb up the mountain for Sashi. They have to take down the rifles. They probably have to, like, if they want to win 13-8, they have to take down the rifles 3 in a row here. 3 rounds in a row, so it's still gonna be difficult. Op comes in play on Phenomen. Haven't really seen that much from him with the big green, so let's see if that changes. CYBERSHOKE know that they made the comeback, but they still have to push it a little bit further, so attack pause called to reevaluate their options.
I think that's necessary. Think of something. And I think Sashi, or at least a textbook play that we can expect from Sashi, is try and play it a bit faster. Usually when the CT side calls attack timeout, 9 out of 10 situations, the T side tries to be a bit more aggressive and break the game plan, throw a wrench in the gears. We'll see, of course, what that brings us. Lucky and Zyphon fragging out, though. 18 frags each. That's something you really like to see on your players.
Yeah, I thought the rest of the pack will catch up in the second half. Instead, it's Zyphon and Lucky just pushing on the gas pedal. I mean, it works out, right? You maybe sometimes need to warm up a little bit on the first map. You can't do twisties. That's kind of his idea. At first, I was like, nah, there's no way. That happens a lot of times. And your aim is not there for the first, it will be for the second, but there's nothing. Double AK headshot. Becky and Lucky get some more. And the site has been blown open. Good smokes as well. As you said, Danish Prime. Good utility usage, and you feel like you're just shut off the site.
And it really feels difficult to play against this, right? Radio silence, nothing happening, no info gathered on the CT side, and they just explode towards you. Can't really do anything, but CYBERSHOKE is still going to risk it. Or are they? No, just going to grab the op and go back, tuck tail and run, save what you got. It's Sashi on 11, and CYBERSHOKE desperately searching for answers at this moment. Yeah, you said they got money, and with these saved guns, buying is not going to be a problem. Equipment is not going to be a problem, but fighting off Sashi in this way, you're going to have to think of something. Gotta need to go for a risky play. Either take control of mid, take control of apps, but definitely you need info. You need to know where they're going to strike next.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit claustrophobic for CYBERSHOKE there, right? You don't have a clear idea, and suddenly they all just merge from all sides, and it's like, well, I got 1 kill, but it's still not enough, and the smokes now disallow my teammates to get back on the site. There's really good CS right now being played from Sashi, as they're close to wiping CYBERSHOKE's economy, putting them on MP9s and 5.7s for the last round. This would be the dream outcome. Looks like they want to go for a bit of map control here. Slowly take mid, where Lovicus actually has aggressed quite a lot, but that smoke should give away that there's a possibility of an aggressive positioning, and Lovicus tries to get away. Good call, but still gets a lot of damage, and I think if you just throw one good nade or molly, Iceberg, wait, he actually gets in window, but he's not clearing this. That's an oversoul. He gets away. How? Well, they have the info, but Iceberg is just in their backlines.
Yeah, it's very difficult now for CYBERSHOKE to play. As you said, they know about him. Even though they know about that, that's maybe even a bigger problem. Look at this. Glowing needed to rotate. Now, Sashi, though, waiting too long to strike. Had they pushed toward the site, it would have been a lot easier with the CTs overwhelmed, distracted by a player in spawn. Notineki playing this to perfection at the moment with Glowing there to support him. Doing quite well, if I do say so myself. Glowing doubles up, and there's one more. A quad kill in this round for him, keeping CYBERSHOKE alive on Mirage.
Yeah, Glowing just went, alright, you know, I'll do it myself. Great flash here by... Actually, it was Glowing's flashes. Damn, he did everything in that run. 4 kills and a really good flash for Notineki to deny the A push, so... Looking good, looking solid. Probably need a bit more of a strategical department to, you know, repeat it. It's not going to be Glowing doing all the work every time, but has been the theme for CYBERSHOKE in the second half, just kind of bootstrapping themselves back in the game, keeping themselves in this. 9-11 the scoreline, but Sashi's economy wiped, so we're looking at double digits for both. I said AAA overtime is a joke, but I feel like overtime is 50-50 now.
Yeah.
We have the Royal Flush as well outside of CYBERSHOKE, 4 AKs and an op.
Quite good. The buy on their side, and not something you see every day. The CTs equipping 4 AKs. Of course, perfect utility. And again, Sashi putting themselves in a situation where they're facing off against rifles in every round they're playing if they want to win this. After, of course, regulation done. Becky, utility damage quite well, as Lucky and Becky both under 70 HP. That's unconfirmed damage, but it could come in handy when the attack starts. And again, Sashi playing their game, just taking their time, collecting the info they need before they actually strike toward the site. For now, it seems like a good read, but that could be short-lived. With the expectation of CT rotations coming in, the mid players just acting as a distraction, maybe even more so than that, as Iceberg goes through the smoke, completely blind. Now the attack starts, but Notineki and Glowing wiping them out. Notineki with 3 kills, and that's going to be 10th for CYBERSHOKE. Zyphon is going to get the consolation prize of that frag, but we can expect 11 on the board for CYBERSHOKE easily, as Sashi are strapped for cash. Not a lot to go around. And look at that, 2K per player. That's not enough to even think of a buy. We're going, as it seems, to all 24 rounds.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, CYBERSHOKE have great economy right now. They're not going to have that many rounds left, and Sashi, they lose this round, it's 11-11, and then you have rifles, you lose this, I mean, you're forming for at map point, and you have probably Mac 10. Slavicus starts off great with the frag on Zyphon. We've seen one USB round work out for Sashi here, but I mean 2 would be insane, and they've actually lost the player this time. Clean shot by Blixie. It seems like we are going neck and neck here. 11 apiece. Everyone's showing up now. Last 2 rounds it was a bit of a single player effort. We saw Glowing popping off with 4 and a flash assist, and Notineki with 3. Here we're going for a team ace.
Oh yeah. Slowly but surely. Sadly, that's quite far away for Notineki and somewhat Glowing to get the frags necessary for the team ace. Of course, we're still waiting for this Deagle to pop off in the hands of Lucky. Who knows what could happen? We can't really expect a round conversion from the side of Sashi, but why not get some confidence boosters, as, of course, economic damage is not even a possibility given the amount of cash that CYBERSHOKE players have at their disposal. And there you go. They're coming in, and they're being shot down after a bit of trouble from Blixie's spray. He's going to have 3 kills in this round, and 11 apiece, as nothing separates these 2 teams.
Yeah, now it's a question for Sashi, like, how do we want to approach the T side? Because I think they should just go for an execute. Like, when they try to play map control, when they try to play this reactive type of Counter-Strike where, they get a kill or lose a player and kind of play off of that, it hasn't exactly been working out. So I think CYBERSHOKE, the only times where they were overwhelmed is where randomly 3 smokes come in, some flashes, you're pretty much just utilitied out of the site. So I am hoping they go for a bit of a faster approach this time. More concentrated one, spearheading a site. It seems like for now just been playing defaults, waiting for the aggression from CYBERSHOKE perhaps, which, to be honest, I mean, they have been quite pushy at times. Only gives away Iceberg's position.
And it seems that you're right, CYBERSHOKE, not a lot of map control. They just poked and prodded so far towards mid and towards B. And going back, that old faithful, the A-bomb site, all the utility necessary to make the perfect execute, and they have enough utility to do just that. We'll see how the defense holds. And that could be an issue. That could be a problem.
Yeah, he's in 2 minds about it, where he wants to take it, but I mean, it has to be Phenomen to get at least 1 shot and then Notineki hoping he doesn't get mollied out. But there's the molly, there's the shot.
There you go.
Notineki gets aggressive, taken down, so the op still in play, gets another, dude. Phenomen, that was the first. Insane triple by him, and that should be the round. Lucky in a 1v3, the Nexus Flawless player certainly is known to be very cerebral, good in these clutches, but the problem is Blixie's position. He actually respects it a little bit. Now he commits, sure, giving away the bomb plant, but plays it very nicely, was accounting for the possibility of fake plant. And CYBERSHOKE will arrive at 12. But Sashi they get a lot of extra cash from the plant, so it actually means they can buy a little bit more here. Plant is huge.
Phenomen blowing them away first through the smoke,
Yeah,
and afterwards, like, they forgot about him.
I was like, oh, almost a nice turn. I was like, wait, did he hit it? Insane. Crazy flicks.
Not a good situation for Sashi, as CYBERSHOKE is chaining rounds and only 1 necessary to get that 1 map lead. Next map will be Nuke. Not the best one for CYBERSHOKE, as they are struggling on it, but as much as it is imperative for Sashi to take Mirage, even more so we can say that about CYBERSHOKE, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, if you look at the stats, Mirage is actually predicted to be the closest one. There's like a 10% differential between the two. Nuke should be very one-sided for Sashi. I've seen great stuff from them on Nuke. Like, I'm not saying like 100% expecting, but should be converting it. And an Ancient, we'll see, but CYBERSHOKE should theoretically have the upper hand. So it's really not how Sashi wanted this to go, especially when they had that 11-8 lead, I believe. Now they're literally with their backs against the wall. Galils and AKs low util as well, which is something the Danes actually thrive on. So you pretty much just got to pick a site and execute on it. And I feel like that has been the biggest fault for them in the last couple of rounds, where their executes have looked great. Playing for map control has not, but they still keep with the map control, meaning they have to convert against, well, CIS players with AKs, which is quite difficult at times. On towards B, though. They try to take mid. Iceberg pushes in connector. Weird timing, and Blowing catches him off guard at the perfect time. Short. Oh, that is clean from Lovicus.
And that should be the end of that. As I was starting that sentence, Gabby gives himself a chance. 1v2, maybe. Mirage has not said everything it had. Still, not an easy situation. Op, not able to post up with that smoke. They're going to play together and try and sniff out where Cabby's residing. Not really the most common of positions he's playing, but the perspective could be the difference. So they did not check him. There's one easy. And now he should know where Notineki is. The he step. That's the question. Next to him, just trying to find him, but not going to happen. And CYBERSHOKE taking their own map pick. I would say stealing away Mirage, because Sashi were competitive. They had a chance. But in the end, tying up rounds, and 5 in a row were necessary for CYBERSHOKE to have that one map lead.
Wow, what a finish there. I believed, I wholeheartedly believed. It was a nice play by Cabby, but ultimately, yeah, 5 in a row is really tough, especially when you're at like 11-8, and then you lose 5 in a row. Like, that is not what you're looking at for at all. Now, we still have this thing where I think the biggest ADR gets the MVP, so it does seem a little bit backhanded. If I had to pick one, I don't know, I feel like Glowing did great, like he was actually the one starting comeback, but then Phenomen had like that second to last round where he just hit an insane 3-piece. So honestly, there were multiple players I would give the MVP to, but not Zyphon. Not Zyphon.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Zyphon played well, but it's the thing that individual play is sort of what got CYBERSHOKE over the line on Mirage. It wasn't really team play as much as we saw really good multi-frag situations. Like, even in rounds lost, it was a heroic effort from the side of CYBERSHOKE to actually do the damage necessary to do the economic damage at the very least. And of course, as you mentioned, Phenomen getting that 3K on the A side with the up. Of course, we saw Glowing with some great individual performances. That's what I find quite difficult for Sashi in the rest of this best of 3, because yeah, Lucky played well and Zyphon played well, but if the individuals on the side of CYBERSHOKE can pop off, it's going to be a difficult situation for the Danish team.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of play devil's advocate here, Nuke is as strategical probably as you can get. You know, Danish Counter-Strike and Nuke go together hand in hand, so hopefully a better showing on it, and if the Lord allows, then we move on to Ancient, which would be the third map, but ultimately before that, we're going on a 15-minute break.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Map number 1 was an eventful affair. It ended quite narrowly to the side of CYBERSHOKE that chose Mirage. Now we're moving to the Danish playground of Nuke. My name is Duba. I'm joined by Twist, and we are up for a pretty good best of 3, all things considered, given how close Mirage was.
Yeah, I mean, we talked off camera who we think is going to win. I think we're both in the same boat going that Nuke should be going Sashi's way. I mean, it is their first pick, I believe. It is their best map, percentage-wise as well. And for CYBERSHOKE, simply not a map they prefer. 29% win rate over 14 maps. Should spell Ancient as our third. But we did see a bit of a problem from Sashi on Mirage, where we expected them to win that as well. It was 11-8, and then they, well, for lack of a better word, choked it. Lost 5 in a row, and now we'll be heading into Nuke with a bit of a sour taste left in their mouth.
Absolutely, and the thing about Nuke is something we do have to mention. These two teams played each other about a week ago in a different competition, a bit more than a week ago, and it was 13-8 in the favor of CYBERSHOKE on Nuke. They got the victory in a best of 3, 2-0, though they did delete Sashi on Mirage. So who knows what can we expect from this map from this best of 3 as CYBERSHOKE start on their CT side. Let's see what the Danes have in store as they use all their utilities so far. Not a lot was available as they have 4 pieces of Kevlar glowing, saw 2 players, and that's info for Fenomen. That's a frag for the side of CYBERSHOKE, but now glowing overwhelmed. Short-lived was the 4-on-4 as Naughty found a frag. Iceberg going through the lines. Lucky joining him. Lovika's good position. And it's just going to be a wipe as Iceberg is between many a CT players. CYBERSHOKE quick and easy pistol round in their favor.
They've been good in these pistols, I believe. 2 for 3. They did lose the pistol of the second half of Mirage, but they do look... I like how they're playing it. They're not exactly playing the defaults. They're kind of... You know, Sashi, we're not expecting a player squeaky there, for example. It is very difficult to read them. In the meanwhile, I have to remind everyone, if you type !Galaxy in the chat, well, thank you for the engagement. Unfortunately, won't land you a part in the giveaway. You now have to redeem 500 Galaxy points and with the Twitch points, and that is 1 entry. So you stack them up. You can use them all at once, maybe in the finals where the odds are a little bit better, but you can use them now as well. Fenomen will use his time to just take down the Glocks, and although we saw one USP, total USP in P250 round being converted on Mirage by Sashi, it is a lot more difficult to do on the T side, and this will be the second for CYBERSHOKE. No problems posed, really. Sashi given the chance to now buy up.
Yeah, some pretty shooting from glowing from that MP9, as this is going to be a bonus round for the side of CYBERSHOKE. They did get a little bit of cash due to those MP9 kills, however... This is going to be a bit of a difficult round for them when it comes to equipment, when it comes to firepower, as they do have 3 SMGs. Of course, SMGs are pretty good on a map like Nuke. Close fought, close quarters. We'll see if these AKs can actually overpower them, and if maybe Sashi want to play it a bit quicker. Is the side of CYBERSHOKE actually playing it quite aggressively? 2 for 1, not the best trade they were looking for, and a big chaos throughout this map, as nobody knows really what's going on, but the side of the CTs is kind of locked in lobby. Not something you want, and Siphon will take him out. That was clean. Glowing wants the AK, and should he be able to get it, it would only be a consolation prize because Sashi most definitely aren't going to have 1 round on the board.
Yeah, that's a round where Sashi play well, but it's really converted because CYBERSHOKE makes some mistakes. There was no reason to go for the aggressive push. If they had like a low buy, then maybe, but
yeah,
it did feel like just a rifle delivery, really.
Going toward the lion's jaws, as I completely agree with you. Like, I understand playing aggressively with MP9s, but so much so that you're running at them and hoping that you're going to find positive trades. The thing is, on a map like Nuke, even if you find a positive trade, 2 for 1, as an example, you still leave some gaps in your defense for the 3 remaining T players to actually do something. So it would have been a Pyrrhic victory even had they found the frags. The fact that they didn't just led to them losing 1 quick round. Though now, M4s galore. Not a lot of grenades for the side of CYBERSHOKE, so they are going to have to play this slow while Sashi gain ground on the outside position thanks to Iceberg.
Actually, very little defense towards outside. They're kind of backing the main player can join, but as we know, that's probably one of the worst positions to hold outside from. So, look, if they go A, that should be a complete shutdown. I think Sashi are for now keeping their options open. Abby shouldn't really be over-aggressing here, just waiting it out. And Glowing actually just... Alright, well, that's one way to get the frag. Just tapping through the smoke. Iceberg goes down, doesn't even see the player there. There's the extra smoke damage dealt. And Glowing gets another, dude. Wow, Cabby with the frag, but I think that's just the Glowing show right now. 3 for him, should be the 4 given the HP. It is, as he goes for the reload. He's on for the ace. He's playing amazing on Mirage as well, and now ace will be denied, but I don't think anyone is complaining. It's a 1v4 for Lucky to convert, and the bomb dropped as well, 30 seconds. It seems rather impossible. Nataneki moves in with the backstab. Lucky, if you can, take some rifles away. The cash is actually really bad for CYBERSHOKE. Keeping 3 rifles alive will pamper it a little bit.
And that's going to maintain the money on the side of CYBERSHOKE. As you said, not a lot of cash they had, but Glowing seems to be locked in at the moment with 8 frags currently. That's the amount his entire team actually has. That's saying something. Actually, that's the amount that Sashi's entire team has as well. So Glowing is fragging out, but he's going to have to do harder than that if they want to win this map. We spoke about percentages. We spoke about their chances. They're not the best, but this is a good start.
Indeed. Quick push towards ramp. We'll give Lucky the frag, and that actually should trigger a knee-jerk reaction from CYBERSHOKE or kind of... Oh, what is that? What? Glowing, again, a double. Extra damage. Iceberg and Zyphon get the frags back. Iceberg comes in with the double, and somehow, I don't know how they recovered it. It's Blixie. 1v2. Oh, timing. Blixie finds it. Zyphon now 1 bullet away from dying. He jumps up. Good relocation. Should have the positional awareness. Advantage. Deployed. He actually clears him. Oh my god, Blixie, that's a crazy clutch. That's a crazy round as well. The fact that Glowing got 2 there, I don't know how. There was no flash, nothing. Just peeked out in the open, got 2, and then some damage. Playing out of his mind right now.
Absolutely. Look at that. Of course, Nataneki 1 for 1, but afterwards, we saw Glowing deleting them. He could have found the 3rd guy as well, and that would have been round done and dusted. No need for the Blixie clutch. Either way, CYBERSHOKE in a good position. The bomb plant allows Sashi to get some money, and they're going to go with Tech 9s, always a danger. And alongside those Tech 9s, you got Kevlar, you got a good amount of grenades as well. So this is still not a completely safe situation for CYBERSHOKE to play from. We know that Tech 9s can just run you over at times, and Nataneki could be the victim. There's one, and he can actually disengage, but he wants to fight. Doubles up, and there's the AUG. No way that they're gonna get him. That scope rifle doesn't give you a chance if you're only equipping a pistol, and only Cabby that remains is gonna be 5 for CYBERSHOKE, and they're hitting the ground running on Nuke, something that was quite necessary for them on the opposing team's map pick.
Yeah, I love how confident we both were of like, oh yeah, surely,
Yeah.
we're going to Ancient. Well, the start shows us a different ending, a different tale perhaps. But one thing I do have to kind of point my finger towards is the fact that CYBERSHOKE, they've played Nuke plenty. They've played it 14 maps, 14 times, 29% win rate only. Interestingly enough, they have a 65% win rate on the CT side. So, that, I mean, that is probably the most one-sided map I've seen, especially given that there is actually a solid data pool to go off of. And for Sashi, they are actually on their better side as well. 57% on T side for them, but I feel like for them it's kind of more 50-50 in terms of the sides. Yeah. For CYBERSHOKE, I mean, they have to get off to a good start. Somehow the bomb goes down to 1v5. I mean, that's a victory in itself, given the buy. So extra cash for Sashi. And next round for CYBERSHOKE, putting themselves up on 5, but again, you know, you probably get a farm like 8 if you have 65% win rate on CT.
Yeah, quite well from CYBERSHOKE, and I am quite concerned as to how their T side is going to look. I would assume that no matter the scoreline, unless it's completely one-sided, which I don't think should happen, no matter the scoreline at the half, I think the CYBERSHOKE are still going to hope that they can get the pistol and kind of hope for a conversion, and that's going to push them towards winning this map. Even though it's 5-1, I don't want somebody to get the wrong impression. CYBERSHOKE is playing well. I'm still not convinced until we see how they play on the attacking side.
Yeah, at the same time, it's like, it doesn't matter how you play on the attacking side if you just need to win like 2 or 3 rounds to finish off the best of 3. Like, Sashi, with all the numbers and statistics considered, it's still 1-5. It's still a mapper. It's their best map. You know, they should be at least keeping it competitive. So the rifles, big chance to do it. But Blixie, perfect position, and that's the round, isn't it? I mean, what's left? You gotta push through smoke. Blixie will even get away. And yeah, it's a 3v5 where, congratulations, you found lobby control.
It's not really the victory they were hoping for. There's still 2 smokes available for the CT side. That's going to draw out any plans that Sashi have. Make them slower, and they're going to need to find the next frag. There's still hope. There's still a chance. I'm curious to see what's going on towards ramp, where Naughty finds the first frag. Gets traded away. There's Zyphon for one more. Might still be an active round here. But Zyphon needs to regroup with his teammate.
That's a 2v5 turned into a 2v3. We've seen CYBERSHOKE actually struggle with the easiest rounds, right? Like they lost against USPs and P250s on Mirage. So it is something to consider. The AUG, oh, well, yeah, gets the headshot, but not the kill. Low HP on Blixie and Zyphon, so in that department it's kind of equal. Bomb will be going down. Blixie arrives quick pace. We'll have the information about the site player. That's clean. Great headshot. It's Zyphon against the world. Well, can't take a single point of damage. Opens the door and finds his destiny. CYBERSHOKE have advanced to 6, and that's another really clean round. Sure, it got a little bit dicey at the end. 2v5 turns into a 2v2, but, I mean, the start was just the Blixie show, right? And he delivered with the third as well. Like this. Not even clearing it.
I think the flash, they were hoping to get a trade in that position, but the second player got flashed off, and in that case, it's just an easy frag for Blixie. I'm curious to see where that flash came from, or was it a team flash? In which case, it's completely Sashi's fault that things kind of snowballed out of control for them in this situation. Big green in the hands of Fenomen. He had a good play on Mirage, trying to do similar stuff on Noob. The fact that they have full loss bonus and that they're planting the bomb round after round gives Sashi a good buy, as they're armed with 4 AKs, a Galil, and a solid amount of utility still. We'll see how CYBERSHOKE react to this, as Sashi seemed to be playing a bit slower this time around.
Yeah, I mean, when it's 1-6, you gotta switch things up. What you're doing is simply not working. We've yet to see like a classic Sashi execute for the time being. They play very reactive in general, which again is a fine way how to do things, but normally like the teams that have better aim than their strategical department go for it, because you know you don't need much strategy. You simply kind of go pop a headshot here and there, go okay, well I guess that side is a bit clear. Let's pursue it. I feel like for Sashi the opposite would actually be better if they just pick the side through their util and well execute. That's what they're going for. Ace side, Zyphon cracks it open. Right headshot, fully flashed. Oh my god, Lobicus is still alive, but the burn will give his position away. 1 kill out of there is already a lot. AUG is good, though. Can be with the frag. It's a 2v3. Still no bomb plant. 20 seconds left. Lucky will clear Blixie, though. And now Iceberg going for the heaven clear. Should have the second round sealed.
Oh, there you go!
Alright. That's a great way to bounce back, right? A knife kill like that just boosts the morale.
Absolutely. A knife kill and the up on your back. That's a lot of money gathered. So Iceberg is going to be happy with that. Sashi happy with this round, as it spiraled a bit for the side of CYBERSHOKE, and just losing this one round led to their money being, well, modest, if I say that, as they have 1 defuse kit, a few nades missing here and there, and the necessity of buying an SMG instead of a rifle. Oh, they're lucky. Quite fast as Fenomen falls. That's a +1 and a +2 as Glowing meets his maker as well. And now things are starting to be really tricky for CYBERSHOKE.
Again, 65% win rate on the CT side, right? So 6 is not going to be nearly enough, I believe. Looking at 6-3 for the time being, as that retrieved op is just delivering all the damage. Nice frag from Blixie, but that exposes one of the player's positions. You should just be hitting A here, which, even that Nataneki goes down, will be completely open. So 6-3. Actually, even with the 6-1 start, their cash is not looking too good. I believe 2 players have like heaps of it, and then the rest is kind of low, so yeah, there's no buy in this round. This should be 6-4.
Not a place you want to be in if you're CYBERSHOKE, even though they have a 3-round lead. That's going to melt quite soon, the way Sashi has played the past 2 rounds, and the fact that the CIS team is going to be missing equipment in this one, hoping that maybe Deagle on Blixie can do some damage. Might be expected to buy a P250 if you really want to invest a bit more, but not really expected to find much, as the AI prediction gives them a 5% chance. I would say even less. Fair. I mean, the fact is, you play this round 100 times, I'm not sure that one Deagle can win it 5 times out of 100.
Honestly, I will disagree. I think it is 1 in 20.
All right, 1 in 20.
That's close to it.
Actually, a good percentage.
I mean, it's not about firepower. It's like, I believe in like 1 out of 20 times the T's will just make a huge mistake that will lose them the round, right? Like if they play it nicely, if they just kind of play how you should be playing, then yeah, this should be happening. Easy 4th for Sashi, it seems. But I mean, we saw CYBERSHOKE kind of make this mistake on Mirage, right? It wasn't about Sashi. Even if you play like the greatest that you can with the pistols, you're still going to be shut down if your opponents don't run into some trouble here, like this. Oh, more dings. Hold on. wait. I mean, if you can take away 2 AKs, that's great.
That's not going to happen, though.
Oh, 2 knife kills?
No. For a moment there, I was hoping that Fenomen might get stabbed in the back again, but Cabby decided to save his teammates that was in the firefight. 4 rounds for Sashi, the Danish side, bouncing back for now. Next buy round is going to give us a bit of insight as to what's going to happen throughout this map. At least a bit more, given the fact that now CYBERSHOKE do have a buy. Should they lose it, we could be looking at a tied scoreline at the half. Not something that we could have predicted when it was 6-1 in the favor of CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, I think Sashi made the comeback, started the comeback at the best possible time, because if it was like 8-1, at that point it is simply too far gone. Now you have 4 rounds, which, given that again CYBERSHOKE have like 35% win rate on the other side of things, is not the worst, and you've been given the opportunity to just get 2 more bonus rounds. If this is 6-6, that's still Sashi very much pushing it to Ancient, it feels. 4 rifles for CYBERSHOKE, but they lose them. They're on, well, MP9's best case for the last round. And Sashi, for the time being, setting up for a very basic A execute, which is actually what got them back in the game. So, you know, just going with the old faithful, as you'd say.
Yeah, if it works, why change it? Lovicus, first blood drawn, good trade, great shoot from Cabby as Becky finds another frag, and the defense crumbled, the defense dead. Trying to find something is Fenomen, but that was more than hopeful. That was overly ambitious, as Glowing can only save his gun. And the thing is, Glowing really started off well and then died down as soon as his team started losing rounds.
I mean, again, you said how CIS teams a lot of times are just playing off of momentum in a very big sense, and I think that's the case here as well, right? Like sometimes, especially when you're confident, you are going to go for some fights where if your aim is there, you're gonna win them. But when that confidence starts to dwindle, when you lose 4 or 5 rounds in a row, you don't go for those fights anymore, and you end up in a side defense situation where you're just overwhelmed by, well, the Danish utility powerhouse. So you need to find a way how to get that confidence back. I don't think there will be a chance to do it in this first half, as now their economy is wiped as well. The good old pistol round victory should spell the right step forward. Granted, we still have to get through this round. Actually, the buy is way better than I expected. 2 M4s and 3 MP9s. This would be the round to go for the lobby crunch, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, not the way we've seen it in, what was it, round number
Yeah,
3, when they had the bonus buy. It was basically the same exact one they have now. Though, a bit more aggressive from the side of Sashi. They want to put some pressure towards the A side. Blixie is going to burn in that flame. I'm not sure if he was blind or what. Zyphon taking heads easy as you like, and Fenomen can't really fight. Only good for one. Naughty with the SMG, he can actually grab that M4, but will that help him? That's the question, as now they have all the info needed to finish off this round and finish this half with a tied scoreline. Still a slim margin, slim chance for Naughty to do something here as the silent drop is happening. He's going to try and reposition himself, give himself a chance and try and find something. But the thing is, no kit, utility there, and time running out. Not really a lot he can do in this position. As
I'm giving away $10,000 if he wins it. For real, there's just absolutely no way. There's no kit. That's a big issue. You still got to clear 3. Sashi have made a great comeback. 5 in a row it is. And I guess we're saving.
All right.
Because KD matters.
The M4 could come in handy in the pistol round. Yeah, there's a few more kills. That's going to give him confidence maybe in the second half, but it's a tied scoreline in the first half as Sashi tie together 5, and that is quite a statement to make.
Yeah, I kind of keep talking about the fact that there's 65% win rate on the CD side for CYBERSHOKE, but really it is going to be a very difficult second half if they want to finish the business here on Nuke. Otherwise, Ancient seems almost imminent. But before the second half starts, the case. We've got baited a little bit with the knife, but still got a pretty nice M4. Costs around 10 euros, I believe. So now we're going to be seeing hopefully something better. Oh,
there you go. Not bad. AK headshot for Dev Maka. Congrats and enjoy your new skin.
Yeah, if you want to get something like that, the rules have changed a little bit. You need to use the Twitch points, actually, to redeem a key. 500 points, 1 key, 1 chance to enter the giveaway. Use as many as you like. Watch as many of the games as you'd like, as that'll give you more points. Thank you, everyone, for supporting Galaxy Battle. This is the 3rd installment of this type of tournament. Great to see. A lot of support recently. Has been fun. We're only getting started with this first day.
Oh, yeah.
What was the score on the first best of 3? I believe 13-10 twice, right? Monte lost.
Yeah, 13-11, I think, twice. It was quite interesting, though. Sadly, it ended only after 2 maps played. Good start for Sashi. The CT side seems to be holding strong for now as they find the first frag. Lucky is ready, and he doubles up with that USP. Knows that one more player is close. Gonna get taken down, but a lot of info gathered already. Glowing, making steps, and the dualies are just gonna decapitate him. It is Blixie alone, and they know exactly where he is. He does have the bomb on his back, but this is not really a situation that is clutchable when the CT side have the entire information.
I feel like if he just instantly went up the vents there, he would not be expected. Maybe that could have been the play, but yeah, obviously it's a very difficult conversion. If he can take down Cabby, maybe. Help now arriving very quickly, and yeah, that's a messy duel. Dude, we're in sync. We've said like the same sentence twice now in a matter of 3 rounds.
Yeah. We're doing quite well to start things out. Of course, this is the second map of the second best of 3 for today. As you mentioned previously, the first best of 3 ended as a 2-0 affair. We got 2 more best of 3s afterwards, so it's going to be a long day of Counter-Strike in the first day of Galaxy Battle. As expected, without the bomb plant, CYBERSHOKE can't really contest or consider getting a FORZE buy, so it's going to be a quick cleanup and 3 kills for Zyphon, Lucky, and Iceberg collecting a piece for themselves and a 2-round advantage for the Danish team.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't want to say it's over, but it certainly feels that way, right? We have not exactly seen a T-side round from CYBERSHOKE yet, but the stats certainly don't back them up. In fact, they're completely in the favor of the opposition. So, you know, I might be getting ahead of myself. I might be a little bit happy. Not happy, but just too certain to have made up my mind. We'll see how it goes. First rifle round comes up. CYBERSHOKE look to take outside control this time. Smokes are deployed, so the cross towards secret should be granted, given that Sashi don't throw some extra nades to blow the smokes open. There's a molly delaying the play a little bit, but very default setup from Sashi here. By no means it makes it less dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. Lucky gets the first frag, gets taken out right away, and that's a little bit more room for the T's to work with. Iceberg already on that B-bomb site. Just curious
there's only
to see
one, though.
what the plan is for the side of CYBERSHOKE as the rotate comes in, but Becky is dead. And as you said, only one guy defending this site. Iceberg needs to be a rock here, but not gonna happen as Naughty blows him away. Bomb plant gathered, round over. It's gonna be 7th for CYBERSHOKE.
That's a really clean round. I mean, they are now the ones kind of playing a little bit reactive, right? Like, they had a somewhat of an idea where they want to take this, but ultimately they just kind of went for the peaks, the jiggles, they find the kills, and they're like, okay, well, that's one less. Let's just keep moving towards B. Sashi's rotations maybe could have been a little bit better. I do understand why they still kept the players on A. But ultimately, one thing leads to another. And Cabby is left trying to save the M4, which one kill will be given to him, the double will not. Zyphon will hold on to his rifle. And some extra pocket money to, I think, drop one M4 as well. Sashi's buy should be there, I believe. If they lose it, then CYBERSHOKE now have the lead.
Yeah, they can muster up a buy, not the perfect one, but still something to fight with as CYBERSHOKE may be taking control of the next few rounds. Bar a good round from the side of Sashi, as they need to think of something in this particular situation. Weirdly enough, and actually we see this quite often, Zyphon has enough money for a kit, yet no kit gathered on the Danish side that could prove to be a factor in this round. A lot of pressure toward the A-bomb site, not striking over there just yet, as they're just trying to find that first kill, and Iceberg quite close to being that first victim of this round.
Yeah, one more bullet would do it. And Tubstow is something he has to avoid here. And kind of same approach from CYBERSHOKE. I don't blame them. I think it's actually a pretty nice one, because they get a lot of map control. They make Sashi panic a little bit. They will move towards Secret again, and that again splits Sashi in two directions. Do we want to keep this defense on A? Do we maybe want to send one more player towards B? It's a lot of questions that they have unanswered. And Cabby now will spot the approach towards ramp. Ooh, timing on this. It's a nice headshot from Iceberg. That's the first one. But now his position is somewhat known. Cabby and Iceberg have to do it all. Nice shot, and Iceberg is there as well. It's a beautiful double setup as the dynamic duo gets 2. Glowing and Phenomen actually punch 2 back. This is a 2v5 now. We've seen an attempt at it. Not a conversion yet. They actually fake out the plan, but that only allows the CTs to rotate closer. Oh my god, Glowing with the double. Becky gets one back. Glowing to do it all, but it's Becky to shut him down. And that is another 2v5 denied, but it's as close as it can really get.
Oh yeah, and CYBERSHOKE, they're not gonna be the happiest because they lost the round, but dealing so much damage and Glowing, another statement from him, that kind of sends a message to Sashi. Of course, the Danes are going to maintain their lead, but even with the pistols, I can't count CYBERSHOKE out just yet. Especially given that they still have a chance to break the opposition economy and make this a bit of an easier situation for themselves. Again, utility used towards A. No pressure towards that part of the map in terms of manpower for the side of CYBERSHOKE. 3 players going towards outside. Zyphon, will it be a shooting gallery, or can they swarm him and find a way to break him? Zyphon dead. That gives them a bit more room to work with. And now decisions are gonna have to be made for the side of CYBERSHOKE. 4-on-4. Now a lot of players bouncing towards the site. There's Cabby. There's a chance for the multi-frag, but just finding one. Actually, Lovicus taking that kill. Becky good position. Again, a 3v2. But not the best situation for the side of CYBERSHOKE, as they need to make their way toward the site once more.
I think given their buy, they should be happy with it, but getting the bomb plant really would seal the deal. And actually choose to get back. I like this play. Sashi have sent 2 rotations towards that B site, and if you go quickly here, you know, there's a way where Becky maybe has a bad timing, doesn't spot the cross. Like, there's a way how to at least get the bomb plant down. And at that point, you know that at least one of the rotations should be coming from vents, or it will just be a very delayed retake. So CYBERSHOKE love the mid-round calling, but Becky ultimately should be shutting it down. Blixie, bomb on his back, low HP. Timing is everything. He's going to swing out and... Oh, spot 1. That's damage, that's info, and that's just Blixie. A non-existent HP, USP there to finish the job. He actually waits it out, and Iceberg seals the deal. Double digits for Sashi. 6-1 has turned into 10-7. An amazing recovery from them. And I feel like this T side, we start to see why maybe it's not the best for CYBERSHOKE, even though the mid-round calling was good. 3 rounds in a row now, they've just thrown out side smokes and went for the same play. You know, just getting down secret, and for Sashi, it's like, okay, fool me once, fool me twice. You know, it's not going to be fool me 7 times. So they get ahead of the play. Last round we could see it already, but this one they just sealed the deal. Good rotations, good idea. Everything really up to par. Gives them the double digits, man. And now a bit of a freebie round. Get one, buy one, get one for free, really. The Eagles shouldn't have too much invested in this, although we said... Well, I said, I believe it's like 1 in 20. Let's see if this is a good day to go gambling for CYBERSHOKE.
Bit of a different situation with that deco buy for the side of CYBERSHOKE. Never underestimate 5 deagles and the damage they can do. Can run away from you quite quickly. Yeah, you see, it's only pistols, but one headshot, make it a double, and it could change the complexion of a round, of course. To do that, their aim has to be crisp. A bit more than a minute on the clock, as CYBERSHOKE are still just gathering intel and waiting for somebody to make a step too far. Not going to happen just yet. Disciplined is the side of Sashi at the current moment, as they really don't want to get ahead of themselves. They know that they are getting close to Ancient as the decider. Iceberg ready. Can they overwhelm him? That is the question. No. Zyphon is going to shut it down. Iceberg lucky. Becky, everybody chipping in to get 11th on the board for the Danish side, and CYBERSHOKE possibly on the last buy of this map. They're going to have to tie a few rounds together if they want to make Nuke less of a one-sided affair. Of course, 4 rounds is not a lot, but given the complexion of this second half, I don't really see CYBERSHOKE biting back as much as they need to.
I agree. Completely on your side. Just saying, it was 11-8 on Mirage, and CYBERSHOKE did manage to win it. So they're no strangers to this very late stage comeback. Zyphon gets real aggressive. That's an interesting play. We'll give them the frag. Venom with the refrag, and they're not ready for Blixie. So the lobby crunch has just not been working out for either team today. Now you've still taken lobby control. Lucky, actually weird if he spots the player main or not. Cabby gets a frag. Oh no, how? Why? They kept pushing, and will now... Hold on, Lovicus with the frag. It's a 2v2. This is one of the messier rounds we've seen. Still doable for both sides. Depends on Lucky.
They have a smoke. They still have a smoke. Animali, first glowing, goes through hot, so he can't use it. maybe decision-making not at his finest, and Lucky's going to collect an easy frag onto Lova because they know exactly where Glowing is, gives himself a 1v1, but Becky on the prowl, on the hunt, not able to convert it just yet. Glowing with a chance, but Becky overpowers him once more, and 5 map points for Sashi.
Not a clean round by any means, but I felt like both teams just kept making mistakes, and Sashi were at the end the ones to win it out. Yeah, like, you had the player advantage. Like, the fact that somebody tries to drop from stairs and get the frag, like, that's just a dead giveaway. I guess CYBERSHOKE are like, you know what, we don't want the fight here. We don't want to. Let's take it to Ancient. We still have a better win rate on Ancient. For those wondering, it is 65% for CYBERSHOKE, only 33% for Sashi. So it does feel like that's where we're ultimately heading, but CYBERSHOKE are given one last chance. No mistakes from here on out.
Yeah. No margin for error, though Glowing took it personally. Zyphon gets it back to a 4v4, but that's going to spread the defense a little bit. And Sashi don't really have the luxury of losing a player just about now, as Cabby is going to get tested. There's the first, there's the second, and he wants to tie Nuke up. Not going to do it just yet, as Fenomen gets a frag. So does Lovicus. 2v2. Lovicus continues the frag, and do they know where Lucky is? Didn't hear him firing off a shot, but they can guess. Good guess, though. Lucky gets the first frag, not able to find the second, and Nuke will continue for at least one more round.
Indeed. This is a 3v2 as well, I believe. So, Sashi, they're no strangers to kind of fumbling at the goalpost, right? Like losing when it seems really easy to finish things off, but I think it's a really good idea for them to call the attack pause. You know, the slowly but surely might start getting some deja vu from Mirage, and that's the last thing they want to allow happening here. Now, their buy is actually going to be pretty bad, but I believe 2 more good rifle rounds should be in play, 4 rounds in total. And I mean, we've seen the 5.7s and USPs do their magic once, so there's also that possibility. Ultimately, still many options open for them to finish off Nuke.
Yeah, they can take their sweet time with this. As expected, they're gonna just hold on to as much cash as possible while still maintaining somewhat of a threat in this round using this Deagle, a few more upgraded pistols. Even Lucky has a Kevlar that could come in handy if he grabs a rifle for himself. We'll see what's going to happen in this round, but they know that they are really having the upper hand on Nuke in the driver's seat at the current moment, and the chances of fumbling this situation towards losing a round, the chances are quite slim. So, of course, in the next round, we can expect Lucky to have an op with full utility, everybody else to really have some good equipment. Fenomen, not the best spray ever, though Naughty Neki is there to fix things up, and it's only Cabby to remain. The chances of a heroic play here are quite slim, and as soon as they see him, it should be... There's no way. Like, you want to bet?
No, I do not.
Understandable.
Yeah. So, can you jump? There's no way you can jump from hot on silo. He's trying to go for foreign. That's something to ponder for the next time, I guess. Yeah, clean round. Not gonna happen twice. 12-9 the scoreline. Sashi now get their hands on the rifles. Lucky with the big green, but you have 2 more chances. You have this round, you lose this. Next up, you have 5.7s or USPs, and then after that, it's map point, which is a 50-50. So this would be the best time to do it, you know, not making it any harder for yourself than it has to be.
What's the plan for CYBERSHOKE, though? That's what I'm curious to see. Backs against the wall. They want to get to overtime, not let this best of 3 go to Ancient 1-for-1. That's enough to break open the side, though. Iceberg still in the smoke, and there you go. Iceberg and Cabby find the frags necessary. Lovicus, a dead man walking, and it's over. 13-9. Sashi take their own map pick, as we should have, could have, and would have expected. We're going to Ancient.
Yeah, got a little bit worried at the end there, right? Some flashbacks of Mirage perhaps, but still Sashi were the better team on Nuke, and I gotta give it to them. Again, this was 6-1 turning into 10-7 for Sashi, so great for them to keep their mentality, right? Maybe some teams fumble under the pressure, your map down, and your map pick, everything seems to be going wrong. Once they get that knife kill, that completely changes the momentum. Again, we're giving the MVPs to all the wrong players. It has to be, I believe, Siphon or Lucky. Like, at this point, we're just going to be going off kills. But honestly, great team effort from the whole squad. I think anyone on the side of Sashi really deserves the MVP more here. Glowing, he did his part. He tried his best, but ultimately no cigar. We're heading to Ancient, and I'm really hoping we don't see like a 13-2 on Ancient. With everything, with all the tension being built up, sometimes that's kind of where it all ends. Just like, well, okay, this could have been an email.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the knife round being quite crucial, especially in the case of Sashi getting the upper hand and choosing the side they prefer, maybe tying up a few rounds, and CYBERSHOKE maybe struggling at the beginning. I mean, the problem is if CYBERSHOKE gains the momentum, and I would expect the nuke they didn't expect it to go into their favor, so it's not going to affect them mentally. And this is one of those situations where if CYBERSHOKE kind of collects the momentum at the beginning of a map, I struggled to see Sashi fighting back enough to actually get the win on this best of 3. Though it is early days in the tournament, especially given the fact that it's day number 1, we can expect some crazy stuff.
Yeah, we've seen that all throughout, right? Mirage was a banger. Nuke was maybe a bit more how it should have gone, yet still great comeback was needed. And as we head into the third map, only time will tell. A break, and after that, Ancient.
And the second best of 3 of Galaxy Battle Phase 2 takes us to map number 3. The decider will be Ancient. All numbers point to CYBERSHOKE. We'll see what Sashi can do and what damage they can actually do, especially because these two teams in another competition are facing off against each other tomorrow. So it is quite important, Twist, to kind of send a statement today, right?
Yeah, I think it will be a little bit difficult to make a statement here, right? Like 13-2, 13-3, that's kind of what I'm looking at if I'm thinking in terms of statement. Now, we did kind of joke about the fact that sometimes you go to the third map, the first two are close, and the third one is a shutout. But I think with everything we've seen, like this should still be a very much back and forth duel going both ways. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing the knife round, but on Ancient, I guess it matters a little bit. It's a bit of a CT-sided map as of recent. It was, I believe, a couple of months ago, the most CT-sided map in the Tier 1 Pro Pool. So, it'll matter a little bit. And actually, so far, we've seen both teams be really good on one of the sides. On Mirage, it was CT. On Nuke, it was also CT for CYBERSHOKE, I believe. On Ancient, they're right down the middle. Bang down 50-50 for Sashi. Actually, the same. It's crazy that both these teams share very similar win rates on the sides. That's something we've seen so far. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's freaky. Trying anything that they can, pulling out all the tricks from their sleeves to win the knife round. So Sashi, you get to pick the starting side, but again, just judging based off stats, it should be right down the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see, of course, what they can muster up and what they can actually do. I mean, we don't need to talk about fatigue and stuff like that. These teams play a lot of Counter-Strike. The grind is real and it's really there. So after playing 2 maps, there is not really a case of a player getting tired in a sense, but in a way that, like, if you start off on the wrong foot, especially on a map like this, you can put yourself in a situation where maybe you don't have the confidence to make the plays you would usually make. And especially, like, every team or most of the teams, when they play Ancient, they have like a dedicated player that's the fall guy that goes towards mid and tries to find the frag. And even if he doesn't, he gets traded. You need to have confidence, guts to do something like that, though Cabby is left without a head, and the CYBERSHOKE make their way toward the A-bomb site. Bomb planted, and with a man disadvantage, Sashi need to muster up a retake. Not really the best situation you want to be in.
Now, CYBERSHOKE have been good in terms of winning these pistols. I think they currently have the lead. That's a really clean shot from Phenomen, who has upgraded to the USP. Fixes battles. Glock there, only 2 gushes. Well, that is 2 kills for Phenomen. Good upgrade, good frags, and rather easy first, it seems, for CYBERSHOKE. Xiphon at least tries to get some money. Some extra pocket cash. No knife kills for the time being. CYBERSHOKE just lock in a confident first.
It's something you want to see from Phenomen, right? A good start from the guy that could be of use during this map. Definitely the op, once it gets picked up, can actually do damage both on the CT and the T side. So you want him to start off well, get some cash. You can see him already shouldering that AK. That's something you really want to have in a round like this, where you don't really know if your opponent is going to go for an eco or for a force buy. Ancient is one of those maps where both decisions are actually quite good, and we see force buys often get the rounds, but it seems like Sashi have decided to just go with an eco. They have a flash to use and maybe try and surprise somebody. Not going to happen, though, and Lovicus could be in a situation that he collects a lot of cash with that SMG. Not finding anything, though. So they are going to have that MAC-10 for their trouble while the bomb gets planted. Maybe searching for something more. Do some economic damage to the side of CYBERSHOKE, and blowing the other guy with the SMG is going to get a pretty penny for his trouble.
1.8k to him. MAC-10 picked up. I feel like with the USPs, like taking down 2 players is still good. 3 will be denied by Blixie. CYBERSHOKE get what they wanted the second round. Yeah, they'll have to rebuy. Maybe the economy could be a little bit better. But ultimately, solid 2 rounds here come in.
I can be happy with this. A solid start, and it's not the fact that CYBERSHOKE necessarily need a solid start. This is something we were talking about before we went to the break. Like, Sashi actually did need a good start. They needed to hit the ground running, and now maybe it's going to be a different affair. Though, we'll see what the first buy round brings us. Siphon down to 57 HP. Good HE grenade to start with from the side of CYBERSHOKE, and they're setting their sights toward the A-bomb site right now. Lucky is going to get tested. A solid angle he's holding, sees the shadow, finds the first frag and the second, while Cabby collects one for himself, and already the attack crumbling for the side of CYBERSHOKE. Somebody's going to have to make a heroic play. Cabby, good angle, not able to find anything just yet, though support is there in terms of teammates. Blixie good only for one, and Fenomen left in an unwinnable situation. That's first on the board for the Danish team.
Yeah, punching right back. Not allowing there to be a round streak, as we saw on Nuke. It was actually a 61 star for CYBERSHOKE, but that's kind of what I'm looking at, is this game has been very much momentum-based, right? Because we've seen streaks of rounds. We've seen 5 from one, then like 5 rounds at Mirage to close out, right? 11 to 8 to 13 to 11. Same was true on Nuke as well. I feel like momentum is going to be the name of the game here. As soon as one team can string together like 2 rounds, you got to be real careful that they don't, you know, get the next 5. That's kind of how things have been going on both sides. A lot of confidence is needed to convert these duels. Fenomen catches a good timing to take down Lucky, making the site rather open. Becky's in a good position though, and now it's a little bit messy. Iceberg tries to find some more frags. Becky actually gets a double out of it, and this all-out buy for CYBERSHOKE not exactly working out how they wanted it to. Smokes come in. They're actually a bit worried about mid. They're maybe thinking that they're giving up the site. I mean, CYBERSHOKE given an entry point here.
Yeah.
So the retake should still be rather easy. Good flash, not the frag. Needed it, or need not an Eki to just go absolutely nuclear with the frags. He can't do it, so it's just glowing left, and damn, Iceberg drive by, quick as they come. Headshot delivered, and we're all tied up.
Oh yeah, that's what you want to see if you're Sashi, getting the frags necessary, not letting CYBERSHOKE get the multi-kills. And exactly what happened in this round. Good start. Fenomen gets the first frag, then he gets shut down, and every good thing CYBERSHOKE did in this round, kind of Sashi did too. And completely made the effort from the CIS team annulled. Now, of course, the bomb plan did give them a bit of extra cash. It would not be completely insane if we see like Deagles and Tech-9s galore, and that should be the case, as they decided to get at least a little bit of firepower into this round, with even one Kevlar on Lovicus, with the hopes of recovering a rifle and doing even more damage. No, Sashi are the team that is just waiting to confirm that lead, and Iceberg wants to do it all by himself. Finding 2 frags, expecting Blitzy, and that's a free kill. Becky, in the meanwhile, took care of Glowing, and it's only Fenomen to play with his Glock. Can't really do anything in this situation. This is going to be a third for Sashi, and, well, I said they needed to get a good start, and even though they lost the pistol, the good start is there.
Yeah, a good recovery for sure. They're looking strong in terms of the rifles. I like how aggressive they are. Now, this is something that sometimes falls apart for them, but for now they've managed to keep it under wraps, and CYBERSHOKE are just not ready for this aggression. It's a very calculated one at that as well. They know when to put down the gas pedal, and they know when to step on the brakes when the warning signs are there. So, good start indeed. Big rifle arm coming up for CYBERSHOKE. Losing it would spell economical ruin. Big flash. They try to push through, but Cabby and Zyphon will be there to shut them down. And this round already seems like it's over, unless they give away some free frags to Blixie, which won't be the case. Instead, it's Glowing trying to approach the B site. Spots the player, has the informational advantage, but that's a clean headshot given from Iceberg. So the round is done in pretty much, well, let's be honest, 20 seconds, right? That third one was a necessity, sure, but a very clean start from Sashi. Mid-control, not given away, and off of that, they're able to build on it.
CYBERSHOKE are going to think of something. If they can't take control of mid, They need to find a way and establish presence at the beginning of a round at some place, unless they want CYBERSHOKE to steamroll them. It's just going to be a save with these two rifles. Not a situation you want to be in when you're the T side, because, of course, they did build up a little bit of loss bonus. So if they save these two AKs, the other teammates are going to be in a situation that they can consider investing. But if you're CYBERSHOKE, you're looking at a mixed buy in 2, potentially even 3 rounds where Sashi can have the upper hand, have the advantage round after round, and build a solid lead. So saving these two AKs might be a two-edged sword.
Well, you say that there's around 20 seconds left given the cooldown timer after the round ends, so you got to be really careful here. You do not want to die after the time ends. $0 would be profited. I mean, you're gonna be left on 100, and there's actually no reason not to pursue this a little bit. They're gonna go push in. It's okay. We can give away the rifles, because if we can take them down, then they're an absolute economical ruin. Now, yeah, they give away 4 rifles, maybe not what they were looking for, but still. They also at least take away one of these. Attack pause now called from CYBERSHOKE, where they gotta figure out what to do here, right? Because they could have went for the Galil Force, but then Phenomen is literally on $700, so it's not looking too pretty for them. And for the side of Sashi, it's an expensive round, but one they can afford, as there's gonna be money for, I believe, 2 more rounds to go. Geez, they've really picked up the pace economically.
Yeah, quite quickly getting to a lot of cash. And, I mean, imagine a world where they didn't lose the 4 rifles they did. That would have been an insane amount of money in the Danish side. And honestly, if you're CYBERSHOKE in this particular situation, just save the money as much as you can. Hope that in the next round, you're going to be in a situation where, with max loss bonus, Phenomen and Blixie will be able to get Galils. The rest of the team is going to get actually good rifles to use. Not going to be perfect, as these situations never are, though you're still sort of a threat with that hero AK in the hands of Blixie. Just pouncing toward the B-bomb site, not guarded just yet. Blixie good only for 1. That trade could not have been worse, given that Becky is now in a situation to find a multi-frag. Not going to do it. 2 for 2. Not bad. All things considered, they can get the bomb plant, though. Glowing dies through the smoke, and the bomb has to be recovered. Not sure why it was left where it was. Now they're in a bit of a pickle, the side of CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, and the more they wait, the more the CTs arrive, like an octopus with the tentacles all around them. It's just going to be difficult to even get the plan down, to even, well, do anything there. Sashi, good recovery, but again, it's one of those rounds where Sashi played well. It was simply CYBERSHOKE making one too many mistakes. With the start like this, right, bomb site just blown open, you're like, surely you get the plan down, at least you get the plan, but they don't do it. That means their cash is a little bit lower as well, although they're still able to buy, given what they had in the previous.
I might be...
Yeah?
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I might be overthinking this, but in what world does the hero AK guy be the first point of contact where he has teammates with pistols? So
yeah,
that's something to consider in this scenario. Cabby and Zyphon, I mean, it's traditional so far as they clean up mid, and elbow belongs to them as well, as CYBERSHOKE can only think of advancing toward the B-bomb side, which was relatively lightly guarded so far. So they can get to the bomb site, consider getting the bomb plant, unless Lucky plucks one of them with that up, which is not going to happen. Through the smoke goes Blixie. This can still spell chaos for both sides, actually, as CYBERSHOKE got themselves in a situation where they can plant the bomb, but not going to do it. Not going to even have a chance. Phenomen putting up a good fight, but 6 on the board for Sashi, and this is not looking good for the side of CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, that's a copy-paste start to this round. We saw this in the 3rd one, I believe, or the 4th. And then here it's like a 3v5, so you know your opponents are really close by. That's why they don't commit to the plant, because at that point it's like a 2v5 for a couple of seconds where the CTs can push in. You know, hearing the bomb plant is their sign to start pushing. So I get why CYBERSHOKE still choose to at least try to go for the frags. Unfortunately, it's really difficult to get them, as you know, your precise location is just known. Good frags, and yeah, Sashi, momentum is name of the game. They've gotten 6 in a row, and now it's CYBERSHOKE who, quite literally, have to find that stab in the back. You know, we saw this on Nuke 6-1. They get the round and a bit of a poetic knife in the back, and that kind of turned the tide completely. Here for CYBERSHOKE, they're slowly but surely starting to run out of options. Again, for both sides, this is a 50-50 for T and CT. So, you know, you don't want to give them 8, which honestly at this point could be on the lower side of things. If Sashi keep playing like they are, it's really difficult to find any chinks in their armor.
Yeah, so far so good for the Danes. Again, back on the pistols is CYBERSHOKE, and I really can't remember the last time where they had a good buy. Iceberg might get overwhelmed by these pistols. They know his exact location, but the 8K fires away and hits the dome of Notineki. And Iceberg, only losing a bit of HP, can even reposition himself to continue holding Cave, as these pistols found no entry so far. They're going to have to rethink their options again. Stuck towards that B-bomb site. Let's see what they're going to do now.
Gravitational pull in the seam. I mean, they've been great at like opening it. The problem really is first getting the plant and second denying the retake. Good smoke.
It's a good smoke though, but it gives away information as to the bomb site being unguarded. These pistols could prove to be dangerous. Becky and Iceberg cleaning things up, and it's going to be a bomb plant, a consolation prize. Fenneman, good
Progress.
shot, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's progress. They've opened up the B bomb site, I believe, 5 out of these 9 rounds played, and this is the first or the second where they actually get the plant down. Now, progress is good. The problem is you're starting to slowly but surely run out of options, run out of, you know, mistakes that you can make. This is 7-2 now for Sashi, a crucial rifle round coming up. I feel like if CYBERSHOKE loses, they're just going to be in such a horrible situation for the remainder of the game. So this is just a must-win round. Please don't push mid through smokes. That's probably the thing you have to avoid the most, because literally 2 rounds are given away just like that. And look at this, Xiphon is so aggressive. The run boost is beautiful, so is the kill. 34 HP. He actually chooses to stick around. Might be overconfidence, he gets it, and he gets away. Good call from Xiphon.
Well played from Sashi, as they now have control over this round, at least a foothold, given that they have that one-man advantage. And it is, again, CYBERSHOKE that need to find the solution to this equation, as they really don't have a lot of cards holding at the moment. Not even control of mid just yet. They can grab it, they can grasp it. But that's going to take more time away from them, which of course is going to mean that the CTs can position themselves quite well. And if you look at the minimap, you see 2 CT players already in a main. They're ready for the backstab, 1 for 1. That's not too bad. That's going to leave the B-bomb site slightly less guarded, though Lucky is going to take all the necessary information, and he also has a player right beside him, which puts Sashi in a good position to even maybe fake that there's only one with the backstab when the time comes, and the players on the site are in a position they really just need to survive and hold things off, and they're doing just that. That fire is gonna deny the bomb plan, and one by one they all fall. Fenneman again fighting for his life. Good flick, but not expecting 2 players in this position. Is gonna be 8 for Sashi, and CYBERSHOKE being annihilated on a map where we expected them to have the upper hand.
That's a good point, right? Like 65% win rate here for CYBERSHOKE, only 33 for Sashi. They've played both respectively a lot of games on Ancient, 20 for each. So yeah, not sure what's happening for CYBERSHOKE. I truly think it's just the momentum. Something that both of these teams thrive when they can ride that momentum wave, but when it's against them, it feels like Your back is against the wall, and there's just no way how to get forward. And I think that's exactly what's going through CYBERSHOKE's mind right now. 8 straight for Sashi to put up a really good CT side already, and there's still a possibility to get to double digits before the half is even over.
Absolutely, and that could just be horrible for CYBERSHOKE. You already mentioned 2 maps being quite neck and neck, and then we go to a decider, and then it's just a dumpster fire of a performance from one team. Not to be BMing them, but what we've seen so far is simply not enough. 1 for 1. They're heading toward the A-bomb site, but do they expect Lucky? He's holding towards a main, sees 1, takes him down, and now he's just buying time. 3 on 3. Well done from CYBERSHOKE. They can plant the bomb. Blixie completely blind as the Danes are swarming in. No chance for Blixie to survive, and they know where Glowing is. He dies as well, and it's only Lovicus left on 23 HP. Finds the first head, needs to do more. Not gonna happen in 9 for Sashi.
That's one of those late rounds where you just don't overthink, you don't overcomplicate things, and that comes off of Will winning 8 in a row, having that confidence, right? Because Lovicus technically was in a good position. Both players were stuck in donut with the smoke laid down. Like, if you've not been having a good game, you maybe overthink it. You know, you maybe want to wait out the smoke, things get messy, but we can see, like, perfect example of momentum there. It's 1v2, you're like, well, he's low. Let's just push him. Let's just jump through. One will work as the bait. The second will get the frag. That's exactly what pans out here. And Sashi have advanced in 9 straight, by the way. So not a single rifle round that CYBERSHOKE have won so far.
A lot of confidence from Sashi. Let's see if Lucky has it. Missed shot. Not the best flick. Now they're pouncing toward the site. Completely blind and dead now is Zyphon. Finally, a good round from the side of CYBERSHOKE as Sashi chained together 9 in a row. Now the Danes need to muster up a retake with a man disadvantage. CYBERSHOKE finally in a good position to claim a round, and getting 3 on the board is the minimum you need to have a chance in the second half. So they can't really let this go, and the bomb is sticking down a half, so the Danes really need to hurry in this particular situation. There's Glowin, gets traded, but his teammates are there for the trade back. And that should be it. 9-3 scoreline at the half, where, of course, Gabby doesn't have a chance, but Sashi with the upper hand.
Yeah, that's a round where you've pretty much already stomached that it's over. You're like, okay, you know, like, we've lost. Let's just get through this quickly. And I think that actually gives them some freedom to just not overthink things, just push for a site, win the round. Let's see if that kickstarts anything. I think the round is good. At least your opponents are not on double digits. 9-3 still feels somewhat recoverable if you believe, if you can win the pistol. But before the pistol, as always, we gotta see what we get from the giveaway. Today has been really gracious to us. Now, Emphasarosasaurus is alright, I guess. Shit talk. Congratulations. Yeah. But if you want to enter the giveaway as well, then obviously use the channel points. We've changed things up a little bit. It's no more !Galaxy. It is instead channel points that you get by watching. You know the deal. You've been on Twitch before, and then you can use them to redeem the keys, participate in the giveaway. That being said, we usually do the giveaways on half times and then every time an overtime starts. I don't know if there's really a big chance that this goes to overtime. Sashi still look really dominant, although winning the pistol could kickstart the momentum for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, it's a necessity. They won the first pistol of this map, so they're hoping to double up in that regard. Also, congrats to the winner. Let's just call him Shito and pretend he's Japanese. He actually won a skin in Phase 1 as well. So he's doing quite well following the broadcast. Now, the pistol. He's going toward the A-bomb side. It's going to be a split. Let's see if CYBERSHOKE are ready and by the position. So they definitely are ready to meet their adversaries, though the trades still go to the favor of CYBERSHOKE, and it's only Zyphon remaining. Had Lucky found the frag onto Lovicus, could have been a different story. Now Zyphon needs to get a heroic clutch, which doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Exactly that. CYBERSHOKE still alive on map number 3.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a big fan of the mid-round calling here, right? Like, you start pushing, Sure, you get some refrags through, but you're still at a player disadvantage, and at that point, surely you have the info that out of the last 3 opponents alive, at least 2 are on A, right? So you have no advantage of just kind of keeping to press W, because they know exactly where you're coming from, you don't know where they are. I think they could have just slowed it down a little bit, just made CYBERSHOKE panic a little bit, made them respect the possibility of a B rotate. Instead, they just try to brute force it and, well, get punished for it. And now that will lead them to just Glocks, which I think is a great call from Sashi. I see way too many teams have like a big lead, like 8-4, 9-3. Then you lose the pistol and you're like, you know what, let's force. We were still feeling confident. And that confidence turns into overconfidence. You know, then you pretty much give away 2. Yeah, I think it's really good that they just go for the Glocks, get this round over with. At least they should. Somehow found a kill. Unfortunately, the bomb is down, so that will be all she wrote. 9-5 should be the scoreline, and now Sashi have a good chance to buy up the rifles and have increased firepower.
Yeah, and they really want to get around on the T side sooner rather than later, not let CYBERSHOKE gather the momentum you've been talking about throughout this map. And I have to agree, it is a situation where if you chain together a few rounds, you feel really good. And if CYBERSHOKE actually get this one, it's one of those situations where even though you're in a disadvantage result-wise, you're feeling like you're in the lead. You're feeling like you're the one taking control of things. Sashi trying to not let that happen. The fact that they have 5 AKs only speaks to that advantage. Good nade. Lucky. Shrunk down to 56 HP. Iceberg caught by shrapnel as well. And they're going to want to split towards B. Make it quick. Make it faster. Make it a little bit more sneaky. Given the fact that Glowing is the only defender of this site, of course, there's always a threat of Blakesy. What the hell was that? Going with his back turn caused his demise, and now things are starting to be a bit more difficult for the CT side as the T's can swarm the site, but they're taking their sweet time with that.
Yeah, it's not the start you wanted. At least the rest of the team is not spectating you, so that tilt doesn't carry over.
Yeah, nobody saw
Sashi,
that fail.
Yeah. I think you just want to play slow here if you're Sashi, right? Because CYBERSHOKE are known to go for gamble stacks when they've lost the initial player on the CT side, and we did see on Mirage that not exactly working out. Now, for the time being, they're going to remain like this, 2 towards B, but it also means that there's no gamble stack. There's no chance to stop the push if it's a 2v4, but Glowing will get ahead of the issue, get a frag. Now they know about Glowing, so he is found. Oh, that, whoa. All right, I think surely he saw the head. Well,
Yeah.
takes his time. Takes his time with it, still gets it.
Iceberg got us worried for a moment there. It seemed like a surefire kill. Had he hesitated for a second longer, he could have been on the receiving end of that. And with Fenomen, the only one remaining with that SMG, he's just maybe hoping of finding a frag, grabbing an AK, and running for his life. With $600 in his back pocket, though, he's going to have to deserve it as the Sashi players are approaching him. Might be an interesting situation, though. I'm quite uncertain as to why he didn't save, given that he also has utility with the stuff he has at his disposal. Doesn't even matter. It's 10 for Sashi. 5-round lead once more. And not a good economy in the hands of CYBERSHOKE. This is not a situation you want to be in on map number 3. I really can't.
Yeah, I think he spotted the head there, but then he wasn't sure where the player went, so I don't know what was the idea. Either way, it works out. It'll be double digit for Sashi. And yeah, I mean, if you save the MP9, you'd have like a hero MP9 in the round, but I feel like that's not exactly what you think about when you think, oh yeah, that's a big weapon that you can still deal some damage with.
Yeah, MP9 enjoyers would disagree, though. Let's see. Sashi want to make this quick. And, well, relatively painless for the side of CYBERSHOKE. That's an interesting boost. Not something we see every day. Usually it gets snuffed out quite quickly. Not even going to be relevant in this situation, as Zyphon takes care of Notineki, and they're going to have an AK for their troubles. At the very least, trying to do even more economic damage from this position. Low because his position known, and they know that another player is there as well. given that somebody had to have
Wait.
boosted him. All right, wait a minute, just there. Becky is gonna take control of things. For a moment, it seemed quite dangerous for Sashi. It was a 4v2, even though they basically only had pistols and a picked up AK. For a second there, I doubted that Sashi was gonna get this round.
Yeah, not the first time Becky saves them from what could have been a horrible round to lose. I still like the setup. I think CYBERSHOKE played it quite well, right? They were very explosive if they actually decided to push out of cave. Some mistakes made, perhaps from Sashi, but ultimately all good in the hood. 11 on the board for them. Now, this was 9-3, turning into 9-5, so we're like, it gets a little bit iffy. But I mean, at this point, let's be just honest about it. This is your last chance if you're CYBERSHOKE,
Yeah.
like your last good chance, right? An absolute must-win round for them.
Absolutely. They need to make it count. They need to make it, well, confident as well. Even winning a round and losing, I don't know, 3-4 guns is going to put you in a very disadvantageous position, though Lovica starts pretty well. That's a +1 for his team. No pincer on mid, so Sashi are going to have to commit to hitting B at this particular moment, though. We're going to have to wait with that. Venomant is going to get 2 frags with that up, make it quite easy, as Lucky and Iceberg are the only ones to remain, though Iceberg's still not out of this round.
Ooh.
This shot from Venomant, that's not stereotypical. Blixie with the flash, pushing through. Lucky gets the frag. Maybe there's still a chance for an active round here.
I think they're gonna fake B and just go away. There's a backstab, but Iceberg catches him, and now it's like, oh no, never mind. They're still committing to the side. This is a 2v4. It all starts with that AVP miss. Now there's a smoke coming into play as well. Very low HPs though. But look at Iceberg. They're never gonna be expecting this play, and they actually go for the boost. So Iceberg, that's one. Oh no, not like this. Not like this, CYBERSHOKE.
It seemed like they
The
already
op
won
miss,
the round.
dude.
It was a 4v2. Iceberg clotheslines Lovicus, and afterwards things start to spiral out of control. It was actually Lucky's kill that started it all. He got the frag onto the site, gave him and his teammate a bit more room, and they used that room quite well. Good play from Iceberg as well. He knew that they were both low and that he needs to make a risky play. And the risk paid off in this situation. 7 match points for Sashi.
Yeah, it seems inevitable that they finished off. That's maybe overconfidence. Venomant will grab 2 very quickly and easily. 3v4 now, Sashi. I don't think they need to pursue it that much. They should be slowing things down here a little bit, making CYBERSHOKE relocate, or just wait out Lucky, who is sitting in complete darkness. Not sure where in the world he is. I guess he just has the blinds there.
Yeah, possibly.
Alright, well, that's a gamer.
Absolutely. Lucky could turn the tide of battle once more. Missed shot could cost him. Not going to cost him his life, but definitely the timing and the plan that counted on him to actually make his shots count. 3v4 still the situation as Sashi moved toward the B bomb site, and both teams, more often than not on their T side, avoided the A bomb site. And even when Sashi attacked it now with pace, they got stopped in their tracks. Not really the best situation for them, but they're still going to commit to this, given that it's really
Lixie is...
still no... Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's the solo B-side defender, and he's on a 5-7. Like, that's an oversight. It's a 4v4, you know. Whatever. 3v3 retake is going to be coming through. Bomb down. Not the Neki with the refrag. It's a 2v2. Zyphon hits the headshot, and now it's all down on Law because he's on 7 and 15. Not a great game he has been having, but he still manages a way to find the first. Now, Lucky should be cleared here. He's actually the one to arrive. Confidence at an all-time high, and a very clean third map from Sashi. CYBERSHOKE certainly could have played better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Bruised, battered, and deep fries. CYBERSHOKE go to the 0-1 bracket in this Swiss stage, while Sashi go to the 1-0. Always a good way to start your journey on a tournament to actually go to a decider and completely delete your opponent, and that's exactly what happened with Sashi in this position. Of course, they have a long way to go if they want to make it to the playoffs, but this is a good way to start it. CYBERSHOKE, on the other hand, I'm still confident that they are one of those teams that can think about going to the top 16 phase, but they're going to have to try a bit harder than what we've seen on Ancient.
Yeah, the man without a face, Becky, from the Shadow Realm, gets the MVP. He's actually been a really good addition to Sashi. I believe he played on Prezi previously, and he was kind of almost single-handedly. He was just the star player there, and now I think the addition to Sashi has gone a long way. A great reverse sweep for them, as you say. They have a matchup tomorrow, so I think this, again, will just leave a sour taste in CYBERSHOKE's mouth, because they were up, they were looking promising, 6-1 on Nuke as well, and it all just crumbles. Yeah, that single knife kill, I think, is what won Sashi the whole best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, you never know what's going to happen when you knife kill an opponent. Maybe you get in their heads a little bit. Of course, at the end of the day, Sashi are moving forward. We got 2 more best of 3s. The next one is going to be FORZE Reload versus Partizan. It's going to be an interesting best of 3. We don't know a lot about FORZE, so I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring to the table, especially against a team that has been grinding a lot in the previous few months. So it's going to be a good one, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, they made their way here through the open qualifiers, so they definitely have the fighting spirit. Let's see how they perform against the big dogs. But before that, I think we're going on around 50-minute break, so, well, do go somewhere, get some snacks, get some drinks, and be back for a rather exciting third best of 3 of the day. We'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back to Galaxy Battle Phase 2, Day 1. We are slowly but surely getting through the matches. We've arrived a bit over the midpoint. It will be our third best of 3. And Luba, you've been here for the third game at this point. How are we feeling?
A bit sleepy. It's been a long break. 50 minutes is a long time, enough to grab some snacks, and honestly, I'm ready to take a nap. Though, I am quite confident that this best of 3 is going to wake me up to begin with, and I'm very curious to see how everything is going to look. We have sort of like a David versus Goliath matchup. Of course, I wouldn't call Partizan a Goliath, but definitely when you compare it to Forza Reload, they are the bigger team. They are the better known team. So honestly, this is going to be a very interesting matchup to see a team that went through the open qualifiers and is already facing a team that really has high hopes coming into this tournament. Of course, phase one didn't really go too well for Partizan. They want to make amends, and a good way to do so is to cleanly go through the Swiss stage. Moving to the map Vito, first map that will be played is Anubis, the map peak of FORZE Reload. Afterwards, we will be going to Nuke, and our decider is going to be, well, it's going to be Ancient once more, and that's not something that we were maybe hoping for, given that the previous best of three had Ancient as a decider, and it wasn't really interesting because it was really a one-sided affair. Hopefully, this best of three will give us a lot of excitement, and FORZE Reload will show that they kind of beat TNL, the last season's finalists, for a good reason. TNL lost to FORZE Reload in the open qualifiers, so hopefully FORZE can actually take this spot and prove why they belong in this competition.
Yeah, again, as you said, it is one of those matchups where the winner technically should be easy to pick. But FORZE Reload has really been climbing the ranks, and that is a great way how to start things off. The USB headshot Dragon, though, will get one back. And the bomb is actually going towards B, which has been left completely open. There's a quick backstab coming through. Kusmi is still great with the aim. I think it certainly is one of the strong points for the reloaded squad. Now, Emmy fully blinded. The flash fade needs to find a frag, but there's 4 around him. And that's a really clean retake from FORZE Reload. Vlone doesn't even pursue it, or Vladen rather. That's a defuse. Yeah. A weird round for sure.
A very weird round. So, I don't want to say dirty from Partizan, but not something we were hoping to see in this state of affairs. You were hoping to see them have a little bit more control. Of course, losing one player towards mid at the beginning of the round, definitely not their fault. But afterwards, a bit sloppy. A way to enter this best of three. Dragon dying seemingly for no reason, just trying to take info from CT. Hopefully we get to see something better for them. And they're opting for the FORZE buy in this second round. Not the best FORZE buy you'll ever see, but they do have a lot of utility to work with. So they sacrifice firepower for the grenades. We'll see what that brings them, and if these Tech 9s can run somebody down. Of course, a Galil as well on Dragon, their top-rated player. Recon, that's the opener, gets traded back right away. And Partizan can maybe hope to get that rifle as well, and that could lead them to a more advantageous position in this round.
Oh, well.
Not yet.
The smoke should do it. Yeah, Kusmi's in a bit of a weird position. Actually, Dragon just spams him down through the smoke. I think it was a lucky shot, but one way or another, they found a player advantage. They now have 2 rifles in this as well. Luckily for FORZE, the rotations are there. The hold should be strong still, but the smoke certainly fading. There's a lot of information. The FAMAS taken down as well. Collins get another, and that is a very clean round coming the other direction. You can see that FORZE Reload, although their aim is good, maybe the inexperience shows in this one, right? You have rifles, you're literally up against just Tech 9s, and you just get overly aggressive. There was not really a reason to go for that long push, especially when there was no util or no teammates to support that. And so it all unravels second at a time. FORZE, the fact that they win the pistol on CT Anubis is huge, right? But after that, you're almost, well, you're really looking, this could have been 3-0 easily for them. If the Tech 9s don't convert, it would have been just the Glocks for the next. Instead, well, they still have the round, but it's a bit of a difficult one to stomach, losing. And knowing how the previous best of 3 went, and especially for a team like FORZE Reload, I think momentum is very much a thing that works with or against them. So, the opposite of what they were looking for.
Yeah, we'll see what they can actually show, but well played from Partizan to take this round, and as you said, it's quite clean, quite simple for them. Of course, this is the map pick of FORZE, and of course, HL TV is not a good way to get analysis about teams playing on the level of FORZE, given that they're an open qualifier team. A lot of the matches they play are not on HLTV, and currently they have 0% on this map, their own map
Yeah,
pick.
I wanted to, I don't know, see your opinion about it, because sometimes it's like a wild card where you're bad on the map, but then you actually practice it a lot. And then you've actually gotten good and your opponents don't expect it, yada yada, you somehow just overwhelm and surprise. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out for them. It has been close games for them. This round should still be going the way of Partizan. I was not even entertaining the possibility, but now a player advantage. Hold on. You gotta talk about the round. Rickon will get another. That's a 2v4. There's no kits in place, so you gotta find the last two in the next 10 seconds. Vlad will be taken down. It seems like, man, back-to-back clear rounds. This time for FORZE Reload. Both teams just fumbling advantages that they had, but retakes have been looking good for FORZE. I like what I'm seeing. I also like their CD setups. It does seem like they're playing a very unusual Anubis. I think that was clear after the pistol round, where they had two pretty much backstabbing on B main when the bomb is being planted. Like, they're quite aggressive. They're taking a different approach, but it seems to be at least surprising Partizan to the point where they actually lose the round. 2-1. Good job for FORZE. Right back in it.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd round. Partizan losing players towards B main, then hoping a smoke will snuff out the players trying to retake, a player going into the smoke and firing away blindly. So, really something that could have been avoided. Though, a goodbye in the hands of both teams coming into this round. Essentially, we can call this the first gun round of this best of three. We're going to see what Partizan have in store as they want to put FORZE back on the reset. And with the equipment they could have really something to hope for. So far, so good. Of course, on the side of FORZE, taking 2 rounds we didn't really expect them to take. That pistol being quite simple. The other round they won just now, not so simple. Flash forces a player out of A main. There's Shady! And he's the real deal. Takes down 2, and Dragon left on 9 HP as Partizan struggled to find an answer. Not even a trade made. And what do you do in this situation?
Yeah, it's like all of your options are already denied. You have pretty much no control of the map. Maybe you can stick around Connector and hope and pray that FORZE Reload over aggresses, which is something that, you know, these lower level teams, you'd say, maybe make mistakes of. But honestly, FORZE Reload are trying to get out of that bucket of, you know, being a team that you might see in some tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, but ultimately nothing special. Like, they're trying to climb the ranks, they're trying to prove themselves. Already a big achievement to make it all the way through the open qualifiers, and now taking down the big guys of Partizan would be huge. And with 10 seconds left, well, this is just Kindo and Dragon desperately trying to save the weaponry, as next round has absolutely no cash in store for them. It's a dominant start for FORZE, and I love that they've picked Anubis, a map where they have, so far on HLTV, 0 wins and 4 losses, but it seems like they've figured out a way how to approach it that Partizan are not exactly sure how to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, when we see their matches, they didn't really lose against high-profile opponents. Of course, you got the usual suspects like Bad News Eagles, like Nexus. And most of the matches they played, actually, and lost, were close-fought affairs. 2 went into overtime, so it's not like they were deleted on the maps they played. That probably brings us to the reason why they chose to pick this map, even though Partizan is a solid Anubis team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we did see FORZE lose that one round where it absolutely should have been theirs, so let's hope the mistakes don't repeat themselves. It seems to be an all-out attack towards A, and the call could not be any better for FORZE. They have 2 immediate responders and then 1 to rejoin from camp. We're gonna be careful on the timings, but only 1. Oh, Rexy's full flash. Hold on, Dragon's hero AK gets 2. Oh boy, the op misses, and now you're gonna have to play sight retake, as they picked up an AK, they picked up an M4, they know that there's at least 1, maybe 2 coming from the back, out of nowhere, just off of a single hero rifle on Dragon. They've not only gotten the plan, but they've gotten themselves in a very favorable position. FORZE will still attempt it. There's an op in play as well. 3 rifles to be taken down. First one found. That's a double. Kindo with the refrag and Shady left in the 1v2. His position is known. It's the big green. It's $5,000 if you lose it. And he's just trying to find these players. The Partizan are doing such a good job of just getting away from the angles. He still has the kid. Once again on the side, needs to get the no-scope and can't do it. Emmy will finish things off with what Partizan started. Just the pistols, just the Glocks, and even though FORZE still have the 3-2 lead, those are 2 rounds they should have never lost.
Yeah, props to Partizan as well. The little utility they had, they used it quite well. A good flash to hold the A-side defenders at bay. Molotov to do some damage as well. And at the end of the day, FORZE put themselves in an uncomfortable situation at this very moment. Tac pause already. Not something you see from open quality teams. Usually they wait a long time before we see their first tactical pause, so they want to adjust some things. Definitely a buy needs to be discussed, as they don't really have a lot of money, and they're putting all their hopes in firepower, as they have a total of 3 grenades to use in this round. Doesn't seem so easy, but if Shady's op can do some damage, if he can find the opening frag, might give them a lifeline in this round. However, if they lose it, Partizan can go on a roll.
Yeah, I think even if they lose the remainder of these 7 rounds, like 3 on CT, it's not great. It's not horrible for CT side Anubis. And you know, that being said, you have 7 more opportunities to just, let's be honest, get some bonus rounds. 4 is like average, I'd say. 5 is good. 6 is amazing. Like, FORZE Reload still very much in control here, and Vladen just goes on a, well, lookout that he pays for dearly with his life. And because FORZE peek out in the open and there's no refrags, I think they should have somewhat of an idea that, you know, actually the remaining of the players should be somewhere else. I'm trying to take mid, so Rexy is going to be given a big opportunity to shut it down, but Kindo is just too quick with the op. That's a nice shot, as they've now cleared mid. Look at this from FORZE. They're all just pushing out of A. Talk about playing Anubis in an unusual way. Emmy, oh, he spots a leg. Ooh, and now he knows about 2. Damn, Kusmi! What? That's a wall bang. And now Shady is there on site as well. Partizan knew they had to put the pedal on the gas when they saw 2 pushed out towards A main, but they just run from the wolf and run into the bear.
Oh,
damn.
That's not good timing from Collins. And Dragon on his own. That's a messy round. Another one that Partizan lose. And it seemed, I don't want to say that it seemed obvious that the A side is unguarded, but they had a player in front of B the entire time, and Dragon saw nothing. The overconfident play to go towards cameras towards A is definitely something that should be talked about when they actually decide to watch the VOD, because that was not the best of choice, and ultimately that's what lost them the round. Of course, you said it's not a common play that FORZE did in a situation where they have a one-man advantage and guns. It's not like they were on pistols. They decided to stack a site, do a gamble, and play aggressively from main. It paid dividends. It was quite good for them. And now Partizan back on a hero rifle. Once it worked, why not again?
I think Partizan are just very much caught off guard by what FORZE are doing, right? Because the approach is very unusual. It's not something you expect, and it's just very hard to account, like, what will they do next, right? In a sense, it's easier to actually play against teams that run very good defaults, just because you know what the defaults are, so at that point it just comes to winning out the aim duels. In this case, it's every round seems like FORZE just find a way how to really overcomplicate things for Partizan, make them second guess themselves, and because things have went the way they have in these first 6 rounds, like, Partizan at all times have to be super wary of literally anything happening, right? I think they're very just paranoid in that sense, as they're going to try to execute on the B side. Griffin is on the other side. It's just the pistols. We've seen this work before, and the fact that bomb site has been giving over, plant is there. I mean, that's your job secured in this round already. Just getting the plant down. Good nade damage and spam through the smoke. Dragon finds one. Surely not again. The hero AK pushes out. Kusmi ready for it, and yeah, that's a nice cleanup from FORZE. Now, they did give away the bomb site and the plant, so Partizan will get some extra cash to buy up, but ultimately a clean 5th. A very unexpected start of this game.
And they're starting to run away with it just a little bit. Of course, 3 rounds as a lead in the first half is marginal at best, and it's something that teams get out of just off of winning 1 or 2 gun rounds, resetting the opposition economy. Partizan can do just that. But FORZE, the impression they're leaving is really incredible because it's completely uncommon style of play, and Partizan, they need to find a way to maybe break it, and they might break it by playing quickly, by playing aggressively. Rexy not able to take down Emmy. That's a good start. Emmy's gonna die in that molly, but that's gonna spread out the defense a little bit. If Partizan can now hope to judge which site is less guarded. Once they failed, maybe this time it might be a different story. Vladan takes down Spirit, opens up the A-bomb side, and that could be round over, though FORZE might still have a trick up their sleeves, even though they're in a man disadvantage. Maybe they're not going to commit to saving guns just yet, especially now that Shady found the frag. Vladan firing back from the smoke and Kusmi falling. Again with the man advantage for Partizan, but the AWP is just walking slowly. And now Shady in a very uncomfortable situation. He needs to get this 3-on-1. The flick is not going to land, and Kindo takes the final frag. Partizan firing back.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think Partizan's way of approaching this T site should just be going for, I'm not exactly saying just rush, but just pick a site, and when you do the execute, just, you know, don't linger around. Just push in, get your frags, get the execute going, because the rounds where FORZE have beaten them have been off of, like, FORZE getting a pick there, then here, you know, it's all been very slow, and slowly but surely Partizan crumbled. But even the round where they had just the 2 rounds ago, where they had just the pistols and a single rifle, right? They still picked a site, they pushed it, and actually the bomb plant was given away. Look at this, though. This is
there you go.
FORZE, yeah, taking matters into their own hands, going, you know what? We can push as well. We have the W key too. And so those are, well, I want to say round over in 15 seconds played, but maybe there's just something Vlad and Emmy can string together, but they just have absolutely no map control, so it has to be the aim converting. Emmy gets a frag and does very well to get away, but Kusmi will gun him down, leaving just Vlad and mollied out, playing on the edge of the smoke. Shady will take him down, and that is again another round where you're just not expecting, you know, your opponents are going to have rifles, so in what world do they push too long and too mid? It's crazy, but because it's crazy, it works, because you're unpredictable.
Completely unpredictable. Unorthodox style of Counter-Strike, and I have to say, FORZE, I mean, I like them. The way they're playing this Anubis is charismatic. Let's call it that way.
Yeah, it's something out of the ordinary for sure. It kind of reminds me of like Prime Furia, right? When Art was there, just buying P90 and W keying. Like, you look at it like from a side, you know, for us casters, it's easy. We have the X-ray, we have the map. We go like, surely, like, come on, guys. But no, when you're in the server, you know, you don't have all this information, and out of nowhere, you're not expecting somebody to just push through a smoke, double push long, double push mid. Like, that's why it's working for FORZE. Now, obviously, I don't think that can work in all 3 maps here. Like, you know, even at the break to enter nuke, you will be talking about, okay, this is how they play on the CD side, how can we counter this? But it surely makes for a great start on Anubis. You have 6 rounds on CD side already, which in a 50-50 matchup normally would mean that, you know, the team that has 6 on CT, potentially more, will win. We'll see if FORZE breaks under pressure, but for now, lovely stuff. And a chance to actually get the 7th for free.
Possibly. The Hero AK once more, this time hoisted by Kindo. Shady out on the open. He's going to get taken down. Good trade for Partizan. Now they can change up pace. Are they going to go towards A? The answer seems to be yes. Rexy stuck on the wall. Not caught off guard just yet. Good setup. One falls, so does the other, as Kindo's taking heads. Puts this in a 2v3, though Kusmi gives him and his teammate a chance. Kusmi wants more. Already a very forward position, even though Rickon didn't rotate, and it's all down to Kindo. He's going to have to ace this round if he wants to get the clutch. Managed to find 4 frags already, just dancing around the site, but not going to be able to take down Rickon, and it's going to be another round for FORZE. I mean, nice try, Kindo. 4 kills in a situation where he's the only one that had a rifle, really stepping up, but in the end, not enough.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Partizan have had 3 rounds where they have just the Glocks and a single hero AK, and all 3 they've gotten the plan down. One of them they won. This one should have been theirs as well, and the third one was quite competitive as well. Like, that seems, the cracks start to show on the side of FORZE. Again, they're not a team that's really that established, so even though we're going to be seeing amazing stuff from them, we're also going to be seeing really bad stuff. That's kind of the essence of playing in these lower tiers, is that, some rounds, if you didn't see the nameplates, you'd go, yeah, that could be a tier 1 team, but the big problem is, like, the big mistakes that you make, and ultimately, it's not about getting better a lot of times, it's just about eliminating the mistakes and kind of remaining at the same level in terms of your good rounds. It's good they recover. 7-3 will be the scoreline. But they gotta stop just giving away rifles one by one when they know they're up against a lower buy. Spirit, though, this time with the M4 up against 2 AKs. Vladden timing. Oh, he catches the perfect timing, gets a lot of damage in, but wanted the kill there. Maybe there's a nade or something. They still want to push through, but Rexy will get the refrag. Dragon gets one back, and that's again the site cracked open. Apart from Shady, who actually punishes Dragon for over-peeking, they get the bomb down. Shady gets info about 2. That smoke is going to complicate things. You can just stand in it.
Oh.
Or not.
That. Rickon, he snuffed Demi out. Collins on the backstab. Good trigger discipline. There's one, but not the other. Kuzmi's fast. And it's only Kindo to remain. He didn't clutch last round. He's going to try this time around. There's one. Looking for the other. Knows exactly where he is. And Kindo with the clutch. Keeping Partizan alive and not letting FORZE get to 8. But Partizan, you talked about FORZE cracking under pressure. Partizan, a few whiffs, a few mistakes, including Dragons out on the open Molotov that led to his demise. Kindo saving them for now.
Yeah, I feel like that was bound to happen, right? You just can't be spamming these retakes time and time and time again. But again, you have 7 on the CT. Like, that is the big thing about the start of this half. Like, even though FORZE have had more than 3, like, bad rounds where you go, well, you should have won that, guys. You should have made it more competitive. Like, and then it's 7. It's 7. You win the pistol, it's 9-5, worst case, right? So, trust me, looking to get some more damage and looking to get any kind of damage, really, but I guess this round is already done and dusted. A 4v5 pistol retake is something I have not seen in a long while. Shady will try to make things easier, coming in with the backstab, but, you have all the info. It's just all about converting the kills now.
Oh, one Partizan player is missing. He's going to have to rotate, and these pistols can still do some damage. Let's see if FORZE can actually consider finding an opening toward the site. Emmy, though, shuts it down. No chance. The site is locked, and FORZE players will not approach the bomb. It's going to be 5 for Partizan at the half. Shady just fighting for his score. Not going to happen anymore. 2 rounds of an advantage after the CT half of Anubis. I mean, FORZE, they really have a reason to be happy with how they played in the first half of map number 1.
Oh yeah, I think things are going swimmingly if you consider the score. Again, you could go, oh, but it could have been 8 or 9. 7 is amazing. They're going to have a big chance to close this out in the second half. But before that, as always, we have the case. So far, luck, at least for me today, watching and casting has been all right. As I say that, obviously, Caster's Curse comes into play. Totally Spice. Congratulations with the Phosphorus. And again, we've changed the giveaway rules a little bit, so I see you guys typing Galaxy in the chat. It doesn't work anymore. You have to use the channel points that you get for watching, and if you have 500, which I believe you said is around like 1 full map, right? Then you can enter the giveaway.
Something like that.
Yeah, and yourself some free skins.
Not bad, not bad. Also, Totally Spice, another repeat offender. We saw him get a skin or 2 in Phase 1, so congrats on finding your winning ways in Phase 2 as well. Of course, we're still in the first day. This is the 3rd best of 3 out of 44 that will be played in this competition, so there's a lot of Counter-Strike in Galaxy
44.
Battle Phase 2.
That's a lot. I didn't know we have that many in store. That's cool.
All right, second pistol. Good start. Dragon takes the head of Kuzmi. Vladdan, he wants to find something, but he's going to get overwhelmed and run down, as well as Emmy and Kindo. This has been A big struggler for the side of Partizan as they lost the previous pistol as well. Dragon gets gooshed. Needs to pull back. And what is the call now for Partizan? Saving the Kevlar seems to be the choice for them. Collins, talk about struggle. This map has been not too kind towards him. And a jumping headshot. That's a statement as well. Again, a 3-round lead for FORZE Reload.
I'm horrible at making predictions. Every time I make the sensible prediction, Caster's Curse kicks in and, you know, I get proven wrong, so that's lovely. But, you know what? I don't learn from my mistakes. I'm still gonna make prediction. This one is done. FORZE Reload win it. I just checked what win rate they have on the T side of Anubis. I'm just talking about Anubis, not best of 3.
Alright.
They have 65% win rate on T side of Anubis. Partizan are quite bad on the CT as well, so stats are completely in the favor of FORZE. And again, this is Anubis T side, right? Like, it should go swimmingly. They do spot the early peak towards long. They don't know, you know, the other side of the iceberg, that there's 4 more there, but ultimately, as long as you avoid B, you should be good. USP is going for some long-range engagements. All right, let's see it. Do they all just want to walk water? And this could be ace on a silver plate here.
Oh, Shady. Struggling a little bit. Has, of course, the protection of his teammates, and Partizan just stucking tail and running. This didn't work out the way they planned it, and they just gave a lot of information to FORZE, who can just walk toward the A-bomb site, get the bomb planned, and secure 9 on the board. Now, interesting thing we see more and more is that when teams have USPs, they don't really decide to even go for exit frags all too much, simply because they don't want to give the opposing team money. And it seems to be the case here for Partizan. They're just relocating. If somebody walks into their crosshairs, they'll be ready, or at least somewhat ready, as Recon finds too. Vladimir is going to take that rifle away, but now it's time for Kusmi to splash some cash and, of course, get some bank with that MAC-10. Just chipping away at them and striking them down. 4-round lead for FORZE Reload. Partizan will have a buy in the next round, and this is one of those situations where they really need to make it count. Otherwise, we could see this side of FORZE make so much of a lead that it's very difficult to make the comeback.
I think at this point, you have to have an amazing CT side. Like, I just don't see often where, even if it's 6-6, I'd say it's maybe a 20% chance to actually win if you're playing on a CT side of Anubis after that 6-6 first half. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it often. Maybe I'm being biased. Maybe it's just, you know, it obviously is my personal experience that I'm going off of. But 9-5, unless you F up in a major way, I just don't see how this one gets lost. It's a rifle round to come up, first one of its kind in the second half, but, you know, it's going to be second to last for Partizan if they can't convert it. Going for a very default setup. Not over-aggressing anywhere, just holding down the line and hoping the defaults work out. Good. Believing in the process, but Shady, that is clean. Free haircut. Collins next in line. Smoke now fades, and they're gonna double swing him. Not even the kill for him. Side is completely open. Now, bomb still needs to be picked up, but shouldn't be any problems in that regard. As, well, 3 rifles, you gotta save them, honestly. Like, they're... yeah. Dragon is lingering around, but I think he understands what this means.
This round is done. When Emmy fell, it was a very difficult round to win. Collins basically had to make a heroic play towards water, clean it up, and then hope he can withstand the attack until the rotate arrives, or rather, pull back until the cavalry arrives, and that's not something that happened. A really good round for the side of FORZE. They're going to have double the points of the opposing team, getting to round number 10. Not something we expected from a team that has, well, at least according to the HLTV database, that has 0% of matches won of on Anubis. But they are striking back, and they seem to be a quite force. Rank 184 in the world.
Force to be reckoned with.
Oh, no. Oh, the hour has struck for comedy time.
For dad jokes, for bad puns, yeah.
Yeah. Wonder if Partizan are going to go for a FORZE buy here.
Damn. All right. You're not playing around, huh?
I think we got a few more jokes in us. Just wait for the opportune moment. As FORZE is actually going to take attack timeout. Partizan still 3 unused. Actually, Partizan changed their coach just a few days ago.
Oh yeah, you're from the same country, if I'm not mistaken, right? That this Partizan lineup is from. So,
exactly.
Do you have any, like, you know, insider info? Perhaps you can share.
Insider info? No. The only insider info I actually have about Partizan, it's not really insider info. You just have to follow the matches. Is the fact that they could beat really strong teams and they could lose against, well, let's call them weaker opposition. So I don't mean to be rude to anybody, but if FORZE defeats them in this best of 3, it's not going to say much until they actually get a result. A bit more. But take your time. We're going to find out what they can do. They definitely are a favorite in the Serbian CS community. And many good things are expected of them. As they try and find a solution to this, as this is one of those rounds they cannot afford to lose. FORZE seem to be in a really good position, as just playing default so far, trading of utility is not going to lead to anybody's demise. Not a lot of damage dealt so far. So the side of FORZE is concentrating their energy toward the A-bomb site, and it seems to be a very good read.
Indeed, the longer they wait, the more time there is for Partizan to arrive. So, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of presence anywhere else on the map, so they kind of have to respect the fact it could be a nicely timed smoke. Now, it could actually work out in FORZE's favor, because if they just start walking back now, then they avoid this double A setup, but I actually really like what Partizan are doing here, because now, you know, you're forced off of A, well, then you're walking into connector. This is a great setup from Partizan, and you just gotta convert on the aim. Rexy gets the first Kusmi, taking down. Kindo needs another, though, to shut the round down, and it will be Rexy doubling up, leaving Emmy in a 1v3 situation until help arrives. Survive is #1 mission here. They do commit to the plant, and it does go down, but it's a nice strike from Emmy. Dragon gets another, and Vladen will finish off Rikon as well. It's a huge round 1 for Partizan, and for a very good reason. I love what they did on both sides of the map here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Vladen striking from A main. Perfect timing to do something like that. When I saw that the A side was unprotected, I already saw FORZE like walking into it, but Partizan were really reactive on that play, and Emmy, the captain, firing away when it was important, staying alive long enough for the rotate to arrive. And Partizan's still in it. Only just, though, as they need to chain together a few rounds if they want to make a statement and show that this map is still not over, not even close.
Yeah, maybe there is some kind of a second life, second chance in this match of 4 rounds. The separation. Cash is still good for FORZE, so we talked about David versus Goliath. Well, now the roles have switched. Right now it's Partizan who... Oh no, that's how it starts. Really bad timing.
Yep.
Dragon now is spotted as well. He still gets 1, and if he could get the double, that could still mean that the site is defended for now. Rotations are arriving on quick pace, but the smoke is great. You can't push through it, so Dragon goes down without a refrag, so will the bomb. And at that point, if you go for it, that is your economy wiped. You gotta be really careful making your decisions here. Resmoke comes in, because FORZE didn't have to use a lot of that util to get on the site. You know, they still have 4 flashes to just completely white screen their opponents with, but it seems like that won't even be needed. It's a save from Partizan, and what starts off a bit luckily for FORZE is certainly converted off of good skill as well.
Yeah, quite fortuitous for the side of FORZE to find that pick on of Vladen. He was caught in no man's land with a nade in hand, no way to survive, and no support to actually keep him alive. It's going to be 11 for the T's, as 3 guns will be saved on the CT side. Enough money in the bank to muster up a buy in the next round, but they're leaking Let's call it that way.
Yeah.
They're hemorrhaging and things are starting to crumble for Partizan. They need to find a solution, and whatever they do throughout this map since round number 1, it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have a game plan that they can just stick to, and, you know, it will work more times than not. So it has been Partizan a lot of times just going for different setups. Right now they have 2 towards mid and just hoping that, hey, maybe one of these curveballs will work out in their favor. Well, for the time being, it will be only 1 defender of Laden on that ace site, and we saw what happened in the previous round. So maybe let's not play on the util again. All right, here we go.
He's back at it.
Yep.
All right, this time has a bit more of a chance.
Yeah.
As I said, that spirit just destroyed him. Again, the util did not work as FORZE just run through it, get the bomb plant, and finish this round. They're going to have 6 map points as Partizan give away 1 more round. These guns, they can't afford to lose them. Are they, though, considering it? Because they're still lurking around the site, but the bomb has sticked away almost to half. They're going to have to hurry if they have any hopes of doing something right here. And FORZE, they committed 1 player to actually hunting these guns. This could be a chance, but they're going to have to hurry up. And now they're figuring it out. They know what time it is. It's time to run away and try to save what you got. Collins going to get a consolation frag, his 3rd kill for the entire map. He's one of the players that, throughout his time in the Balkan scene, he's been the best player on one of the best teams. And now he's really struggling. All right. Maybe a statement. 3 kills in the round. Partizan, though, need to chain together 6 just to get us to overtime.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with that A defense. Like, I get playing on the util, going for the jiggle, but if you have a molly, sure. Like, that the first time Bladen got hit, it was just unlucky timing. With the smoke, like, FORZE are no Astralis. They're not going to be playing this slow, very careful approach. They see somebody throwing down a smoke, guess what? That's on the wall. You can push through it, and you're probably not expecting more than 1 or 2 to be on the other side. So, confidence at an all-time high, and well, so is the score for FORZE. Map point locked in on a map where they have a 0% win rate. This will be a huge opponent to take down, especially in the manner that we're seeing. 6-13 it's not a blowout, but it's very dominant. And, well, they certainly had to win their map pick if they want to win the whole best of 3. I don't think they could have made the reverse sweep happen.
Definitely a step in the right direction. Oh,
man. It's 3 for 3.
All right. Let's see. What does the defense got? Kindo, he has been tagged down to 20 HP, but with that up, he can still be battle ready and find a pick necessary. And FORZE just playing it slow. We talked about it. A CIS team that you'd expect them to play very aggressively, and that's what they've been doing so far. But now, just maintaining the status quo, not letting your opponent have any information about your whereabouts, and this could be crucial. Vladan needs to check behind the box. That doesn't seem to be the case, and Spirit is gonna blow him away, and Kindo's dead. That's the A site. That might be the map. And Rexy puts salt in the wound as he takes down Collins. Emmy goes through the flame, but he's gonna die as well. And Dragon, you can't hope to clutch a 1v5 like this. 1 flash, M4 at the ready. Hopes are extinguished as Partizan are down to the last man, and this map is all but over. 5 HP left on him. FORZE, that's a statement. That's what you want to see from an open quality team. They are going to the next map with a 1 map advantage, 13-6. This was a match of no contest. Yeah,
at times it seemed like Partizan might be coming back into it, but honestly the rounds they won were just not replicable, right? Like, they were good rounds by themselves, but FORZE just had the upper hand. The CT side, they were looking really good. I like their CT side actually better than their T side. T side, they got a little bit lucky. They got some freebies here and there. CT side, they were just unstoppable. Partizan had no idea how to deal with the aggression, and we'll see if FORZE keep it up on Nuke, because Nuke is going to be Partizan's pick. It's actually not the best map for them, only 42% win rate. It's not good for FORZE either, but I mean, Anubis was 0%. We're going to be giving the MVP to Spirit as 15 kills, but I think ultimately the ADR does it. Yeah, you have 15 minutes how to figure out to deal with the CT aggression, because I think that is ultimately the biggest wild card that FORZE currently hold. Just unstoppable on the CT side. Great stuff.
Yeah, but we talked about this in the previous best of three. Again, that best of three took us to Nuke. That was the second map, and complete difference in the style of play. Where, of course, on Anubis you rely on map control, you rely on your fraggers fragging out, and I would say that's what happened to FORZE. Now that they're going on to Nuke, that's actually the test for FORZE in this scenario. They're playing against a team that's been playing together for a while now. This roster has been together since the beginning of the year. The core has been together since I don't know how long. They know how to tactically approach Nuke. Even though it's not Partizan's best map, this is one of those situations where FORZE can't only rely on individual play. That was mostly the case throughout Anubis. Of course, there were tactical elements into it, but the reason it worked is because they fragged out quite nicely.
Yeah, again, you know, our expectations are that this goes the third map. Certainly should, but let's be honest, FORZE have been playing very good. Only time will tell, and well, that time is 15 minutes break and then back with Nuke. A day full of surprises for sure. We've seen a reverse sweep, and now we see FORZE Reload, a team that fought hard, got the Galaxy Battle through the open qualifiers. Probably a lot of people are even like, who are these guys? Well, guess what? They're the guys beating Partizan on Anubis 13-6. Now we're going to be moving on to Nuke. Now this is a map picked by Partizan, and as you said, you know, even with everything that we saw, they're a team that's established. They've been together for a long, long while, and especially on a map that they picked, they should be able to just piece it together, you know, take us to that third map.
You know what I want to see from FORZE? I want to see the same CT side that we saw on Anubis. I'm very curious to see how their attacking style of play can actually work on Nuke, and does it work on Nuke the same way it did on map number 1? Of course, Partizan have something to prove, and they have to prove that their VRS ranking should at least stay where it is or even rise, as they have been in a bit of a spiral since the year began. They've been in a very good position, even contemplating MRQ qualifiers. Then a few bad tournaments led to them missing MRQs. Now a few bad tournaments led to them not going to Galaxy Battle playoffs directly, but rather have to play through the Swiss stage. So they really want to stop that spiral and start rising in the rankings. And the way to do that is to beat the teams that are under you, especially a team that is so far under you they had to go through the open qualies. We'll see what this brings us as Partizan starts on the T side and running towards ramp. A bit of damage dealt. Actually, Kusmi gooshed, and they're running towards the B side. This is actually proactive play, quite quick. Already a B side defender there. I need to take care of him. Rickon finds the first frag, gets fragged back. It's a 4-on-4, and they control the site. Ooh, that's a good shot from Kindo. And that maybe puts them in a winnable, or rather, really winnable situation in this pistol round, as they're gonna get the bomb planned and should make this simple.
Yeah, you have no idea where these players are. You know they're on site, but I guess Dragon just, well, gives them an idea where he is, gets a frag with it, and that's single player eliminated as well, leaving just Kusmi. Dead. Needed a reload. Dragon maybe gets one for free there, but yeah, that's a solid run from Partizan. Expected, especially what we expected to see after how the first map went. You know, bounce back as quickly as he can.
Yeah, Partizan actually played one best of 3 earlier today, and they lost it to Passion UA. So they want to get back to winning ways, as some other competitions are not going.
Well, Passion UA won the previous Galaxy Battle, so it's an easy opponent.
Yeah, definitely. Not only that, in other competitions as well, they're playing quite good. So it's not really a surprise that Passion UA beat them. However, if FORZE does, that we can say that that would be a shocker, not just a surprise.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's already a shocker, even if it is a reverse sweep from Partizan. Like, the fact that FORZE looked so good on Anubis, like, I feel like that's already a victory in a sense. Especially when you're not in the playoffs, you know, when you've been close with Partizan, when you take them down, like, that gives you confidence in the next games. But, you know, we still have 1, potentially 2 maps to go. There's still plenty of time for FORZE to piece this one together. Now, I think this should be expected. Emmy is very aware of this play, so yeah, everyone is going to fall quickly. Actually take down the Mac 10, but, I mean, Kindo should be cleaning it up.
Ooh. There you go. I think Collins is going to have enough time to retrieve that Galil. So only SMGs lost in this round for Partizan. Relatively clean, even though they lost 2 players against USPs. When you lose SMGs, but they managed to find kills, it's nothing you are gonna cry yourself to sleep at night about. Big Green already taken out on the side of FORZE. Let's see what Shady's gonna do. He had a few nice shots on Anubis. I wouldn't say that he was like the main reason that FORZE won that match. He had a few good moments. Now on Nuke, he's gonna have to step up with that off.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from it, but it is a little bit worrying, you know. What if he is really good with the op? And the rest of the team also can play up to that same level. That's a nice drop. I've never actually seen that before.
That's something you see every day.
Yeah, I guess Partizan just want to go for a slow cross. This is what we see in that Sashi CYBERSHOKE matchup as well, where CYBERSHOKE really preferred to smoke outside, take some secret control and then work off of that. It is good in the sense that you have a lot of map control, so the opponents have to respect it and they have to kind of, second guess themselves at times, like where exactly they want to put the resources. MP9 other side. Oh my god, Collins. That was like insta headshot flick. Rickon though catches two, and look at this. Yep, it's the same aggression on the CT side, and I think once again they're not going to be ready for it. Timing though, they're not clearing. He gets the first, not aware of the second. Could have gotten the double, but the round very much alive, and guess what? You cut off one of the heads, another one pops up. It's another backstab player in the form of Shady. He actually has to move somewhat quick to get the frag. He does. Bomb still down, 1v2 for Dragon. He's out in the open, and they should just wait. Peek together, that's exactly what they do. And FORZE reload. Don't make a mistake. Even though they're currently ranked 184th in the world according to VR. Oh, sorry, 167th according to VRS. Their peak was 143rd. Like, it's not a team you expect to play as well as they have. I guess they've just really been putting in the hours, man. This is another clean round. A great double from Rickon as well to recover it. And then the ever-present CT pushes are again just too much for Partizan to deal with. Those are 2 kills in this round that come for free, right? That you get in the back or just on a player that doesn't expect it.
Absolutely. Of course, not out of the woods yet is the side of FORZE, as their buy is scrappy at best. So Partizan might try to do something a bit quicker, or rather, on the other side of the same coin, just try and play slower so you waste the opposition utility. That is a chunky nade down in the back pocket of Emmy as he lost 50 HP to it. And Rickon firing through the smoke. He's going to take out the Partizan captain. That's a good start for FORZE, as they're +1 and basically didn't even see a Partizan player yet. But Vladan through the vent he goes. And now, what is Partizan going to do? That's interesting. Vladan decided to go back from the vent, wait for the smoke to fade, and Spirit could be in trouble as he sees Vladan, finds one, dinks Collins, but through the wall, and Collins still alive, very much and kicking. Still a man advantage for the side of FORZE. They can pounce toward the side. They don't even need to let them plant. Rexy finds the frag, and now things are starting to crumble for the attackers.
Yeah, I think Partizan just tried to play it slowly at first, expecting the push, but FORZE are really good in the pushes in the sense that they push when Partizan move, right? So they're not going to be pushing when there's a standstill, nothing happening, but once that attack starts, well, that's when you see a player pushing in hot. Now, this is 25 seconds left, and a rather weird situation where all of FORZE players have actually rotated away because of that Vans drop. That actually gives a free plant over to Partizan. They've outmaneuvered them in strategical department for sure, but a 2v4 to be pieced together. Problem is, you've kind of lost track of some of these players, right? So Shady is extra careful, just slow walking in on timing. Oh, Dragon actually catches him, and I'm not sure if he spots Collins there. Oh, Collins gets another. Now they know, but they're just gonna go for the defuse. They're sticking it, and they haven't even heard this. So I mean, Rickon, not even sure if you can call that a ninja defuse, right? Like, if it pre-falls in the forest, nobody hears it. Did it really fall? It's a weird situation, a weird round to lose.
Yeah, I'm very confused as to what happened with the comms with the last 2 remaining players of Partizan. The bomb was not planted for them, yet they played the post plant as if nobody can come from heaven. Yeah. They played quite well in the macro in the previous round. Faking the jump to vent completely made FORZE relocate. And they played really well up until the point where both players were in a situation where they can't really do anything regarding the bomb. And now they decided to change up pace. Smoke's popping outside. They have a hero AK in the hands of Dragon, and he's already very deep towards Secret. On the other hand, Shady catches Collins. That's a +1 again for the side of FORZE, but I'm very curious to see what this hero AK is going to do.
Yeah, we've seen, well, at least on Anubis, I feel like the rounds that were the closest were actually the ones where Partizan had like Glocks and an AK. I know it sounds weird to say, but they were really good. They were really good with the lower buys. Now, that usually came off of the hero AK getting the initial frag. You know, that's a rifle then retrieved, and it's like a bit of a checkpoint system where you take down the next player, pick up his rifle, you know, going like that. Here, it's still very difficult, I think, to break any of these defense posts open. I think for Partizan, like, they gotta go for a lot of fakes, because we saw in the previous round just how much FORZE over-rotated, right? And if you just go for a site execute, FORZE's biggest strength is that whatever map control the T's give away, they somehow find a way how to instantly take, right? They go for the backstabs. It's just very difficult to shut them down. Shady, though, good position, but he's jiggled out. Now they can swing together, at least put up some kind of a chance. Won't be there. Dragon gets one with the hero AK. 20 seconds on the clock. Actually, no, actually. Bomb plant.
Yeah.
Bomb plant will be there. That's good.
Yeah, and that's the most they could have hoped for in this situation. 4 men alive for the side of FORZE. That's gonna build some bank, even though Kuzmi is left on 1 HP, Shady on 11. Had Dragon found the frag towards ramp, it maybe could have been a different story. In this case, FORZE are in the lead, and Shady, lucky to be alive in this situation, as it seemed like he was at least gonna get traded. None of that. Ops on both sides. Kindo with the big green. Let's see what he can do on the T side of Nuke. Is Partizan going to change things up or not?
Yeah, it's another rifle round where Partizan, they gotta start finding an advantage. The op misses. That was a big chance for Shady to get the player back, so player advantage remains. Actually heard the reload, so they want to aggress on it, and I mean, that is just very good idea how to convert. Well, that should be the round. It's a bit of a weird one, right? Like, I guess Partizan just went out of their gun duels. Chance to retrieve the 2v5, but Collins will stop Rexy, leaving Spirit in a 1v3, and the bomb going... Wait... well, bye-bye, either way. 3-3. Yeah. Still should be a very I think this will be a lot more competitive than Anubis. We're already going round for round, trading back and forth.
It seems like it. Both teams firing off well, even though we've seen some misjudgments so far for both sides. It is a very confusing matchup for... I would assume both teams, as FORZE don't usually fight a side like Partizan, not every day at least, like you see at the Tier 2 circuit, and Partizan don't fight FORZE every day, so they need to adjust these duels, and 2 for 1. That's a deal that FORZE are going to take every day of the week, though Partizan now have to regroup, reposition, see what's going to do. Rexy, good timing, and manages to finish off Collins, even though it was a labored spray. It's Vladan and Emmy that remain. Bomb on Emmy's back. Still utility available, but no smokes. So they are going to have to fight.
Yeah, FORZE got to be careful with their approach to the CT side, right? I feel like Spirit just over-aggressed. There was no need to push in 3v5. And so you got to be careful that you don't give away kills like this. They're even waiting for the second. Oh my god, well, Vlad and Emmy, they'll make it very easy to pick up 2. There's a player arriving from Secret, I believe. They hear the Vents player, though, and that's a round where FORZE should have won it, and they might still do it. Shady catches the perfect timing to do it, and there is no celebration. There is no reaction. You know, that's a round that you should have locked in, and it should have never been in this 1v2 situation. It's a good recovery from Shady. But, yeah, FORZE, as good as their CT side is in terms of just raw attack, you gotta be careful. You can't be just over-peaking. Well, you can, but then you get punished for it.
Exactly. And they did just that. Put themselves in a very unfortunate position in the previous round. And not just in the previous round, we're talking about this round as well. Look at the equipment in their hands. 3 MP9s back on the SMGs. Partizan decided to go for that half buy. They could invest a little bit more, given the fact that the opponents are close, or quite close, facing a reset, rather. But it is just going to be that 1 AK with 3 Tech 9s. We're gonna find out what they're gonna do with that, what they're capable of doing, as Dragon With that AK, or rather Vladon, with that AK, he's gonna face towards ramp. Rickon takes him down. That's the AK out of their hands, though. Kindo good on the trade. There's Shady. Catches one once more. Needs to reposition, needs to wait. 8 bullets still in the mag, still ready to pounce. Let's see if he's gonna do just that as Partizan get that dropped AK, though it's in the hands of Collins, who doesn't have Kevlar. And that's a problem. Aim punch could play a part in his next aim duel. And now they're just slowing things down.
Shady seems to be very aware of where these players are, right? We saw it from the clears. We also saw him really communicating a lot on the face cam. So I think FORZE should still have a very good setup. At least an idea to where the players are, you know, to get the setup going off of. We'll see. I mean, Kusmi ideally doesn't overpeak here because it's long range with the MP9. He should just wait for the footsteps on site, wait for the plant. At that point, it's a 2v4. You can probably open the door. Although you're going to be the most expected, Partizan are going to be the most vulnerable. And so he tucks in the corner, looks to go for that exact idea as the rotations are already going down. Partizan are wasting a bit more time than they should have. FORZE choose to give the plant over and work on the 4v3 retake. It's a Tech 9, AK picked up, and an MP9 on Emmy. Door open, Collins. There's no need to push it, so he gets punished for it. Kuzmi cleans it up, it's just Dragon. And he's not alive for mere seconds. FORZE are gonna grab 5, and man, I love what I'm seeing. I mean, it's not exactly a clean round, given the fact that Partizan get the plan, but even in the post-plant, right, they don't stress it too much. They just play it nicely.
Yeah. It's far from textbook for what we're seeing on the FORZE side. But at least it brings them rounds in this best of 3.
I feel like their whole strategy is just anti-textbook, right? Like, what could Partizan expect us to do? And then let's do the opposite, because, well, they're obviously not expecting that. It's very hard to counter.
Well, they're playing Galaxy Battle, and Galaxy Battle slogan is break the meta, so they're doing just that.
Hey, that's good, that's good. Good point.
Alright, maybe a change of pace. Dragon heard. He knows that a player is right above him. Spirit is dead. He should have moved. He overstayed his welcome, and that led to his demise. Kindo finds Rexy. Kuzmi needs to find an answer. He might do just that. That's the frag for FORZE. And he manages to get away with murder once more. He's just gonna die. 4v2. Now it seems that Partizan has taken control of a round.
Yeah, I do like that Kusmi went aggressive after that initial 3v5, so he at least punched one bag, but it's just a round where Partizan should win. They win their gun duels, that's, well, about it. Not really too much in the strategical department of this, just 1v1 gunfight. Well, we're gonna click the head quicker. So, the B side open. Actually, it's a bit weird because Collins is calling it clear, but then Partizan, you can see that they're a little bit nervous, you know, and actually that nervousness could cause them because they're coming in with the backstab. Oh, this is the perfect timing. Dude, they're not clearing it. They spotted the bomb, I'm pretty sure. At least the bomb gets away. And so, yeah, this could have been still a very dangerous round, but the fact that they've dropped vents and will be able to plant on B, I don't know, there's cash for FORZE. They could have a look around, but it's just a very difficult round to win, and they're already heading towards T-spawn.
Yeah, simply so many angles between them and the bomb. So much ground to cover if they even considered going toward the bomb site. So that's going to be 4 for Partizan. But still, I'm waiting for regular, plain old Counter-Strike to be played. And what we're seeing is far from it. And as you said, Partizan, it seems like they're overthinking things. Led by what happened on the previous map. They know that FORZE is doing some unconventional stuff, to say the least. So that's one of those situations where you kind of need to watch your back constantly because you don't know when your opponents are going to do something that you yourself would never do.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, hour plus into the best of 3, like, the meta is the meta because it... Yeah, but I feel like, you know, hour plus into the best of 3, like the meta is the meta of the game. You know, that's an old party trick that gets old quite quickly. Regardless, it is somewhat given FORZE. I'm not saying that's why they have 5, but you know, they've found part of those 5 because of it. CT side nuke, ideally you'd be able to get 7. Nice wallbang from Partizan. But again, this is their map pick, Partizan's map pick, so... Oh, that's perfect positioning. Rexy gets a double, Kindo with the refrag, but it also gives the info about at least 1 or perhaps 2 more towards outside. They now know about lobby player as well. FORZE, not for the first time in this first half, has just an insane informational advantage here.
And again, Partizan moving back to lobby. What is the plan? Playing it slow, and this map so far did not really give us a lot of aggression from the side of the Belgrade boys, and they're going to have to maybe change things up a bit by the end of this half. Vladan sees a player on site. That's information. 1 player in trophy room. Rickon does not have the luxury of dying, not at this particular moment. He saw the shadow, but Kindo's faster. And Shady quick on the rotate, but will the attack proceed towards ramp? That is the question right now. Is Partizan getting that frag? Have unlocked a lot of space. Shady changing his position, maybe not the correct time. Gets the first frag, manages to reposition, re-peek there, and he's gonna clean out everybody as Shady is unstoppable with that op. 12 kills in 10 rounds, and Partizan knocked down.
This is a beauty. The first one, sure, the fact that he gets away, and then the third, this should have never been the case. And Shady, that's like his 3rd big clip, big moment, and he has not celebrated once, you know? The job is not done. I love that they're not getting overhyped, right? They're just focused on the mission to prove that they can. I don't think there's currently a main roster for FORZE, so even though theoretically this used to be the academy team, like they're the main guys here, you know? They're FORZE main, no FORZE reload, and they're certainly playing like it, looking to take down a team that is almost 100 rating points above them.
Well, remember Gambit youngsters with Shiro and Exile? They started off like that. Quickly it transitioned to the main squad. Maybe the same could be said about FORZE, but let's not jump to conclusions before, of course, we see what they are capable of in this tournament. To start with, Rickon taken down to 9 HP. Partizan gaining ground. Rexy just on the prowl in garage while his teammates take control of lobby. This is a bit chaotic on the macro side as neither of the teams know where the opponents are. That's the first gunfight. Goes to the hands of Rexy. Emmy dead. Vladan good on the trade, or rather he takes down Spirit. But what is the play now? What is the plan as Rickon is playing very disciplinedly? However, Rixie is the one that needs to collect the kill, but he's down to 14 HP, and Rickon is quite low. He's going to get taken down as well. 2 quick frags for Partizan, and now left on Shady and Kuzmi to make a play.
And you don't have the most money in the next round, so maybe the better plan here is to save. They still want to pursue it out of the vents. Well, Vladan close to dying, very close, but survives, and Shady would be great to save the op. If he can't, there is no big greed in the next round, given FORZE's cash, so we'll do well to get away. We have a G2 sticker, an Astralis sticker, and then a Cloud9 sticker. That is a interesting pairing of teams to be a fan of.
Yeah, you'd think major champions. Who invited G2 there?
Damn.
Oh. Shady is not going to save that big green. Strapped for cash in the last round of the half, and Partizan grabbing a lifeline. Not just a lifeline, a good T-half on Nuke. If they can convert this next round, not fall to SMGs and that FAMAS, and whatever Shady is going to have in this round, having 6 rounds on the board after your T-side half on Nuke, you're pretty happy with that. You're content.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about their T side, because so far for me it seems like there's, at least on Anubis, their CD side in my opinion was just better. And Nuke T side is no joke, even though recently it has gotten a lot easier to play on it. I think FORZE would love to get 7 here. That would give them a nice cushion where even if they lose the pistol, you know, it's still an equal game. It's still crazy to me that, you know, Anubis was not a fluke, right? Like, they're actually this good, at least in the best of 3. Like, Nuke is looking solid. Again, they'd love 7, but 6 is totally okay. There's a lot of information heard now from Rexy, who's on a spot that, like, it's not easy to play, but it's also something that just doesn't really get hard cleared. There's actually Kusmi arriving from Secret, but timing is going to be weird here, and damn, Rexy gets one. Now they'll look the other way, and Kusmi, huge MP9 frag. Emmy gets one back. They want to aggress. Recon actually gets a frag with Dragon from the sky, strikes him down. So a 2v3, Vladden slowly climbs down the ladder. There's no weaponry picked up, so it has to be the CZs and MP9s, but actually timing is insane. If you go for the hot push now, Vladden, man of the shadows, arrives on the site. Nobody's clearing him. He's gotten towards main. This is 23 seconds. Like, you gotta make a move, right? I thought they had an advantage, but now it's 19 seconds. You have to pick up the bomb, and you just gotta rush onto the A site. 15, guys.
Yeah.
There's
and
two
when you're
defenders.
rushing, there's a chance you can trip on Shady. They will.
Oh.
It's going to be a minimal lead for FORZE at the half as Partizan choke around they shouldn't have.
Yeah, that's... I don't know. I feel like they noticed the time at the same time I did, which was just simply too late. You had 20 seconds. Just not a good final round of the first half. Let's hope that improves with the second. But before that, as always, to our lovely viewers, we have the giveaway. So far, we've had some good pulls. We've had some alright pulls. A Jawbreaker would be nice. It will be the Glock Vogue or Young Larry. So, enjoy it, my friend.
Not a bad skin by any means, though I would assume he would have hoped for something bigger. We didn't really have a massive giveaway today, like a knife or something like that, a red skin. But a few nice looking ones have been given away. 7-5 at the half. Partizan, I wouldn't say they're struggling, but I would assume they would have wished to be in a more comfortable situation on their map pick, of course. Still, gives them a platform to stand on. This pistol round could give us a bigger complexion of this map and where it is leading. Chance for FORZE to extend their lead, or Partizan to completely deny a lead for the opposing side. Changing up pace and moving to A. Let's see if this push toward A side can do something good. 1 for 1, 2 for 1. Oh, they're just running over them. Kindo on the rotate quite quick. There's the headshot, gives his team a chance. Dragon quite slow coming from ramp. It's going to take him a sweet time to actually get close to that site. That's a good headshot. Now it's becoming to be a bit more chaotic as he falls and only Kindo remains. He completely repositioned coming from main, but Rickon ready. And that's 8 for FORZE. For a moment, it seems like Partizan are pulling it back, but not going to happen, not just yet.
I want to know how many hours these guys have in like aim labs or Kovacs, because the aim has been looking so crisp, especially with the pistols. With the initial frag coming Partizan's way and the player top hot, I was like, okay, well, I guess we're on for a closer game. No, FORZE just blow them out of the water in the round. 8-5 the scoreline, just the USPs to deal with, and it's a very similar situation to Anubis, where you're just a couple of way, and they didn't really falter on Anubis. There was no comeback from Partizan. I think that starts to weigh on their mental as well. Your opponent's map pick, sure, but twice 0-2 against a team that's so much lower in the VRS ratings, well, something's off today. Something's not right. The bomb plant will go down, and the USP is just looking for exit frags, looking for any kind of a way to put a dent into FORZE's economy.
Oh, that's going to be a cleanup. Vladon finds 1 kill for himself, but the SMG's doing work. And at the end of the
What do you
day...
think about the UMP? The UMP.
Oh, I hate it.
You hate it?
I think
okay.
in theory, the UMP is a really good SMG because on close range, it deals almost the same amount of damage as an M4, so you would understand that it's a pretty good gun. But the thing is, the damage drop-off is so big that on close ranges, I'd rather buy a shotgun. Not even kidding.
Fair enough. I think it's better for, like, medium range. I think it packs, like, a bit of a better headshot damage in medium to long range than the Mac-10, for example. I don't know, I asked because I've started to use it a little bit. I started as a meme because I just got a good skin for it, and I was like, well, I want to test out the skin. Hold on, I can actually get kills with it.
Oh, that's interesting.
But yeah.
I don't think I used it for a long time now.
Well, take part in the giveaway, win a UMP skin, and give it a go.
Why the hell not? First blood drawn, Emmy in trouble. Ooh, they're preparing a boost, but Emmy saw the shadow and he can have one more frag. There you go. Kusmi got on the trade. 3-on-3, but Emmy still in no man's land, has to pull back, and he'll do just that. There's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played in this round. 60 seconds on the clock as they change their ways, moving on to another part of the map. As they have yard control, they have a lot of room to work with. Let's see what the plan is.
It's really bad
Partizan.
timing where Partizan give away map that FORZE just immediately take, and then they catch Kindo off guard. So, yeah, timing just works out beautifully in FORZE's favor.
Curious about the comms on that one. Ooh, Dragon gets deleted, and it's Emmy in a 1v3, but can't even get to heaven. He knows there's a player already there, and now his position is known. His location is snuffed out, and Kusmi takes care of the Partizan captain. It's 10-5, and similar situation like on Anubis. I'm afraid that Partizan is really struggling today in this best of 3. I don't know if it's an off day or the play style of FORZE is really not suitable to them. But the thing is, we had this situation on the previous map. It was a close-fought affair in the first half. Come the second half, FORZE just runs away with it.
Yeah, like, a lot of times you gotta ask, like, okay, did the team win because they were playing very good, or did the opponents were just bad? And I feel like today, like, Partizan are playing up to par of how they usually play, but I feel like FORZE, they're certainly not playing, like, you know, what rating they have. I almost want to put them in the, okay, top 50 might be a bit too high, but, like, top 100 for sure, dude. They've been playing really well. At first, I was like, okay, so we're pushing on the CT side. Well, surely at one point, you know, this gimmick will be punished. But they found multiple ways how to actually win rounds. You know, their T side is looking good as well. They're a really solid team today. I think their ceiling seems to be very high, and you can see the aim has certainly been there all throughout as well. There's a nice boost to get to heaven. I don't think that will change much, as for the time being, FORZE are exploring their options towards outside. It's just the pistols.
Let's see what that 5-7 is going to do. For now, it's just going to make the offense pull back. Change its approach. Vladan with the 5-7 gets one, gets taken out, but still a chance for Partizan. Though a slim one, especially now when Kindo is dead and they know that there's at least one player coming from ramp. There's the headshot from Emmy. That gives them a way into the site. 2 AKs on the hands, or rather in the hands of the Partizan players, but they need to find the next frag quite quickly, or rather disengage and leave FORZE with 11, and that's going to happen. Partizan are saving those 2 AKs, and FORZE 2 rounds away from completing this unexpected, and to say the least, unexpected victory.
Can we go back to Kuzmi's AK? Somebody in the chat said, what is that AK? I think Kuzmi has the one we're talking about. Not sure production hears us, but I'll keep an eye on it. That's like one of the more entertaining things right now, because there's not really much question about who wins this out. I'm sorry, I know you're, you know, you don't have to favor a team. You just, you know, I believe you like this side of Partizan a little bit better, given that they're your countrymen, but yeah, not a good day, I guess.
It pains me, the fact that I've casted Partizan in the last, I don't know, 2 weeks, a bunch of times in Tier 2 competitions, including Galaxy Battle Phase 1, and Weird thing is, I think that I'm the bringer of bad news to them because I can't think of a time where they actually won a game that I've casted, which is a bit sad. But yeah, probably,
Right.
probably. Please, Galaxy Battle, don't appoint me to cast Partizan games, as it seems that I'm their bad luck charm.
That's a little bit unlucky. Recently, whenever I watched Brokey play, as he's my countryman,
Yeah.
he played badly, but I think that, you know, that happened
Yeah, I don't think
regardless.
that's you. Well, Yakinder's firing away, so that's something.
Yeah, he did fulfill the bottom frag roll today in Furious Victory, so that's great to see. No, it's good to see him. It's good to see him back. You know, in Tier 1. Hopefully it works out. Yeah, for the time being, I love that FORZE are just not over-aggressing. Like, even though, you know, we talked about them being very unorthodox, like, I feel like here you don't gotta go for any gimmick plays, right? Just have one or two good executes. Make sure you clean your angles. Throw a couple of smokes, utils. Oh, boost! Yeah, it kind of doesn't work out because they're not expecting Kindo there. That's actually a good first frag. Now there's 30 seconds left. Doesn't mean they have to panic, but now with Emmy getting Rexy, you kind of do have to push. If you want to go for the round, you got to find these frags. Emmy, though, stands tall for the double. Oricon will get one back, and it's, well, all done and dusted. Okay, never mind. Scratch that, whatever I just said for us. Just go for the unorthodox. This was a bad round.
Yeah, this was not a round that we got used to from watching this game up until now. No aggression, a bit impotent of a round from FORZE, and of course now a bit of a situation where their backs are against the wall, at least financially speaking, where they could get reset, and for Partizan, winning this round could get them right back into the game. But they need to deserve it. Tac pause, one remains for the side of FORZE, and I would assume that that is a good distribution of tactical pauses, as they are in a solid situation. Only 2 rounds necessary to go to that 1-0 bracket. Solid buy available, but Partizan have a better one with that op in the hands of Kindo. He's going to have to use it. This is the first round Partizan won on their CT side, so hoping
that's crazy
that they can tie up a few more.
I mean, just do whatever you did last round. Like, more of that, please. Looked like a solid round. I'd put that in the top 3 in terms of the rounds we've seen from Partizan so far. Okay, so FORZE, yeah, just why not? Trying to cross, there's not even a good smoke to cross. We're just out in the open and hitting headshots. Alright, well, that's one way to do it, I guess. Rexy will get it. 4v4 now. And FORZE, yeah, I don't know how much I like them just starting to play a little bit slow. I'm not saying they should have just went for the A push, but they're very much playing default now.
Exactly.
There are 3 defenders on A.
Let's see what they got. It seems for this moment, at least, that FORZE want to break open that A-bomb site. Still, they use all of their utilities so far, so they're going to have to count on their aim. Luckily, their aim has been quite crisp throughout this series so far. Kindo, is he going to spot the shoulder? A few more steps, and he might. Is he going to be fast enough? The answer is yes, but Shady gets the frag. Kindo with the op. Maybe this is his time to come alive as he finds 3, and Shady, only one that remains on the opposing side. Searching and looking, not finding anything so far, and Kindo is on the hunt with that op. And Shady is not going to come out of this alive. No way. Kindo waiting. Op missed, but Dragon there to fix things up and bring 7 to Partizan.
Yeah, that's a huge 3-piece from Kindo. Lovely stuff. Round starts off a little bit weird, just with Rexy kind of lingering around towards outside, but then we didn't get to see the full beauty of it. But yeah, Kindo 100% his round, and that kind of gets him fired up. We can see Dragon Clap in his hands. I mean, I hope still believe that they're somewhat in the game. They were given an easy chance to put the 8th on the board, and then I guess 2 more, or maybe 3 if you're lucky. Good rifle rounds for FORZE. I guess 3. Still very much in control.
Oh.
But Dragon, nice triple spray down. USP does its job as well. There's a... what? There's
Alright.
a team kill. Well, whatever.
That's a bit unfortunate, though. Not going to cost Partizan a lot, as I assume that financially losing one gun is not going to be too terrible, as Dragon, or rather Collins, took that AWP off the floor. It's 8 for Partizan. Another buy for FORZE. They want to finish this best of 3 quick and easy, and the way to do so is to actually win the next round. And look at that. Oh, Kindo takes a frag, and he just gets blown by his... oh, sorry. He gets blown away, rather, by his teammate. Almost got canceled right there.
Yeah, I think... I think for FORZE, you just don't want to overthink it, right? Because you've kind of had this out-of-body experience, or we're winning rounds. I don't know how. We're not really thinking about it too much. We're just doing our thing, and, you know, we're winning. And I think now they're kind of trying to figure out how to close out the game, and they might really just get into their own heads a little bit, overthink it. They will try to walk through the lurk smoke. It's actually not a bad call, because it's Dragon alone. He picks a pretty good position to be in. Here's the burn, and gets away in the shadows. Spirit does get the refrag, and they heard the rotation from heaven as well. Jump up, good spot, but Spirit keeps them alive, keeps the dream alive. A 3v3. Bomb towards outside. It's a bit of a messy round. Vladden expecting this, but he has to account for Squeaky as well. There's a timing for Spirit to find here, but ultimately Partizan are going to be playing reactive here, which is a good decision to make in this 3v3. I believe they have really good setups as well, which give them a lot of information. Oh, that's a craft. Oh boy.
That's
I don't know.
nice.
No, you didn't see it though. You did.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Wait.
you need to take another look. I'll...
Oh. I just
think-
thought it was a pretty looking craft.
No. Well, you gotta check
Oh.
out Kosmizaki.
Alright, it's one of those. Oh, okay.
It's one of those, yeah.
Alright, Partizan, oh, they're facing... well, FORZE rather facing 12 as Spirit takes down Vladan and extinguishes any dream of this round belonging to the boys in the white and black, rather black and white, as Emmy. He's still lurking around the site, thinking about it, contemplating it. But as soon as he breaks the glass, they know his whereabouts, and they should be able to take him down. 4 match points for FORZE, and they really want to complete this upset.
Yeah, this was a great recovery. I thought kind of Dragon had them nailed. Collins was in a great spot as well, but again, Partizan, even though they had good map control, FORZE are always like, you're never expecting them to be where they are, right? So again, I think percentage-wise, this has to be one of the matchups where you get the most kills in the back and the side, like when your opponent is not expecting you there. They're very elusive in that sense. So map point locked in, 4 chances to convert.
Yeah.
Okay, this
They
second.
put themselves in a very good situation. Emmy, though, he's still in it. He still wants to fight. That's a +1 for Partizan. The 8 take comes in. Rickon, good frag. Emmy falls. They can take control of the site right now. Kindo, good only for 1. Ooh, he doubles up, actually. It's a 1-man advantage for Partizan, but the bomb is planted, so they're still facing an uphill battle, especially with Shady at the ready. Vladan is down, and Shady got away with murder. He can post up that op and get ready for his next duel, as Rickon is there to support him. Partizan players coming from 2 sides. Let's see if these angles can work for the Belgrade boys, as Rickon faces Collins, and Collins is dead. It's only Kindo. Played a good game so far, but so little HP. He needs to connect this, and he needs to hurry up. He connects the shot through the wall, but the molly, it fell, and now Kindo can't really do anything here. There's the smoke, but he can't defuse it, and that's it. They've completed the upset. FORZE have won the match 2-0, and they're moving on to the 1-0 bracket, while Partizan fell to the underdogs.
Wow. 14 rounds in total for Partizan, not even breaching double digits. I mean, Nuke did look a lot better, but just the speed with which FORZE accelerated in the second half. It was just too difficult for Partizan to take them down. Shady, yeah, I mean, talk about beautiful clips, right? I think he has the highlight of the best of three. That op 3-piece towards ramp was absolutely beautiful. I think it was against Pistols, so, you know, it is what it is, but still, FORZE played so well. All of them, man. You know, even Spirit, he's on 10 and 15. He had his moments as well. He had impact as well. I'm really excited to what FORZE brings, and I think actually Shady has 2 different eye colors here. No?
Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, you got a keen eye, and he has a pretty looking eye. Anyway, FORZE Reload seems like a team to watch in this competition. I mean, taking down Partizan, that is a statement to all the other teams, because I wouldn't say that there are many teams in the Swiss stage that you can say are clear cut above a team they just beat. So it looks quite good for FORZE. An unconventional style of play. Partizan, I mean, it seems like they were really tilted from Anubis moving forward due to these aggressive pushes, something that you would not expect. You wouldn't expect some of the plays they made in a Face-It Pug, let alone an official match in a tournament worth, you know, a pretty penny.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it works. I think a team, whoever is going to be facing them next, like, you're going to be having to do a lot of studying, because I feel like if you come into the next matchup against FORZE Reload unprepared, like, the same thing might happen. As you said, you know, there's not many teams I'd put above Partizan, you know, talking about the group stage. So, yeah, exciting, certainly exciting. Lovely to see some new faces, because I'll be honest, I was looking at the teams, like, invited, the teams playing in this Galaxy phase, and I was like, okay, who is, like, FORZE Reload? Come on. But, yeah, to be honest,
quick
I mean,
and easy, 0 and 3, just moving on, teams destroying them. But, I mean, this is a good start, and if you start like this, maybe you have a pretty good future ahead of you.
Yeah, pardon me, or FORZE Reload, I was not familiar with your game. That will seal the third best of 3 of today, but we still have one more. I believe neither of us is casting it, but it will be Illuminar up against Sinners, another matchup that theoretically should be really favoring Sinners. Ultimately, we shall see. Today has been full of surprises, but with that, I think both of us can take a long-needed break.
Yeah.
Go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back on in out here at the Galaxy Battle. It's down to the last battle of tonight. It is going to be Illuminar versus Sinners. And you've got two new faces out here into this last best of three to guide you through it. My name is Atro, and I'm finally joined in by my first time buddy out here on the duo mic, Dutch Boy. How are we doing, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm happy to be here once more. Of course, last season, a little bit of matches, but right now, just one that we're going to be covering for you today. FORZE Reload. Sashi and Dynamo ECLOT have already won themselves their first game, and it's up to Illuminar and Sinners to prove themselves in this game. Illuminar coming in with a little bit of a new roster, right? It's sort of all 5 players picked from different lineups in the past, sort of leading by the experienced already known player in Furlan. The rest, obviously, with Spava proving himself in some of those lineups, Alexo as well, and it's time for Sprout. But we're looking at the Sinners, Cameron. If we're looking at, or if we're thinking about Sinners, we know one thing, and that's stability. This team has been together for a little bit, of course, 4 months since Zetko and Pipo joined, but they're experienced as hell. They got one man in the roster, which is very experienced in that regard, which is Beastic, leading this team to victory. I'm super excited to see what Sinners can bring to the table.
Yeah, and you saw Beastic being very happy out here today. He's ready to go, and hopefully we're going to get to see Illuminar mimic a little bit of that. Truly, right now, Illuminar, though, are joining in with a way newer roster with people that don't have as much experience besides Furlan. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be acting on the server. But speaking of the server, we have to take a look on down to the maps as well. And I feel like today I'm just in a simulation. Like the first 2 best of 3s of the day that I got to watch and cast, it's been Nuke, Mirage, and Ancient to start. You know, now it's Nuke, Mirage, and Inferno. So I don't really mind this lineup, but it is going to be definitely interesting to see how Nuke is going to pan out, seeing as, at least for me on the day, it's been quite the also important map. But we're jumping straight into it. Jesse, without further ado, we are here, we are ready to go. And for you guys in the chat, you have to know that there is no more command to join in the giveaway. You have to actually spend 500 channel points to redeem the Galaxy Key, and then you'll be automatically entered into the giveaway. But with that being said, it's Nuke, it's Illuminar versus Sinners. Jesse, let's have some fun, mate.
Yeah, provide you with a chance, of course, for watching as well. Redeeming some little coins from that. Good start here towards outside, and I do like the psychological aspect of this map as well being picked by Sinners. It's a map against a newer team. You're picking Nuke, that's a very smart pick, and they're starting off quite nice. 2-piece from Morisco. As Disco Star moves up the ladder to no avail, gets taken away. Final one left to Spava, they know where he is, and they should have him pinned down.
Yeah. Right now, Morisco doing a very nasty push outside in towards Hell. He takes down 2. First one's a clean tap. Second one comes through at a bit of a spam. And then the last one just down to low HP. Really well played out there from Morisco to find the initial round out here. It's not over, but there it is now. Quad kill coming out of the taps on the Pistol Meister. Morisco takes down 4. Headshots are going wild. And with that being said, you mentioned, you know, this being a bit of a punish pick against especially a newer team, a newer roster like Illuminar. I was mentioning at the beginning, there's a lot of new blood out here into the Illuminar squad. The Polish scene definitely has its starters, definitely has its players already, but now with Illuminar bringing in an even newer core with players that have played here and there, but not necessarily into a bigger level. I'd say Illuminar being their first real org besides Furlan, obviously. It is definitely going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to match up. This is not like a face-it game. This is not even like one of those higher echelon pugs. This is actually playing for a win, for a game, and for a prize win, of course, out here as well into the Galaxy Battle. This is already phase 2. We've passed by phase 1. So, let's see. A bit of a Furia buy here into the second round. 4 MP9s coming through for Illuminar.
Yeah, but there's no push in. Staying calm and collected to a dropped. Rest is waiting on the A side while Zetko will move from heaven. Is this notified? Spava is having a little tickling feeling as he wants to hold that down, moving about. They might want to clear because they're squeezed in. They have this realization that they gotta move and actually use the Furia weapons like you suggested, the way as anticipated. The squeeze has started.
Okay, let's see. There's a lot of new additions as well. Of course, Pele, you don't usually get to see him on the servers. Neither do you really do Axicho anymore because he has been dropped by Sprout Academy. Not dropped, but has gone parted ways with Sprout Academy for quite a while now. Disco Star we've seen in PG Turov before, but now let's see the MP9s. They're stacking up into HUT right now. 30 seconds left to go, and here comes the Molotov. It's a great one to actually deny the HUT players from coming out. Beestick takes down one. Smoke deployed, and Shock already makes good work out of the lobby players. Forces Spa back in, and Peppo is right there to help. Great communication out here from Sinners, and that's why they are the more experienced team out here. They set up a perfect trap. They go in towards Heaven yet again, twice in a row now, and they just execute the site very cleanly. Well played.
Yeah, nicely done. Sinners taking it with open arms. As I do love the way Illuminar went about this round, with them realizing that Heaven was taken, wanting to push something else, using the MP9s rather than waiting and letting yourself die, but didn't really make the cut. All players alive from Sinners as well. Having to put their foot down for the first time in this game. Well, now we're going to have to see how they can maneuver their way about with these pistols. It's going to have to be a little bit of a stack with potentially the pistols at one place, the MP9 on the other. We'll see what they go for.
Let's find out. Beestick still on the Mac. Berlin saved away the MP9. A good start here for Sinners. Remember, T-side nuke, always the one where you want to just... If you're able to gather an advantage, you've already done half the work. A CT side nuke should be easy enough, especially as your own map pick. Today, I don't know about you, Jesse. I don't know if you watch any CS today, but we've seen the favorites kind of win. That was the case for Spirit. They beat NIP even though we got close. That was the case for all my CCT games today. Thunder pick as well went the same way. So, in theory, this should be quite an easy 2-0.
And then you had G2.
And then you have G2, yeah, sure. But
yeah, they lost against Zodic. Oh my, that was a...
they had Taz playing. We don't count it.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta win against Odic, though. So unfortunate seeing G2 have to go such a rough time, but let's hope they can rebuild with the money they gained from one farming it. Good shot from Disco Star.
Two of their best.
Oi!
Oh,
there goes the nade.
there you go.
Disco Star falling. Opening things up quite nicely, that bomb. Still quite solo here, Peepo, so not too sure what he's going to go for.
I love to have the cam there on Beestick when there's not a lot going on. You get to see how vocal he is, how he's trying to get the team together. He's already called out the 8 crunch, 2 from main, 1 from heaven right now, Beestick himself, and he's got to get to Furlan first. This is going to be an SMG battle. Peppo's already making some space. Oh, Beestick went up the ladder. Didn't fully check down in towards hell, but Peppo still finds the first and the second found as well. Down to the last man, Furlan is only going to be looking for frags. He scales up the ladder, makes a lot of noise. And 10 seconds remaining. Sinners, you got to plant this. There's a nade coming in as well, and there's the second. 2 grenade kills in 1 round. There you have it, Sinners. Great roundabout way of taking this one down, and it is a 3-0 start.
Yeah, good stuff from Sinners there. That call being made. Beestick really checking hell. Was to no avail as well, because he went up the ladder without being seen. Spava became a sitting duck after. Thought it was fully clear, no danger coming. Now the full buy, the first real challenge that Illuminar is going to put up, considering they're on the CT side. They got to get things going a little bit sooner. So the best way to start would be your first full buy.
Let's see it. There's an op in hand for Peppo. Again, we always make the comparison. Lots of big shoes to fill here for him, and I would say he's definitely filled them. Oscar has not been able to do the same amount of work as this guy has ever since he's joined. But we knew Oscar for the big plays, and Peppo's not necessarily that sort of opper, but he is an opper that can definitely make a difference. So we'll love to have him started on this. For now, however, we shall be taking a look at a bit of a slow round again coming out of Sinners. It is the right approach, again, especially against a maybe younger team, a team that might not be able to rein itself in with excitement, always trying to peek, always trying to get an advantage. Holding down the line and then peeking out first. Great grenade coming through out here from Disco Star, looking for the first shot and he finds it. Second, almost there. Pele helps out. Cleans up the fight. Relieves us in a 3v4, but down to the B-bomb site, we should be taking a look at the defensive rotation. Pele could get spotted out here, but Zetko, I think they have a smell, they have a scent, they know what they're looking for. 20 seconds, and you gotta get a move on. All the players out into the A-bomb site. The drop into vent was heard. Morishko takes it down, and it's down to a 1v2. Complete dogfight there in towards B, but still one out by Sinners. And Pele, he's not working with the defuse kit, so I don't think he's working with a round either.
I think he's gonna at least see what he can do. Halfway ticked already, so you're gonna have to move fast. He sees that up laying there. Looks pretty juicy, and he is gonna have a chance at it, but same goes for Morisco. I think he wants to go looking for it as well. Now sees who will move first. It's Morisco moving in. Gets Belly the chance to find it. Now people walking right into him with a 5-7. Belly gets it. That's the end we're talking about. That is on the side of Illuminar. But the round still isn't. Great moving from Sinners, and they take the 4th.
Here you have it. Really well played out there. Pele does manage to get a lot of damage done, but at the end of the day, it won't really matter. It's 4-0 up here for Sinners. And the advantage is going to keep on going. They've got enough cash to buy as well. And Illuminar, they're just searching for that first round on the board. Disco Star, the only man on the defuse kit here in this round. Spavak not going to invest into one. But at least we do have a CT side off. So,
let's see.
There's going to be something to look forward to. Orishko outside already crosses. The smoke's barely placed.
Okay, Morisco is fastly down, but so is Disco Star. Gonna have a chance at this, turns his back around, now been seen. It should be a kill from Morisco coming out as the entry fragger is trying to have it.
Ooh.
He's just making a lot of noise while the rest is crossing late. So without steps being made, could still be thinking there's only one down into the B side. Maneuvering his way about while Disco Star has now been seen. And yeah, he's going to be pushing back. The sounds have been heard. This is where Disco Star...
There we go, though. Good manners. He closes the door behind him, right? So this doesn't allow Morishko to actually get a good look in. Minute left on the clock, though. Sinners take a lot of space. Zetko, the first one to peek out, and the op shoots between them. Spavak, good information, but no kill contained. 50 seconds now, timer going out. Shock is trying to find a lurk as well, but can't really catch off any rotation. Spavak in the middle of the smoke, looking for a shot. Zetko already opens up the doors, then is going to be looking for the first engagement. Disco Star, MP9 in hand, can get a lot done here, but Zetko still shoots him down. Great headshot to be found on the B-bomb site. The bomb just has to be planted as well. Shock is still looking for rotations on the other side of the map, down on lobby, but you don't know yet that Illuminar are trying to set something up towards ramp. There are just too many players on one side. All of them trying to make their way through, and Furlan's gonna take a heap of damage on a nade. They're pulling back. They have to pull the plug.
They are pulling. They definitely are. No chance to make this one. Yeah, good. First kill there from Zetko. Morisco making a lot of noise, which could have caused rotations to come out. Illuminar thinking they're playing protocols, but in the end, side still gets overrun. And that shows the class of Sinners, as well as potentially the way they're going easy about things.
Yeah,
certain
they're
things
probably not really...
Illuminar,
They're probably not really struggling too much here, especially in the decision making. Beastic is just gonna have fun. You saw him from the very beginning. The rest of Sinners just trying to farm up here, and hopefully they won't get too conceited, being like, okay, this is gonna be an easy game. We'll just be taking it half seriously and just be hoping for the win. Because at the end of the day, they are under Furlan's guidance. This is a man that's been playing a lot of games. He's been around the scene for a while. I mean, we remember him back even in 2014, so gotta watch out for this man.
Always to be worried of. And the one piece standing which Illuminar wanted to sort of rebuild around. Look forward to see what they can do once this project's been allowed to get more hours in. But yeah, of course, Nuke and all, definitely not a map you want to get going in like your first week of play. Spava.
Yeah.
Over towards outside. Double ramp setup this time. Shock having an opportunity to move his way through. It's actually a double outside setup with Belly down at the Africa spot. Still not daring to peek, though. Morisco ran down towards Secret the last round. Now going for a little bit of a look on quite late here. There comes the smoke. Can we see that fight? Number 8 on Morisco. Gonna have the opportunity here to swing. Full flash this Belly. Will be taken by Morisco, who's going for a lurk now. Entreat into a lurking play. He might be able to break open this A side because Furlan isn't ready. That's a lovely shot from Morisco found, and now just Spadek is the only one that can do something about it. Op is a good weapon for it though, as he drops down from the heavens. This is great. Spadek is making everything out of nothing. He has a chance to go for a third. That's the round potentially done. Because the A side is taken and you got only 2 remaining, which are quite scattered around the map.
They are indeed not able to get a lot more done out of that. Peppo is just going to clean up and Disco Star forced to run away. There is a smoke, there is a flash, there is a chance for him to go about this. Time ticking away still. You just got to play that timer, Sinners. And you've done this countless times. You know how to go around it. Disco Star already dropped. Smoke in hand is going to be able to find it. Question is, when is he going to start actually defusing? He's got a nade to throw and a flash as well. Looking for the bomb, has tapped it away, looks outside the smoke, and the round's already over. There it is, Disco Star. He gets one, and is there time? He's going to get out of the smoke. He wants the frag, knows the round is over. There you have it. 6 in a row out here for Sinners to start things off. And sure, damage has been dealt, but Illuminar still yet to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, and all because of this lurk, immediately breaking things open. Last round, the other player pushing down into Secret. Without really knowing, right? Disco Star was very unaware. And in this round, it's an entry from Morisco and a sneak through the smoke where the op is actually rotating towards heaven, completely leaving outside after Morisco found the kill, thinking he would potentially cross down because the smokes were up. But he pushes through the smokes, takes Furlan without a main player being there. And so the protocols from Illuminar, the Illuminar mind is being played with. There's already 6 on the board here for Beastic. The little flames already showing off the 5, but it's continuously Sinners making work of Illuminar in this game. A full buy, but still a little bit of spanners in the work. Not all the utility at board, no diffuse kit to work with. Illuminar is in big trouble.
They are indeed. 6 rounds on T-side nuke, that's more than enough already, and they're still looking for more. Shock being aggressive out towards ramp. Axicho already forced back down the ramp, and Furlan not really ready for the intake. Spavak on his prime as well, right? So many people, so many eyes were on this guy to be able to do a lot in the scene, to just bring himself around into a situation where he might get picked up. He could be looking even damn better.
Yeah, might still have a shot at things. Right at Permita, it was a short scene. Well, Permita was playing alright, just the Orc keeping them out of contracts. Had specific amount of money to spend, and yeah, that was it. No major, no nothing. Now Illuminar. Which is a good place to learn and grow with Furlan at your back, but you gotta bring in those results. Those will come. Just like this kill. Spavak with the opener.
Go. Needs more where that came from though. 30 seconds left to move. Sinners. For the intake, there's gonna be the pixel angle. He finds it. Great awareness out here from Spavak. And he's gonna be looking for the second. It happens, that's okay. Still gets out with 2 Peppo trades. 2v3 remaining and 15 seconds to get the bomb site. You have to move it faster and faster. Where's the bomb? It's on Peppo. He's got a full sprint, run out with a knife in here, and he's gonna take some time even still. Think there's no one on B, finds the frag, but the frag finds him instead. There it is. That's the round. 3 seconds and you're done. Can't find the last one either, even though you know where Pele is. And that is gonna be the first one on the board for Illuminar. Still though, courtesy of Sinners taking their sweet time into the round.
Yeah,
And Spavak playing really well out here.
Yeah, and because you're taking your time, you're not anticipating on this player right in dark. Getting away with a lot. You suspect him to be there. Alexo was there for a very long time, so Alexo making great work of that. Now, let's see what Illuminar can do. How did they put 1 round on the board?
Also, want to throw a quick shout out here. Always love to see Wander on the observing desk out here, doing a great job. Happen here.
Woo! Good opener from
That is
Zekko.
something.
Shock is using as well, but Pelly is still here. Waiting and farming. But B-Stick can take him down. That's the side taken over. Just an MP9 left where they have now known the position of as well. It's getting worse. Sinners just run and gunning. Knowing they can outsmart with the utility as well. Illuminar. More pressure put on long. More pressure put on outside. And that's where you're paying the price. B-Stick. B-Stick. As he puts himself on 6. Sinners on 7. That's all the isolation right there. Reprogramming Illuminar into thinking it's going to be outside again, like they've done so many times. And now it's just a quick A-take. B-Stick working with their minds, making them think differently, conditioning them. And now it's 7 on the board already, and a half win has been provided.
Yeah, it's a tough world to be in out here for Illuminar already, but I may perhaps try to give them the benefit of the doubt, thinking this is Nuke, this is the insta-pick coming through out here for Sinners, not only as a, you know, just a little bit of a punish, but also just an educated choice being made out here on the first map. They might be looking towards the second already, but it's not already down, it's not already dead, because you've still got a couple of rounds left to play, and you would love to not end it off on 1. You were able to find the first one. You should be able to find even more after this. However, can't lie, 7-1 is still the scoreline. And it's damn near looking close to 8. Marishko, great position. Take down the Deagle. And then it's up to Furlan to try to survive in the 1v4. Try to get out of this one together.
Yeah. Like Zekko. What can he bring? Definitely in your face on his cam.
Yeah.
Just like Morisco, but then to the screen. Very close, gonna hit those shots, and he's been entering phenomenally. And just to remember that he and Entropic Prague in the early days, that's a long time ago where he played there. He was actually the main AWPer for a little bit. Because no one wanted to pick it up. And then went over to the rifle as they found themselves a new AWPer. And since then's been rifling about. Always been a very high facet player. The aim is definitely there as the entry fragger as well. Not always the highest statistics, but if he gets his entries going, you can see things are very one-sided. Maybe things would have been different if he hadn't found those outside entries. Illuminar get battered apart.
I mean, Marishko is definitely a very interesting case, right? Because already in the server, you could call him one of the older players having gotten into this one, right? And he's been forced into so many positions, even though he's 23 years of age. Right, he played back on the original ECLOT in 2020, back in Go. He was part of Entropic Prague, as you mentioned, right? And we were there with Entropic Prague when he was doing all the shifts, all the changes around. And it feels like he's never really found his space. He's never really found the role that he wants to be in. And I don't really know why. Like, he's doing a great job on entering, don't get me wrong, but it still, for me at the very least, doesn't feel like that's the role he wants. Or the role he'd excel best at?
I don't know. I think it would be a role that he really likes, considering the things I've seen from him, various games. It's always been very flashy, always trying to make plays work when sitting back and relaxing is really nothing for him. So I wouldn't say
yeah, that's fair.
100% agree, but the thing is, like, his stats show otherwise, right? 0.9 average. Hopefully this is the spree he's gonna go on, because
well, that comes with
it definitely doesn't really feel like you're comfortable in your role. But hey, it comes with time. Let's see
but
what's
that
gonna
comes
happen
with the title
with
of the role.
Round 9.
Yeah, that's the entry fragger for you.
Pushing in. It's true. Only getting 1 kill and dying. You've done your part.
Whoa.
Babak gonna be taken down as Morisco entering his way through into the side they go with Furlan. Not able to make it. There goes the plant. It's Sinners getting themselves on top of the board, and yeah, you need a proper entry in Counter-Strike 2, and Morisco and Shock in this round being the key part of it. It's all about swinging, it's all about aiming, and Sinners definitely got that.
That's why Donks one of the best right now,
Exactly.
right? So
Yeah. And the entry
just do
fragger
what
roll.
works.
Like I said, it's the entry fragger roll itself. It shouldn't be that bad roll anymore, right? You're able to swing so much that I'm like, you're able to create space. You're able to get that 1 kill, 100%, like almost certainly. But yeah, we'll have to see how Morisco is going to be feeling after a little bit. 9-1, Atro. We're almost on the brisk and okay.
Almost done.
Execo dies off the bomb. When your money is already not so good.
At this point, Jesse, it's 9-1. I don't even think they're looking down at this nuke thinking, okay, we're coming back. I think they're thinking, okay, what are we doing? Oh, Mirage. But, yeah, no, definitely. This is going to be a very interesting approach to see how Illuminar, if Illuminar, are going to be able to claw their way back from this. Maybe on the second map, maybe right now. But overall, it's just Sinners showing why they're better and why they are the bigger team. The bigger fish. Out here into this one. Oh, beautiful 2K though from Axecho.
Go.
Just to shut down the ramp push. Zetko though allowed to get out with that first one. Traded in still. It's a 2v3 now, but remember it's Peppo and Morishko right now. Two of the players that have been really having a fun time here on the server. Definitely not looking like a done deal.
Good stuff from Peppo. I always thought the move to Sinner's main would have been too soon, filling the shoes of Oscar, but he's done phenomenal since the start, and it shows how much of a game change it's been, right, with youngster talents and everything, like the CIS region, but also the Czechian has shifted. You love to see it.
I don't know, like the time period where he was slotted in was such a, will he be able to step up? And he was, but I feel like that was really well made, partly because of his upbringing as well in the academy. It felt like it was really stable, whereas for this example, this is the perfect example on Illuminar. You get a lot of players that are still young, that haven't gotten that many chances, that think they deserve those chances, and yet we still get to see some basic fundamental mistakes coming out through them because they haven't been brought up. They were just allowed to play their own game through FACEIT, through ESL maybe, through ESEA. They're thinking they're doing a great job, but here in this game we got to see some like primary positional problems out here for the side of Illuminar, especially down on that B-bomb site, that allowed Sinners to find so many rounds already. So just practice and practice and practice. That's what makes perfect. Right now, it's 9-2. The Illuminar do manage to pick up another round, but yet again, even this second round picked up by the CT side is due to Sinners taking their sweet time.
Yeah, not so many of the Illuminar players, of course. Not one guy that really steps up to the plate. All quite mediocre, and that just shows it's a team effort, but a team effort from Sinners as a whole as well, as they're breaking the Illuminar side apart. People wanting to look for a little entry. Furlan is inside of that secret, so I'd say he would be mullied off. That could have been, it would be a troublesome spot for him to be in, close to the door. Peepo gonna be ready for this potential swing from Disco Star, who's right there with him. Wants to start helping towards the outside, but needs to be careful because the off is swinging. That might initiate a little bit of a push because rotations will be called. This could get Furlan initiated pretty much. Oh no, Furlan! Morisco made a very weird wiggle, and that caused Furlan to shoot preemptively, making him fall. B-side could be taken very swiftly, and this round is falling apart, really, in a time span of about 10 seconds.
Okay, here it goes. 3v4. Look at the HP values though. Peppo, Shock. They're a nade away from death. B-Stick is in such a power position right here. Leaves Spavak down to even lower. But he will fall in the mist. 30 seconds now. Timer's still ticking. It's up to Peppo to do a lot of work from that position. There's a fake vent player, one inside of the bomb site and one down on ramp. Essentially a 2v3 here for Sinners. Man advantage taken, but no utility sent out just yet. They might be thinking about it. But it's up to Pele first as he drops down the first. Second finds him, and they don't know about the third. Onto the bomb side, Morishko's taken out, and it's Peppo left in a 1v2 with 10 seconds left to go. I don't think it's that doable. Axicho brings back the round here. All it took was a 2k in the previous, a 2k now. And the Illuminar will be able to at least secure themselves 3 into this half, even though that's not that great on the CD side. You know what? It's not just 1.
Let's have ourselves a little bit of a spin. Everybody that filled in, that got the Galaxy key, is now entered into the giveaway. Let's see who it will be. We see some headshot coming the other day. And now it is the... It's still a nice skin.
Well, it's still a skin. You get something.
It's still a skin, it's true. T1
there you go.
Muksa. Congratulations. And yeah, speaking of nice skins or nice jerseys, I saw a nice jersey on Execo, although I'm not too sure if the orc is too much of a fan of it. He's wearing a Forsaken jersey. An orc that I think he played for in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, it was Execo, right? Let's see. That is another Polish organization.
Yeah.
So, I don't know about the rivalry.
It's fine, don't worry about it. No one saw anything. You're the only one. You're hallucinating, Jesse. It's not real. It's not real. Wake up. Oh! Oh, that's very real, though. Oh, that's very real. Okay, pistol round. Popped in a flash. Popped by Peppo. 3k out of the man himself. The youngster just goes ahead and taps some heads. I guess that's how you do it. Just that easy.
Just that easy. Yeah, he did play for 2 months for Forsaken. I mean, if it's a nice shirt, you're good at wearing it. I guess why not? We'll talk about
it for free, man.
It's true. It's true. I mean, it might have come with the deal of playing for them. They won a tournament with them, so it's all good. See what's gonna happen into round 14, because this game is about as done as it can be. If the conversion round and more is going to the Sinner side, it's gonna be a victory for them and a way to go towards Mirage already. So it wasn't gonna be an if, it's more like a when, but for now that when is still delayed for just a little bit longer if Illuminar gets some things going onto the side, which have been nade bombed and now also shot quite low. Execo is gonna have that opportunity for it. Rest for Illuminar is getting ready to mark their way in towards the A side. That's cancelled as they're gonna go ramp instead. It is a double setup though from both Shock and Peepo. Let's see what they're gonna be able to bring to the table, as there's no flash for Illuminar to push their way in. They're gonna send their bodies flying, and Shock wants to make them all fall down onto the deck. Not gonna hit it just now. Peepo joins in, out of bullets almost, so still a pretty awkward way of approaching this. They're taking them down one by one, which is obviously never nice to see, but nothing is really lost. So I gotta say, Sinners clearing things off, even in this situation, just patiently clearing every single angle. This shows your team is composed as ever, and your IGL just farming with the MP9. Maybe that would have been the tactic. Get that money up to Bay. 1.8k from the farming from B-Stick you're seeing on your screen right now. 3 kills in quick succession. 11 for Sinners. And yeah, what is there to go about it, Atro, when Sinners is this composed and even an eco round?
Oh yeah, it is just showing who indeed the bigger dog is. I mean, right now there was no question about how this game was going to go down, especially out on Nuke. But I love the fact that Sinners aren't just half-assing it, you know, they're going all out. And even in a round like that, they are managing to really show up. So, they've got 2 more remaining. If they manage to take down these AKs, that should be a straight-up run to the victory line. The finish line. And Furlan's gonna start it off like that. Orishko taken out, traded out by Shock. And this is a great bait. Look at the setup. Oh, Disco Star still sees it though. Zetko taken out of commission. There's only 1 man holding down in vents. 2 moving up into hell right now, into heaven too. Ooh, Shock is waiting. There's a little smirk on his face. He knows what he wants. Gonna go in. Here comes the flash. The MP9 doesn't get away with any frags. However, Shock from the vent gets himself into Squeaky with a frag as well. Peppo, too bad, so sad, is going to fall though. So this is still going to be around for Illuminar. There it is.
The bait from Heaven from B-Stick, and then the push from Shock, still making noise, ringing bells, but only one for Shock there. The players on the side were still in such a good position to take the play from Heaven down. No way of succeeding in that one. Sinners, sure, that's your first real full buy against Illuminar taken down. One away from potentially facing some economy troubles. Illuminar could make this one a game. Maybe just some more rounds to feel confident going into Mirage. That would be step number 1 to win one more full buy to reset Sinners. And we'll have another chat after that.
We shall see. There's an open hand now for Peppo. He's 14-5. Morishko 14-6. They've all been having a great game so far. And now, push down in towards ramp. Not even met with any resistance. Shock is gonna fall, run away. Is the right tactic to play here, but he needs some support, and the only one there is gonna be Morishko. It is injury. Goes to waste. Shock maneuvers around it. Not even a second of HP taken away from him. All into ramp. 2 grenades and they're all out of commission. There's no grenades to be seen here. Illuminar.
It's gonna be a straight up fight. No utility for either side here. I would say Sinners is in a pretty good spot. We'll have to see. Shock behind the site. And one from window watching things. They're going B, that's the confirmation, but Sinners still don't realize this. Now they recognize the play, the urge, Shock. Applying some pressure, but only 2 to find. It's still equal.
Right. Should still come through here. Spavak manages to find the first, and Zetko falls as well. Down to Peppa one more time. MP9 picked up here. Don't know if it's the weapon for the job. Yeah, he's gonna think twice about it. Moves around, still isn't really sure. Starts spamming it away, and I just think he doesn't want to give this op away. Might not even go for the round. Pixel angle to be held. Thinks someone's close. There isn't. He had the defuse kit. He had a smoke and a flash. Had he left himself in a 1v1, perhaps could have gotten away with it. But Illuminar starting to activate a little bit out here onto the T side. Showing that they do have had a little bit to play for. They're not going to give up just that easily. Not just yet.
Yeah, Peppo can try and maneuver his way about with the AWP, so we'll have to see if he's going to have the opportunity for it. Up against an Illuminar that's on full force. Where do you put Peppo if you're Sinners at this point? Would say Heaven rotation seems pretty alright. He's moving outside, potentially to go for a peek. No. Tempting door. Oh wow, he's going to swing the door open. He's going to try for it. Peppo, this could be crazy. And he will get away with one. That's the bomb as well. Now having to run in the open. And running back. This is well done for Peppo. The only thing that he could have really done. And he makes a second of it as well. 2 bullets, 2 kills, no problem.
3 AK indeed. Now looking for more. Peppo, is he gonna wallbang? Oh, he was thinking about it. No, there should be another one out here from Squeaky. Gonna jump himself into vent. I don't think this is the safer position, but Peppo seems to think so. So he's gonna attempt it. Back turned away. Should be an easy frag, but the smoke is still there. Peppo. Potential for even more. He's already done so much into this round, but his job's not done just yet.
More things. Ramp is being challenged. Morisco is there as well as the second sort of unknown piece. A deagle kill could be everything. Are you going to check the right hand side after? First thing you do, it's exactly that, but Morisco is having a brawl at it. That's a double kill in quick spam, and it's all down to Pelly. 1 versus 3. You're going to have to clutch this one out. It started off with just an R Petro. And now we're watching a round win for Sinners almost certainly happening.
Oh yeah, not that far away now. Just a little bit left to go, but we're still in a situation where Pele's gonna be looking for that frag and for the bomb plant. He already gets it down. It's not over just yet, but the USB has something else to say. Zetko's gonna pick up a weapon and a round, and it is now a map point for Sinners officially. Left to see how much more they can take.
Ironically, the USB takes down the final player, the only one that didn't have a primary. This is just great, people going for it and a little anxious, but that second kill in main, we don't see it on the highlights, but I think that one was the craziest of all. But because him falling back and losing that duel, that immediately puts you into a 4 versus 4, an AK that's irrecoverable, an op that's irrecoverable, and that round is lost, right? You get an entry, that's all good, but you're too far ahead. You've lost yourself your op, which isn't able to be recovered. The round is still going towards Illuminar, but that changes everything. Gets you a free AK, and the round all of a sudden is for Sinners to take, which they did in fact do so. Let's see what's going to happen in the potential final one. Because the T side are swarming, but it's Beasted, Beasted again. God. Just a beast eating everybody. And Spevak to scrape up the pieces against the Beastic that's on full form. A Sinners that's untamable. And it's Zetko to finish things off. Sinners takes map number 1 in convincing fashion after what looked like a map from them from the start. Illuminar made us believe for just a moment, but Pistols got Sinners what they deserved, and eventually the final one as well. 13-5.
13-5 indeed. Feasting is the best description you could have given there for Beastic at the end. It is exactly what he's done, and that is how Sinners have taken away their own map pick. Up next is going to be the side of Mirage that we actually get to see on the image here, and hopefully back there it is going to be a little bit easier for Illuminar to actually unify themselves and play on a macro level too, not just the individuals, even though some of the individuals did have their moments. We got the man of the match, we got the man of the map right here. Peppo has done a great job, but so have the rest of Sinners. They've all been looking scary, all looking like a unit that's going to be tough to beat out here if you're Illuminar. So, I say, we take a little bit of a break, Jesse. We hopefully will get to see these guys wash up their faces a little bit going into the next map. Hopefully things are going to be a bit more 50-50. We'll be back after the break.
convincing game from Sinners it was.